Hey guys, tonight we walk beside ancient stone as the first dawn cracks open the night. You feel the coolness of the marble floor seep into your shoes like a sigh from below. The first rays of sun bleed across the walls, painting the shadows in pale gold. You notice that your breath catches, holding a quiet anticipation like a paused song. A whispering wind carries the scent of stone dust and something sweeter, perhaps jasmine. You probably won't survive this quiet masterpiece, but you will feel the pulse of ages. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your street name and local hour in comments so I can feel the moonlight with you. Now dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. After you settle, the mason slides a white chalk across the surface, leaving a thin, luminous line. You watch the chalk feather, its tip twinkling like stardust. The first line is not merely a line, but a promise to shape the void. You hear the faint hiss of dust rising, a lullaby only stone walls can sing. The mason taps his wrist, a rhythm that feels oddly like a secret knock. You realize this ritual is both ancient and surprisingly modern, like a vintage playlist on a smartwatch. A memory flickers. The Great Pyramid was built to honor Pharaoh Khufu. You chuckle softly because the weight of history never quite fits your earbuds. Somewhere, a distant siren wafts, yet the stone remains stubbornly unmoved. The chalk line glows, a quiet lighthouse guiding your next step. You feel the stone's pulse under your fingertips, a subtle throb matching your heartbeat. The hush is broken only by your whispered question. Why do we create? The mason smiles, eyes reflecting a world where angles rule and wonder breathes. He whispers, because symmetry is a lullaby for the cosmos. The line stretches further, weaving a pattern that looks eerily like a map. You trace its edge with a fingertip, feeling the coolness of chalk dust against skin. The scent of chalk mixes with the faint aroma of coffee brewing nearby. A joke passes your mind. Do chalk lines get a warning before breaking? He shrugs. They don't get warnings, only the universe does. The line continues, a steady pulse in the dimming dawn. The mason's breath is rhythmic, matching the rhythm of stone. You think of how the Eiffel Tower sways in the wind like a dancer. A subtle chuckle escapes you. The imagery is absurdly poetic. The mason chuckles back, acknowledging your poetic mind. He speaks of angles as if they were children playing hide and seek. The line arcs, a gentle curve that whispers rest easy. Your feet find rhythm, moving to the soft thud of step on stone. The mason's voice lowers, like a lullaby from an ancient choir. He mutters, each line is a story, each story a doorway. The line grows, stretching over stone, mapping the invisible grid. You glance upward, noticing the faint glow of early sun. The stone seems to breathe in sync with your slow inhale. Historians still argue whether the Library of Alexandria was destroyed by fire or neglect. Your mind drifts to a forgotten library, pages rusting like old leaves. The mason's smile widens, seeing the echo in your thoughts. He whispers, "History is alive. Lines are its heartbeat." The chalk line glistens, catching the last amber glow of dawn. You notice faint cracks where the stone meets the chalk, a subtle dialogue. The line's edges soften, making a circle that is almost a halo. You laugh softly. The comment on the wall reminds you. Chalk doodles are sacred. A sudden breeze rustles the dust, like a sigh released by the night. The mason steps back, allowing space for the line's reflection. The scene feels like a painting, yet it's happening in real time. You breathe in. The scent of chalk mingles with fresh dawn air. You think, if a mason can carve silence, who can we carve? The line continues, unbroken, a perfect curve drawn at the edge of a sunrise. The mason's breath stirs, a soft exhale that sounds like wind in a canyon. You listen, absorbing the quiet, like soaking in an oasis of silence. He reaches for a second piece of chalk, its white tip gleaming. The line widens, its thickness a subtle marker of importance. A breeze picks up, lifting the edges of chalk dust into swirling patterns. The mason tilts his head, listening for the hum of geometry. Your mind drifts to the hum of a distant city, a world that never sleeps. You feel the stone's rhythm pulse through your boots, grounding you. The mason speaks softly. We carve this silence for those who are lost. The line takes a slight dip, a small hill in an otherwise flat plan. Your breath syncs with the rhythm, turning your body into a drumbeat. A joke surfaces again. Why do chalk lines never feel lonely? Remember that joke about chalk lines never feeling lonely, he replies, because each line has a companion line at a right angle. The line smooths, ending in a gentle crescent that mirrors the fading sun. You pause, feeling a sense of completion wash over you. The mason steps forward, placing another piece of chalk to a fresh surface. The new line feels like a seed, ready to grow into new shapes. You realize every curve is an invitation to explore unknown geometry. The chalk's faint glow marks the boundary between night and morning. The mason's hands move with reverence, each stroke a prayer. He whispers, there is a rhythm in the way patterns settle. The line elongates, weaving through the wall like a living map. You inhale the chalk dust, feeling the ancient whisper of stone. A gentle laugh escapes you from the comfort of your chair. The mason chuckles. Even chalk has a memory of shadows. The rhythm continues, a pattern that flows like breath. The story of the mason becomes a living poem you can walk through. You notice each line forms a small constellation in the stone. You imagine stargazers mapping constellations while chalk lines were being laid. The mason says, we all are just mapping our own sky. The line glows softly, illuminated by the early light. You hear the faint click of chalk, like a distant heartbeat. The mason pauses, watching the line slowly spread across the wall. You feel a sense of calm as if the room itself breathed. He leans in, speaking softly. Balance is nothing but rhythm. The line widens again, like a hand reaching out to touch stone. You realize this is more than chalk. It is dialogue between geometry and time. The mason ends the line, the last stroke leaving a quiet imprint. The chalk dust settles, a subtle perfume of stone and history. Your mind settles like the dust, quiet and still. You notice the moon starting to rise, casting a pale silver glow. The mason smiles, knowing what to do next. He grabs a fresh piece of chalk, a crisp white baton. The line weaves a gentle zigzag, like a lullaby for the stone. You feel your heartbeat sync with each stroke, a gentle drum. You close your eyes, letting the world dissolve into chalk dust. The mason whispers, "Remember this quiet. The world ends when it forgets silence." The wall now holds a silent map of twilight's geometry. You taste the faint chalk perfume, feeling the stone's ancient heart. A small crack opens, and the mason leans in to trace it. He writes a small note beside it. All corners are equal. You feel a rush of warmth from the stone's pulse. The line continues, slowly curling into a perfect circle. The mason pulls his breath for a moment, like a stone in wind. You feel the world soften, drifting into the hush of the night. The walls chalk, lines glitter, the dawn leaving its final sigh. The mason tips the chalk toward the light, casting a shadow. The shadow dances like a quiet flute in the quiet room. You listen to the final quiet, a soft closing of the day. The mason smiles, eyes reflecting the dawn's last golden thread. He says, "Sleep now, dream the geometry of stars." You close your eyes, the lines echo lingering like a lullaby. You set the chalk beside you and trace a lonely line across the marble. The sound of graphite against stone feels like faint static. A subtle hum rises from the geometry. You notice it. You lean in, as if listening to a secret. The line you draw is a promise, a quiet vow. It is the blueprint you craft in silence. You remember how the early Greeks measured angles. The Greeks believed geometry governed the heavens. In this dim workshop, you feel the same belief. Your breath slows into a rhythm that matches the line. The space is tight, yet each curve opens wider. You feel the stone's pulse echo in your fingertips. The chalk dust swirls like a tiny constellation. You picture the stars, aligning each point. Historians still argue whether the earliest maps were drawn with star charts. Some think the pyramids were aligned to stellar patterns. You chuckle softly, thinking of ancient conspiracies. You trace another line, careful not to disturb the dust. The line is precise, like a heart's thud. You notice the shadows lengthen, dancing across the slab. You move your hand with a gentle, almost playful sway. The chalk glides, as if the stone breathes. You close your eyes, feeling the hum settle. A quiet melody rises from the geometry, a lullaby of stone. Your mind drifts to the Colosseum, vast and echoing. The Romans used concrete to build vast domes. They mastered arches with astonishing precision. You admire their legacy, a silent echo in your work. You wonder if they ever felt this quiet. You feel a small smile spread across your face. The chalk line continues, a gentle cascade down the wall. Your fingertips trace the curve, feeling the rhythm's pulse. You hear the subtle crack of stone under pressure. It sounds like a distant drumbeat. You lean closer, seeking the secret in the sound. The sound relaxes you like a soft spoken word. You start to narrate, as if talking to a friend. Did you know, you say, voice low and amused, that the earliest city plans were crude maps? You chuckle again, pretending to be a historian. The chalk line becomes a story, unfolding as you write. You imagine the ancient builders, their hands steady. They moved in rhythm, guided by unseen patterns. You feel the same rhythm in your veins. The whisper of stone grows louder, yet still soft. It feels comforting, like a blanket. You let your mind drift to distant cities. You picture Alexandria, filled with scholars and sand. In Alexandria, ideas floated like wind. A whisper of geometry thrummed through that place. You return to the present, lines still in motion. Each line is a quiet promise of balance. The rhythm you feel is the blueprint of your heart. You trace one last line, the finishing touch. You step back, the image complete. The whole wall seems to breathe, a living thing. You feel a wave of calm travel through you. You inhale, a deep, gentle breath that echoes stone. The hum settles into a deep lullaby. Your thoughts drift to the sky, to stars. They shine like tiny fires, echoing inside your mind. The silence becomes a choir of unseen notes. You imagine the night sky painted by ancient hands. Each line you drew mirrored a piece of that sky. You feel gratitude swell within your chest, quiet. The room has a subtle metallic scent of chalk dust. It smells faintly of history, as if the walls remember. You feel proud of this silent creation. It is a quiet monument to your own steadiness. You step slowly to the side, admire your work. The lines on the wall glow faintly in the dusk. The glow is not artificial, but from your own calm. You wonder if anyone else could see this glow. Maybe an old cat will pause and stare. You laugh, picturing a cat's eyes widen. The cat's whiskers flick, a delicate echo. The geometry hum continues, steady as life itself. You feel a little part of the whole universe. You notice how the world seems slower. Your mind takes a deep, slow dive. The hum turns into a mantra, repeating. You hold your breath. The silence becomes a friend. That friend whispers that there are no mistakes, only chances to keep moving. You stretch your fingers, feeling the chalk dust on skin. You smile because it's simple, like breathing. All right, you can now move on. The wall is ready, the day still young. You take a step back, letting the light dance. The light is warm, filtering through faint dust. You feel the warmth settle like a pillow. You pause, listening to the geometry's pulse. The pulse reminds you that you are here. You remind yourself that this is where you start. There's no final line, only an ongoing rhythm. Each new day brings new lines to draw. You feel a gentle anticipation, like a friend, a quiet future waiting to be chalked. You think of the moon, a steady lantern. The night will come, and you will sketch again. But first, you breathe and let the hum carry you. It carries you into a dreamless comfort. The world softens around you. You feel the chalk line become part of you. It is not separate, but a living echo. The echo hums, and you breathe along. Your heartbeat syncs with the geometry. You close your eyes. The hum becomes the soundtrack. A lullaby made of stone, light, and memory. You feel gratitude for this moment. It is an unspoken thank you. The quiet wall holds a secret. The secret is in the curve of each line. You think of your own subtle curve. The curve matches your breath, your pulse. You feel the universe fold into your outline. The geometry is a mirror to you. You listen. The chalk remains quiet. You finish that last stroke, slow and deliberate. The final line glows, a whisper of completion. You step back, feeling a small sigh. The sigh is from the wall, as if a breath. You listen for silence. It is sweet. The silence tastes like salt. You're ready to move to the next chapter. The next line will begin later. You sit down, eyes closed. The hum lingers, a soft backdrop. The walls whisper, "Take your time." You nod, feeling the echo of the day. The echo lingers. You feel the wind, gentle, carrying dust. The wind feels like a memory of a distant ocean. You imagine your breath mingling with that ocean. The ocean hums, a distant lullaby. The hum is your guide. The guide is the geometry. You keep your fingers steady. Your mind relaxes into the line. The line is a path. You follow that path deeper. There is no rush, only rhythm. The rhythm is your breathing. You listen to the rhythm. The rhythm is the geometry's breath. You feel warmth again, a quiet fire. The fire sits in your chest, tiny. You exhale slowly, letting it out. Each exhale is a prayer. The prayer goes into the wall. The wall responds, humming softly. The first rays push through the curtains, brushing the chalk dust with silver. You hear the faint hiss of light as it breaks the morning quiet. Your breath settles into a slow inhale, matching the subtle swell of the room. Each grain of dust glimmers like a tiny comet awaiting its first shout. You trace a gentle arc across the marble, following the line of dawn. The arc folds naturally, echoing the sun's own path across the sky. Your hand moves with deliberate ease, each stroke a whispered invitation. A light breeze lifts the dust, twirling like a shy cat on a windowsill. You chuckle softly, thinking of the ancient scribes who traced stars with charcoal. Historians still argue whether these early maps encoded hidden star charts. You pause, letting that debate warm your curiosity like tea in a mug. A faint, mischievous grin curls on your lips as you imagine a cosmic joke. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen you read in a quirky travel guide. It was absurd, yet it made the sun feel less scorching. You place the chalk beside you again, its white body gleaming against the dark. The sun climbs higher, turning the dust into silver confetti. You draw a second arc, this one looping over the first like a quiet sigh. That loop completes a subtle spiral, a hidden symmetry that almost feels intentional. You feel the air hum beneath the marble, a low tone that steadies your focus. Each pause you take sounds like a gentle drumbeat in a quiet temple. You notice the sun turning the dust's edges into sharp lines of gold. The light is a painter, but the stone keeps the palette clean. You make an aside about how the chalk sometimes feels like a stubborn student. That student never gets bored, yet it never asks stupid questions. Experts think a line's worth lies in its breadth, not its length. You take a breath and imagine the sun rising through an ancient glass window. This evokes images of the pyramids on sand dunes, silent witnesses to light. You trace an arc so thin it could be an eyelash, yet it's firm. Humor enters quietly, thinking whether the stone could appreciate your jokes. You laugh, and the marble echoes a faint chuckle back. An unexpected echo makes you wonder if the walls are awake. The dust settles again, its silver sheen bright against the dark. You remember the old story about a moonlit compass that found its true north. Such myths suggest a hidden force pulls the chalk's line toward destiny. You keep moving, letting the sun guide each arc's curve into a soft silhouette. The geometry you weave feels like a secret handshake between you and the cosmos. Every line whispers its origin, a promise of balance that never wavers. You realize your focus turns the chalk into an instrument of calm. Then the world slips into a quiet glow, and the sun seems to breathe. You pause and let the light wash over your hand, a warm kiss of daylight. Every breath you take syncs with the line's rhythm, a slow dance of stone. You notice the chalk's powdery residue clings to the marble like a coat of snow. A playful thought crosses your mind about chalk becoming a snowflake. You think of a prank where the chalk writes a secret message in invisible ink. That joke lands, and you can't help but smile. The sun grows higher, the marble's surface turning a soft, almost golden gray. Your hand stays steady, tracing arcs shaped like whispering ribbons. The arcs ripple gently, echoing the faint rhythm of distant bells. You notice that the chalk line, if traced backward, would form a perfect flower. That thought tickles your imagination, painting a floral story in the dust. You smile, then turn to the next stretch of stone. You consider whether the line could be a breadcrumb trail to hidden knowledge. Only you know, and it feels like a secret conversation. The sun continues rising, turning the room into a pale aurora of light. It feels like the walls are breathing along with the daylight. You let the light guide your hand, and the chalk follows obediently. A thought lingers that maybe the chalk is a quiet conspirator in this performance. You laugh at the absurdity, imagining the chalk whispering its own jokes. You feel the lines start to rise, almost like a gentle wave cresting. It is a soft, silent crescendo that echoes back at you. The marble's surface takes on a subtle, matte glow from the new light. You realize you are drawing a part of a larger, cosmic pattern. The arcs align with the sun's trajectory, forming a tiny, personal compass. It feels like a secret map leading from your desk to the future. Remember the cat that watched you work once, you think. The memory pulls a bright smile across your face, soft. It is a small joke, a reminder that every day is a simple game. Now you take the chalk again and trace another line, slightly longer. A new rhythm emerges, deeper than the earlier, more contemplative pulses. Your mind swims with sensations about the line's connection to the sky. You whisper to yourself, I hope this arc brings sunshine to your sleepy ears. The joke lands, and you feel a warm fuzziness in your chest. Every stroke feels like a tiny bell ringing in the hush of an empty hall. The sun climbs higher still, turning the marble into a warm, golden pool. You become a quiet witness to this transformation, as if the stone is breathing. You let that observation sink in, like a stone dropped into water. A feeling of calm drifts through the room, washing the dust into a silver curtain. You finish the arc, letting it dip back into the earth as if it is a sleeping river. The line rests gentle, like a lullaby tucked into the stone. You pause, listening to the faint whisper of dust settling in the air. You feel the rhythm you set earlier echo in the stone, deep and slow. This quiet vibration carries you into the next arc, a flow of gentle intent. You begin again, each movement guided by the light's gentle hand. You remember the fact that the Romans used concrete to build aqueducts that still stand today. That memory reinforces that a simple material can endure time. You smile, recalling the quirky idea that the dust might be a galaxy of tiny planets. Your humor makes the room feel less like a lab and more like a cozy nightstand. You let that joke ripple through your thoughts and continue charting the arc. The marble glows faintly, giving an impression that the stone itself is alive. You feel the chalk's weight, its coolness against your palm. Your breath deepens, matching the slow rise of the sun beyond the window. You pause for a moment, letting the silence settle like a blanket. The room feels like a hushed concert hall, the chalk playing a quiet score. You continue, adding a new line that gently folds back on itself. This creates a ripple, a subtle wave of geometry that pulses with light. Your hand moves rhythmically, as if it listens to a soft lullaby. The sun rises a little higher, each ray a brushstroke on the marble. You feel a sense of connection between your work and the cosmos. The chalk leaves a faint trail that glistens as the light moves. You wonder what the ancient builders thought when they traced their own lines. Some say that their work was guided by alien architects, a fringe rumor. You chuckle, thinking the alien would need better geometry too. The universe seems to respond, humming softly with each new line. It feels like a conversation happening between you and the stone. You smile, realizing the chalk has become a bridge to a silent, endless dialogue. You finish the final arc, letting it settle into the wall like a sleeping star. The line glows faintly, leaving a warm, steady heartbeat within the stone. Now your hand rests, and you listen for the subtle vibration of the room. You close your eyes and feel a gentle, endless hum echo through the marble. The moment stretches, a quiet invitation to stay a while. You think, what if the stone could sing its own lullaby? You hear a faint crack somewhere, a small sigh of the earth. You pause, feeling the stone's pulse sync with your own breathing. The hush fills the space, allowing you to be still, present. The day slips away, and the lines on the wall become timeless. You let the final word of the night drift into the silence. The compass sits in the center, an unassuming circle of brass and glass. Its needle quivers not, as though it has found its rest place. You lean closer, feeling the faint vibration against your palm. It hums like a tiny engine in a quiet room. You pull out a photo from an old notebook. It shows the compass from the 19th century explorers. Historians still argue whether the earliest compass arose from a bored potter or a mischievous geographer. The fact that the Roman legionaries used a simple magnetic stick for navigation is well documented. You set the compass on a neat stack of parchment. The parchment smells faintly of ink and old coffee. You trace a line with your finger, feeling the edges of the stone. The needle stays steady, pointing north as if it knows the day is yours. A sudden thought lingers, a quirky rumor about monks aligning soup pots based on compass alignment. The idea seems absurd, yet you can almost hear the pots clink. You laugh softly, letting the silliness settle like dust on marble. The compass remains silent, as if it prefers to listen. A voice from your childhood echoes, remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. The absurd picture of a beach with exotic suns and funny chemicals pops into mind. You smile at the absurdity, feeling grounded. The compass needle moves only when the room changes temperature. You slide a hand over the brass, feeling warm like a gentle tide. The compass is a silent sentinel, waiting for your next command. You whisper, "What do you think, little guide?" The answer comes in the form of a steady glow from the marble. The marble glows faintly, reacting to your touch like a curious pet. You watch a faint line appear, as if the stone is breathing. The line follows the compass, a silent partnership between hand and iron. You trace it gently, feeling the rhythm of an ancient dance. The compass has a secret. It whispers in Morse code when you press the tip against the stone. You listen, hearing the dots and dashes as a soft lullaby. It says, COMPASS, I live, I guide. An old video claims the first compass surfaced in a pharaoh's tomb. You chuckle, thinking the pharaoh might have needed a direction marker in the afterlife. Your laughter dies. The room is too quiet for a joke. You tilt the compass, feeling the slightest give of metal. The needle steadies, pointing south with calm assurance. You realize the compass is not merely a tool, but a teacher. You feel inspired to craft a new line, guided by the compass's calm. The marble takes shape like a sunrise, each stroke a promise. You pause and listen to the faint hum of magnetic resonance. A distant sound echoes your alarm clock somewhere in the apartment wakes. You glance at it. The time reads 7, and you smile. The universe seems in sync with your own rhythm. You whisper again. Your guidance is quiet, but firm. The compass replies by turning half a degree to the left, subtly. It seems to say that even the smallest adjustment matters. You think of a fringe theory that a compass can predict future weather. The idea is absurd, yet you can't help but imagine a hidden code. The compass stays mute, refusing to reveal its secrets. You notice a smudge of chalk on the compass's edge. You carefully wipe it, revealing a faint spiral in white. The spiral mirrors the lines you've drawn, an echo across time. A sailor once claimed his compass led him to a lost island. You feel the irony, the compass serving as a storyteller from sea. The light from the window has grown brighter, washing the room in pale gold. You lean back, letting the warmth envelope your skin. The compass rests, still pointing north, a silent guardian. You think about the way its needle has stood untouched for centuries. The marble under your fingers feels alive, vibrating softly like a distant lullaby. Remember the quip about the compass being a polite way to say point this way. You giggle, the sound mingling with the hush of the day. You start another line, letting the compass dictate where it should turn. The line curves smoothly, a gentle arc across the stone. The compass's steady presence ensures the line never veers off. You pause, feeling the heartbeat of the stone. The air is cool, the only sound is your steady breath. The compass's needle wavers minutely as you inhale deeply. You exhale slowly, letting tension melt into the marble. The line grows longer, aligning perfectly with the northern horizon. You feel content, a harmony between tool and craft. Suddenly, a thought arises. What if the compass could talk? You picture it whispering jokes, perhaps, about the universe's quirks. The image brings a small smile to your face. You set the compass aside and pick up a new piece of chalk. The chalk is ordinary, but the process feels like painting with light. You watch as the chalk meets the marble, a tiny spark of creation. The compass watches from its perch, patient, unwavering. You continue, layering lines on top of one another, each a subtle echo. The marble becomes a tapestry of geometry, a canvas of quiet. You feel the passage of time, each line a marker of the day. The compass does not change, yet your perception shifts. You look at the needle and realize it is your compass as well. You feel the world tilt gently under the weight of your work. The light drifts across the rectangle, painting shadows that dance. The compass stays still, a silent chorus to your rhythm. You think of the ancient builders, their hands guided by similar tools. They carved walls that still echo their geometry to this day. A quiet pride rises within, knowing you follow a lineage. The marble's surface now glistens like dew after midnight's frost. You rest your hand for a moment, feeling the texture of the stone. The compass's needle points towards the center, a subtle claim of ownership. You return to drawing, this time with a spiral that spirals inward. The spiral takes on the cadence of breathing, slow and steady. A faint glow follows the line, as though the marble breathes too. The compass and marble share a quiet conversation, guiding, receiving, and humming softly. You feel the connection deepening, as if the world is listening. A small crack appears on the marble's edge, almost invisible. You smile, noting that even imperfections add character to the art. The compass still points north, unwavering, as if it trusts the universe. You pause to taste a sip of warm tea, steam curling like a thought. The tea is unsweetened, pure, a reminder of raw clarity. You return to drawing, letting the line breathe with your heartbeat. The day slowly turns, the sun climbing taller, the shadows shrinking. The compass remains firm, a stabilizer against the rush of time. You think of how each line can be a prayer, a quiet wish. You add a final flourish, a touch of curvature that feels like a sigh. The compass's needle flickers just a fraction, as if nodding politely. The marble sighs back, its dust settling into a soft hush. You step back, admiring the subtle geometry that covers your workspace. The compass sits undisturbed, a silent observer of the craft. You think about the future sketches you will create under its watch. The sun has risen high enough that it spills gold across the room. The marble glows faintly under the light, reflecting subtle facets. Each line has become a small monument, a quiet statement of purpose. You let your hand still, breathing and listening to the room breathe. The compass remains steady, a reminder of direction without shouting. And as you set the last stroke, the compass whispers, "Good tonight, keep drawing." As you turn, the stone begins to murmur soft, almost like a sigh. You pause on the floor, feeling the coolness under your bare feet. The stone hums, a low, steady rhythm that steadies your breathing. It feels as though the marble has inhaled and exhaled in sync with you. You run a hand along the surface, fingertips brushing the slick grain. The touch sends a tiny ripple through the stone, like a whispered secret. You press your palm against the edge and hear a faint pulse beneath. The pulse grows gentle, almost like a heartbeat that the stone shares. You lean in, ears open, almost expecting a voice to emerge. Nothing louder than the quiet crack that happens at the edge of night. You chuckle softly to yourself at the absurdity of a stone talking. The stone does not laugh back. It simply continues its low murmur. You recall your childhood, the times you found a sense of wonder in walls. The walls remember, in their own way, the stories carved into them. You find an old photograph on the wall, a mason in the early 20th century. The mason's name is etched in the corner, a tiny, faded line of ink. You notice the inscription. It reads, "Elias Crane, Stone Whisperer." Elias Crane was a real person, a sculptor in the Boston area. The word crane sticks in your memory like a tiny echo. You take a breath, the air cool, and focus on the stone's murmur. A quiet reverence builds. The stone seems to breathe beneath your skin. You feel the pulse under the surface, aligning with the rhythm of your heart. You notice the ancient Greek philosophers once claimed that stone possessed spirit. That was a mainstream idea in the 19th century when archaeologists began to study marble. You smile at the thought, the irony of a modern mind on a millennia-old material. The murmurs ripple across the floor, each wave a delicate vibration. You imagine the stone as a quiet guardian that has waited for centuries. You feel a presence, as if the stone is listening to every subtle shift. A faint scent of limestone carries through the air, like a whispered perfume. You step closer, your fingertips hovering just above the smooth texture. The stone's pulse quickens, a gentle reminder of life hidden beneath. You sit on the stoop, resting your back against the cold wall. You close your eyes, focusing on the sound that permeates the room. The murmurs feel like an ancient lullaby designed to calm. You think of the Great Pyramid of Giza, completed around 2,560 years ago. That pyramid was a marvel of stone, built with pure persistence. You marvel at the precision of those ancient hands carving granite. The stone here echoes that same persistence. You lean in, trying to catch a deeper layer of the murmur. The stone offers no narrative, only a steady, rhythmic pulse. You think of the fringe theory that some stones might be ancient communication devices. You shrug, remembering that the same theory was rejected at the time. Still, you can't help but consider the idea. Historians still argue whether the stones were touched by divine inspiration or mere craft. You note the debate, as you would remember a friendly sports commentary. The murmurs deepen, matching the cadence of an unseen drummer. You feel the air around you thicken, like a bubble waiting to pop. You place your hand gently over the stone once again. The stone responds with a deeper tone, a low rumble that feels soothing. You smile, amused by the thought of a stone having its own inner monologue. The stone doesn't laugh, but the rhythm of the murmur is almost humorous. You decide to play along, imagining the stone's humor. "You have a good day, huh?" you say, voice laced with quiet sarcasm. You hear no reply, but the stone hums as if to say, "Right." The murmur rises, echoing through the ancient space. You lean closer, almost to taste the stone's subtle vibration. The vibration is gentle, like a breeze brushing the shore. You place your fingers on the base of the stone. A faint warmth spreads through the stone, like a faint ember. You smile at the absurdity, the warmth, a tiny spark of magic. The stone's hum becomes a low, harmonic chant. You hear faint notes, reminiscent of an ancient harp. You imagine the stone whispering a secret melody to you. You let your mind wander into a place half dream, half sensory. You recall the quips about the stone, how it might have known the ancient roads. Your mind drifts to the notion of stone paths, that guided travelers through desert landscapes. You think of the old legend that a stone circle guided people to hidden temples. The legend sounds like a playful story told by a campfire. You chuckle softly, then return to the stone's hum. The hum is steady, unwavering, a testament to endurance. You take a breath, inhaling the scent of dry earth. You exhale, feeling a sense of calm, like a pause between heartbeats. The stone's pulse matches the rhythm of your breath. You feel synchronized with something older, a presence that never moves. The stone seems to be a friend, a quiet companion. You think of your own patterns, how you map life with lines on paper. But the stone does not need ink. It is content with silence. You feel a wave of gratitude for this simple, unspoken dialogue. You place your hand against the stone again, like a new question. The stone answers with a gentle, resonant vibration. You let the rock's ancient voice fill you with wonder. You think of the fringe theory that a stone held the knowledge of a lost civilization. It seems possible when the stone hums so profoundly. You smile at the idea that stone could have been a keeper of secrets. The hum continues, steady as a metronome. You feel the stone's presence as a reminder of the present. It whispers in a silent, rhythmic language that cannot be understood. You accept the mystery, not needing answers. You let the stone's pulse guide your thoughts toward creative flow. A gentle breeze rustles the curtains, carrying the distant sound of birds. You notice the sound and feel a slight shift in the stone's rhythm. The stone intensifies a tiny beat, like a drum in a quiet hall. You inhale the fresh air from the open window. You exhale, letting the hum of the stone settle into your chest. You close your eyes again, the world around dissolving. You feel the stone's ancient pulse guiding you toward a place unseen. You remain here a while longer, letting the vibrations imprint. You let your mind wander, feeling the stone's presence as a steady anchor. You can almost hear a quiet choir forming in the distance. The stone's hum grows, like a low choir chanting. You pause, hearing the faint echo of ancient drums. You smile at the thought of a stone that carries music from another era. You let that image linger, a quiet echo in your mind. You find yourself humming along with that faint, unseen choir. You return your attention to the stone, noticing its subtle pulse. You feel a sense of belonging, as if the stone welcomes you. You feel as though the stone has been waiting for you all along. You lean further, allowing your senses to connect with the stone. You feel the stone's breath like the sigh of a tired traveler. You listen to its murmur as if it were a lullaby. You feel the rhythm of the stone echoing your own heartbeats. You feel the stone guiding your hands to new shapes. You feel the stone's pulse steady as a compass. You feel your own creative energy aligning with the stone's voice. You feel a deep calm settle across your limbs. You let the stone's hum become a companion for the day ahead. You feel a gentle gratitude rise within you. You sit there, hearing the stone echo its low hum. You let the stone's presence soothe any tension lingering in your shoulders. You feel the stone's energy filling the space between your thoughts. You let that energy guide you to make a new drawing. You feel the stone's quiet encouragement as invisible support. You let your finger glide over the marble, leaving a faint line. The line appears like a soft echo of the stone's hum. You observe that the line grows with each breath you take. You feel that the stone whispers a slow, steady rhythm. You trace another line, matching the stone's pulse. You feel the line connect to the stone's ancient wisdom. You feel the line becoming part of a larger pattern. You feel the rhythm of your hand matching the stone's hum. You feel an almost invisible thread linking them. You find yourself humming lightly to keep tempo. You find comfort in the stone's presence, its unblemished voice. You feel as if you are a part of a long story, a small chapter. You reflect on how many hands have passed this stone before you. You think of the ancient builders who laid stones in perfect symmetry. Those builders were guided by tools and by instinct. You admire the simple elegance found in their work. You think, then, that the stone offers a similar elegance in its silence. You pause again, listening to the hushed whisper that the stone gives. You realize that you are not just a visitor here, but a listener in the right. You feel a quiet sense of responsibility to keep the echo going. You recall the fringe idea that stone could store information of ancient maps. You wonder if the stone remembers a forgotten way to the heart of earth. You think of a myth that stone can recall the steps of giants. You imagine the stone singing a lullaby for the lost giants. You chuckle and set your mind on the stone's steady hum. You feel the hum like a heartbeat beneath your skin. You feel the stone guiding your thoughts toward calm, unhurried flow. You feel the stone's hum as an anchor, keeping you steady. You feel you can now create something quiet yet lasting. You feel grateful for the stone's patient presence. You feel at ease, knowing that the stone is an ally in your creative quest. You feel as though the stone's murmur is a promise of steadiness. You keep listening, staying in sync with its rhythm. The stone whispers as if it holds a secret of the ages. You smile, thankful for moments of silence that speak loudly. You lean in again, feeling the stone's pulse against your palm. The pulse is a calm, steady rhythm, an unseen heartbeat. You take a final breath, feeling the stone's presence settle. The hum fades into a gentle silence that feels like a lullaby. You sit back, feeling the day unwind in that quiet moment. You close your eyes, the stone's pulse now a faint memory. You know the stone will be here whenever you need to return. You feel safe, carried by the stone's whisper of calm. You wake at the corner of the night, the moon high above the city. The moonlight slants on the stone, casting a pale, gentle glow. You glance at the stone. It rests, quiet, patient, and warm. You feel the hum of the stone echoing in your bones. Your day begins with a quiet acknowledgement of its steadiness. You will continue with your work, guided by the stone's silent voice. You lift the chalk, its weight balanced against your palm. The room smells of dust and wet glue, a familiar, sleepy scent. You let the chalk slide across the board, leaving a faint white line. A circle begins, its outline soft and patient, like a whisper. The circle expands, each stroke deliberate, as if measuring out moonlight. You feel the air thrum, a steady hum beneath your fingertips. Your breath syncs with the rhythm, matching the circle's slow breathe. Every loop feels like a lullaby, an ancient lull rhythm. You chuckle softly, a joke about chalk dust confetti sticks in your mind. You notice the chalk line glows faintly in the dim light. The glow hums, a gentle electric pulse that plays with your senses. You lean closer, feeling the texture, a subtle warmth seeping through. The circle now resembles a spiral, its arms curling inward. You trace its curve, each turn a quiet promise to remain still. Your mind drifts to ancient geometry, to Euclid's teachings on circles. Historians still argue whether Euclid's postulates were purely mathematical or had mystical intent. A quirky line flashes. Some say the spiral hides a secret map to Atlantis. You smile, almost giggling at that fringe theory while you draw. The chalk tip taps the board, producing a soft hiss, like a sleeping cat. You realize each sound mirrors the circle's slow cadence, a quiet duet. You pause, letting the silence settle over the spiral's gentle curve. The air feels thicker, patient as a long-held breath. A breeze wafts through the open window, carrying autumn leaves. It rustles lightly against the wall, echoing the circle's subtle rise. You watch your breath, noting how it intertwines with the spiral's breath. The circle's line thickens, a subtle mark of your focused hand. You consider how each stroke builds a silent narrative for future eyes. You imagine a scholar stepping in, marveling at the gentle symmetry. The circle now almost spirals outward a fraction, then pauses. You feel a shiver, a ripple of excitement that your art is alive. Your mind flips to an old Roman aqueduct, its curves pure engineering. This mainstream fact reminds you how stone holds stories for millennia. You think of the aqueduct's arches, each one a tiny spiral of water. You make a playful joke. If aqueducts taught us patience, our chalk must be zen. The words tumble out, a laugh echoing against the stone. The circle settles, a perfect oval that feels like a resting eye. You feel the air thrum again, this time a deeper, steady beat. Your thoughts drift to the moon, its own invisible spiral in the sky. A quirky aside, astronomers say the moon whispers to stones during a full moon. You recall the phrase, chuckling, as you adjust the line with care. The chalk line glides, leaving a perfect white track across the board. Your fingertips press, a subtle pressure that ensures the curve stays true. You smile at your own careful persistence, a steady rhythm in the night. The circle, now fully formed, whispers about the geometry of patience. You stare at it, feeling a calm that fills the room. The silence is a blanket, soft as new pillow dust, wrapping you up. You gently take a breath, feeling the calm settle into your chest. The circle's spiral seems to welcome you like an ancient friend. You realize the art is more than lines. It's a conversation with time. The silence around the circle expands, a slow, deliberate exhale. A joke bubbles up. I think chalk lines are the original internet pasted between walls. You giggle, the sound light, almost like a secret laugh in the wall. The chalk's final stroke lingers, a subtle echo against the stone. You hold the chalk near your ear, listening to its silent pulse. The pulse feels like a heartbeat, steady and reassuring. You inhale, drawing in the quiet, and exhale, releasing a small sigh. The circle remains, its spiral a still, patient anchor amid noise. A mainstream historical tidbit surfaces. The Roman Empire once spanned 5 continents. You pause, letting that fact mingle with the calm of the spiral. The air feels almost tangible, a texture you could reach into. Your fingers brush the chalk, feeling the grain of the stone. You think of an ancient mason, his tools echoing this silence. He'd have admired a calm spiral, a testament to skill and patience. You picture the mason placing the chalk where the stone meets the sky. The thought gives you a laugh, gentle, like wind through reeds. The circle still holds its place, steady as a clock. You realize the art's significance lies in the breath. Your breath syncs with the ring's faint pulse, a quiet duet. You close your eyes, feeling the rhythm echo in your mind. The spiral's quiet exhale invites you to pause, to rest. You open your eyes, noticing the chalk is warm from your touch. The warmth is a reminder that creation needs hands. You pick up a fresh piece of chalk, the color crisp. You think about the story each line could tell future us. A quirky aside, in some cultures, chalk lines are believed to ward off nightmares. You smile. The ancient superstition feels oddly comforting. You sketch a second line, a gentle curve that echoes the first. The new line blends, a subtle harmony in the circle. The air thrum intensifies, as if the room is breathing. You feel the stone's pulse under your palm, a tender vibration. The vibration reminds you of the rhythm of ocean tides. You chuckle, thinking of the tides as a slow, deliberate dance. The circle now expands outward slightly, adding to the harmony. Historians still argue whether the spirals in architecture were purely functional or symbolic. You let the debate slip, focusing on the feel of your chalk. The chalk lays down a perfect line, pure and untroubled. You lean against the wall, letting the quiet swallow the noise. The spiral is a beacon, a quiet star in a room of stones. You feel your mind settle, like an old book on a shelf. The silence around you stretches, a cushion for thought. You consider how the circle holds space, a silent promise. The promise is simple, to keep breathing, to keep moving. You smile at the simplicity of a chalk line and a spiral. You notice a faint dust mote dance near the light. The mote lingers, a tiny comet, then fades away. The silence grows stiller, a calm that feels almost holy. You feel the weight of the moment, a gentle heaviness. The weight is soothing, like a blanket on a winter night. You let the circle absorb that weight, a vessel for calm. The spiral's breath, slow, steadies your own heart. I whispered to the chalk, and it replied with a faint glow. You chuckle, the sound rolling like soft thunder. The chalk's glow fades again, leaving only the line. The line remains, a steady pulse in the darkness. The darkness feels safe under the stone's quiet watch. The circle's quiet hum invites you to follow its rhythm. You trace a small loop, reinforcing the spiral's pattern. The loop feels like a mini sunrise within the circle. You picture a sunrise on a stone hill, calm and bright. A quirky thought. If chalk could record memories, mine is a quiet swirl. The quiet memory whispers back, "Stay calm." You laugh, the echo bouncing through the stone. The stone is silent, but it listens to your laughter. You feel the pulse in your fingers, a steady beat. You inhale, allowing the calm to fill your lungs. You exhale, feeling your world soften. Your hands find the chalk again, ready for more. You let the circle grow, line after line, steady. The steady rhythm feels like a friend in the night. Historians still argue whether the spiral's depth was predetermined or spontaneous. The debate swirls, but your focus remains on creation. You feel a subtle warmth spread through your skin. The warmth echoes the stone's gentle thrum. You notice the air thick with the scent of old glue. The glue's scent is like a hug from the past. A joke arises. Glue is just glue, but sometimes it sticks to your soul. You grin, thinking of old glue. The circle finishes, its spiral a quiet masterpiece. The line feels complete, its edges softly rounded. You step back, watching the circle from a distance. The circle looks like a calm eye watching you. The calm eye feels as if it nods in approval. The stone feels close, like a companion. You feel the stone's pulse again, a faint thrum. You lay a gentle breath over it, like water on stone. Your breath meets the stone, a tiny ripple. The ripple vibrates, sending a hush into the room. You notice the whisper of the chalk's silence. You realize this is where your art takes its breath. A historical fact emerges. Stonehenge was completed around 5,000 years ago. You let that awe mingle with the stillness. The silence becomes even deeper. You feel the stones whisper like a lull. You feel the stones whisper like a lull. The air cools around your fingertips, humming softly. You pause, letting the silence settle into a thick velvet. You stare at the last curve, its edge crisp and deliberate. You remember the pattern, the rhythm building with each stroke. You sense that quiet hum, like a pulse in the very chalk. You hear a faint echo, a memory of stone humming in caves. You grin, thinking of that joke about chalk lines being ancient Wi-Fi. You chuckle, imagining the old scholars scrolling on stone tablets. You shift your stance, aligning your body with the chalk. You feel the grip tighten, your hand becoming a steady beat. You note how straight edges bite into the chalk, clean and sharp. You watch the line grow, a precise line that never wavers. You draw a sudden curve, looping in a perfect arc. You feel the curve soften the line's harshness, giving it grace. You realize how straight and curved edges collide in silent harmony. You picture a violin string intersecting a bow, producing a single tone. You inhale, letting the dust swirl, a soft white cloud. You exhale, noticing how each breath mirrors the line's steady beat. The circle now opens into a fan of lines, all radiating outwards. You feel the geometry breathe, inhaling, exhaling with subtle shifts. You laugh softly, joking that the lines are inhaling the room's atmosphere. You pause, listening for how the lines respond to your movements. You sense the chalk's tension, a taut string waiting to vibrate. You notice shadows on the wall, shifting with the faint hallway light. You see a faint outline of the Great Wall of China, stretching far. The Great Wall spans over 13,000 miles, a testament to human will. You let that fact wash over you, grounding your creative mind. A quirky tidbit floats to your consciousness. Some monks claim chalk dust reveals hidden prayers. You imagine a monk tracing lines, hearing whispered words in the grain. You smile, thinking of that fringe theory like a cosmic joke. You feel the chalk settle, laying a line that feels like a whispered promise. You think of how straight lines align like soldiers in a silent parade. You listen, hearing your own heart in perfect sync with that parade. You sense a faint vibration, the earth itself humming along. You feel the rhythm tightening, each line clicking into place. You realize the geometry feels like a metronome, gentle and patient. You chuckle quietly, muttering, "This is why my playlist is set to silence." You remember that tiny joke about chalk lines being the original internet. You trace a new stroke, following the rhythm you feel deep within. You notice the chalk's dust, tiny glittering specks under the low light. You inhale, feeling each particle as a tiny musical note. You exhale, letting the sound of your breath mingle with the room. You hear the whisper of the walls, a secret lullaby of old stones. You feel the lines wait, slow and deliberate as a midnight march. You feel the chalk's rhythm like a slow-paced heartbeat in the room. You think of how the lines become a song, but the notes are geometry. You feel the song's tempo, steady like a heartbeat in sleep. You hear a quiet click, the chalk tapping the board softly. You remember the open debate among scholars. Historians still argue whether chalk lines were decorative or sacred. You write that thought down, hearing it echo through your mind. You let the debate simmer while you focus on the next line. You feel the line as smooth as a calm river, but still has a path. You watch the line's curve bend, making gentle gestures of invitation. You smile, thinking of how this line is the ultimate shape of a bow. You feel the lines curve like a hand, reaching for a sunrise. You picture a sunrise rising over a stone horizon, slow and hopeful. You hear a faint chuckle inside your mind, reminding you of the quiet joke you told. You lay a new line, straight and steady, like a ruler held by a child. The line feels disciplined, but also free, like a bird perched on a fence. You hear the birds chirp, a subtle rhythm to your steady flow. You feel your breath sync with the bird's call, a tiny duet. You notice another line, this time a gentle arc that frames the circle. You feel the arc embrace the circle, a hug on the board. You laugh softly, imagining that arc as a cozy blanket draped over a sleeping kitten. You remember that joke about the chalk line being a lazy internet meme. You breathe, letting the rhythm of your lines soothe your mind. You feel the gentle pressure of the chalk as it moves, like a gentle weight resting on your palm. You imagine a story of ancient masons crafting stones with the same patience. You can hear their minds humming in the rhythm of the chalk. You can hear the old masonry master saying, "Let each line find its place." You keep the hand steady, the rhythm flowing smoothly through each stroke. You draw a line that curls inwards, forming a tiny spiraled lock. You feel the spiral as a doorway, a secret passage, inviting silent thoughts. You remember a fringe thought that chalk lines might hide messages in Morse code. You chuckle, imagining an invisible ghost message hidden between lines. You wonder if any of those lines whisper back when someone stands above them. You inhale deeply, letting the chalk's dust settle like quiet snowfall. You exhale, feeling the calm swell around your chest like a quiet ocean. You feel the rhythm of the lines like breaths, each one a pause before the next. You feel your body relaxed, your thoughts drifting into a slow waltz. You notice the faint line that cuts through the circle, a bold, bright slash. You smile at that boldness, thinking it's the only thing that's out of place. You feel the lines bite, a subtle reminder of geometry's rule. You take a moment, letting that line resonate with the rest. You hear a faint hum, a subtle resonance in the stone. You feel the hum as if the board is breathing itself. You draw a new line, a soft diagonal that leans into the circle. You feel it, subtle as a breeze through leaves. You laugh aloud, thinking of that joke about chalk as an origami whisper. You feel the line, a quiet story that whispers into the room. You hear a soft ah from the wall, a sigh of old stone. You feel that sigh as a promise that you will keep drawing. You sense that the room is full of hidden music, only your eye can hear. You breathe again, letting the rhythm anchor you in the present. You feel the ground beneath the chair, steady like a watchful guardian. You trace a line that mimics the rhythm of a slow heartbeat, not too fast. You feel it echoing the calm, a low frequency humming under your hand. You think of that joke you made about how chalk lines are like old ghosts. You sense the line as a silent ghost walking across the board. You hear the ghost's footfalls, a faint click of chalk on stone. You smile softly, knowing that the geometry is more than lines. It's a conversation. You feel the whisper of history, from Roman aqueducts to stone circles. You recall the mainstream fact that the Parthenon was built in 447 BCE. You let that knowledge fill you with a sense of wonder. You take a short break, feeling the rhythm of your breathing. You feel your heart sink with the lines, as if the chalk wrote a lullaby. You imagine a story where each line writes a sentence of a silent poem. You feel the poem echoing in the stone, a story of patience. You breathe slowly, letting your mind rest in the quiet. You feel the board's texture, gritty with chalk dust. You sense the dust as a memory of past sketches, like faint footprints. You think of the quirky tidbit that in some cultures, chalk lines are believed to ward off nightmares. You grin, feeling a subtle reassurance that you are protected by geometry. You feel the line again, a slender line straight across the middle. You feel a subtle pull, like a thread guiding your hand. You let that pull lead you to a new rhythm, a new line. You trace another line, this one curved like a wave. You feel the wave as a gentle rhythm, like sand moving across a shore. You hear a faint echo, a distant sea roar. You smile at that quiet joke about how chalk waves resemble beach waves. You feel the line as a quiet bridge connecting all previous lines. You think of how each line is a thread in a tapestry of silence. You feel the tapestry weaving itself as if the room is listening. You breathe, letting the rhythm fill your chest with tranquility. You notice a small indentation, a subtle mark left by the chalk. You feel the mark as a sign that your hand has been there. You sense the continuity, the quiet that carries through each line. You see the geometry becoming a gentle heartbeat, a lullaby for the stone. You feel the stone's breath, steady as a metronome ticking in the room. You laugh softly, thinking of the joke about the chalk line being the original lullaby band. You feel a ripple of quiet that spreads across the board. You imagine that ripple as a gentle wave touching every line. You think of how the rhythm of silence is the truest music. You feel the rhythm as a deep, steady thrum, a heartbeat of stone. You notice how each line is a note, all notes forming a calm, quiet chorus. You hear the chorus in your mind, a soft, low hum. You feel the hum under a blanket of dust, a dreamlike texture. You remember the open debate among historians about whether chalk lines were decorative or sacred. You let that thought linger, a gentle question in your mind. You return to the line, feeling the hand follow a simple, pure path. You feel the path as a quiet road leading to a restful destination. You sense that the line is gentle, like a whispered promise in the dark. You continue, feeling each stroke as a breath inhaled, exhaled. You feel the breath of geometry, calm and patient. You hear your own heartbeat echoing in the faint thrum of the board. You feel the harmony of your breath and the chalk, a tiny duet. You laugh quietly, thinking of the joke about chalk lines being the first form of meditation. You feel the meditation, a quiet pause in the day, a gentle hush. You realize the lines are a conversation between you and stone, silent yet deep. You notice that the pattern emerges, an almost hypnotic rhythm. You feel the hypnotic pull, tugging you toward the board with gentle insistence. You feel the pull as a calm invitation, promising peace. You breathe again, letting your senses align with the rhythm. You feel the rhythm of the line guiding your fingertips precisely. You feel the line's quiet power, steady as time itself. You think of how a master mason would feel hearing that power. You imagine the mason saying, "Let this line be the quiet anchor." You continue to draw, feeling each line as that anchor in the silence. You feel the anchor as a steady point, a reference for all future lines. You feel the lines aligning, a gentle lattice of quiet thoughts. You hear a soft sigh from the room, a release of tension. You feel the sigh as a release of your own thoughts, a calming wave. You think of that joke about how chalk lines are like silent protest signs. You smile, feeling the humor light up in subtle relief. You see the lines forming a complex web, but each thread is calm. You feel that web as a soft net, catching and holding silence. You feel your breath as part of that net, weaving with each other. You feel the net vibrating with a gentle, steady rhythm. You feel the rhythm as a lullaby, soothing the mind. You notice the room's temperature drop slightly, a subtle chill. You feel the chill as a reminder that the night is settling. You feel the night as a patient companion, joining your rhythm. You hear a faint crackle, like a campfire in the distance. You feel the crackle as a gentle accompaniment to your line. You smile, thinking of the joke about chalk lines being the original campfire stories. You keep drawing, feeling the lines stretch in calm and steady arcs. You feel each line as a gentle invitation, urging your hand to move. You feel the invitation reverberating, echoing with quiet intent. You notice a line that rises slightly, a tiny peak against the board. You feel the peak as a small mountain in your quiet landscape. You hear a faint roar from the peak, a tiny storm in your mind. You laugh softly, thinking that roaring mountain is nothing but a chalk. You realize the line has a story, written in silence and geometry. You feel the story as a quiet drumbeat, echoing your own heart. You feel your heart echo with the line's tempo, a steady rhythm. You keep drawing, feeling the board become a canvas of calm. You feel the canvas breathe, each line a breath of life. You breathe in again, letting the calm fill your entire body. You exhale, releasing all tension in a gentle sigh. You feel the sigh as a release of all thoughts, leaving room for quiet. You pause a moment, feeling the silence deepen around the circle. You taste the dust on your fingers, sweet with chalk. You feel the dust as a small reminder of the process. You think of the quirky tidbit that some believe chalk can write your fate. You chuckle, imagining a chalk line predicting tomorrow. You feel the chalk line as a prediction of calm, a quiet prophecy. You feel the prophecy as a gentle reminder to stay present. You breathe slowly, letting that reminder sink in. You feel the lines as music, not noise, and you listen. You feel the music of geometry, soft and subtle. You imagine the music flowing through the board into the very stone. You feel the stone's music, a deep, slow bass note. You laugh quietly, thinking the stone might be humming a lullaby. You feel the lullaby, gentle as a feather falling. You let the feather fall on the chalk line, a soft landing. You hear its little thud, a gentle applause. You feel applause as a quiet celebration of your patience. You feel the lines as a series, each one a note in the lullaby. You breathe in, letting the lullaby fill your mind. You exhale, allowing the lullaby's peace to settle. You notice the board, a silent friend, accepting each line. You feel the board's acceptance as a quiet nod. You smile, feeling grateful for this quiet ritual. You let the rhythm of your hand and the stone guide you forward. You feel each step, each line guided by a steady pulse. You sense the pulse as a heartbeat of stone, slow and deep. You feel the heartbeat as a calming force, steady as time itself. You hear the house settle, a steady groan in the night. You feel that groan as part of the geometry's silence. You feel that silence as a backdrop for your lines, quiet and profound. You remember that joke about chalk lines being the original secret handshake. You feel the secret handshake, a gentle invitation between you and stone. You feel the invitation as a quiet bridge to deeper calm. You continue drawing, feeling the rhythm like a gentle tide. You feel your breath, your body, your mind, all moving in this rhythm. You hear the rhythm echoed by the floorboards, the faint click. You feel that click as a subtle applause for your work. You smile, grateful for that applause, even if only by yourself. You sense the lines aligning, the geometry, a silent choir. You feel the choir in the room, the gentle hum of stone. You breathe, feeling each breath echo your lines, a dance of silence. You feel the dance as a slow, graceful ball, the rhythm never stopping. You feel your body move with that dance, slow and calm. You watch the final line, a gentle flourish across all. You feel the flourish as a final note in the lullaby. You feel that final note as a gentle release, a sigh. You hear the room breathe, the final note echoing into the night. You feel the night wrapping around the lines, a warm blanket of stone. You feel the blanket, comforting and steady, holding every line. You sense the lines now calm, finished, awaiting your next breath. You feel the lines and your breath sinking, a silent partnership. You smile, knowing this rhythm will be yours to revisit whenever needed. You feel the silence slide into your skin, as if a tide were rising. Each breath you take echoes through the empty hall, a soft reminder. The air hums with a low, almost inaudible pulse, steady as a heartbeat. You notice the dust that floats like tiny silver stars. You breathe in, the grains feel like miniature music notes. You exhale, letting the sound mingle with the stillness. The stone beneath your hand pulses, warm and patient. You trace a line, its edge sharp and pure. The line glows faintly, a memory in a blank world. You sense the chalk's weight, steady as a tide. You feel the stone's pulse, a quiet rhythm that fills the space. The stone hums softly, resonating beneath your hand. You watch the line form, a steady rhythm in the void. You hear the faint click, a tiny drumbeat in the silence. You feel the click as a signal, a quiet acknowledgement. The silence presses around your thoughts, wrapping them gently. The room feels thicker, like a calm blanket. You hold the chalk, its coolness anchoring your fingers. You begin a new stroke, a whisper across the wall. The stroke feels like a promise, carved in white. You listen for the wall's reply, a subtle hum. The hum syncs with your breath, a rhythmic dance. You are in the moment, where time folds inward. The air feels thicker, the stone louder beneath your hand. You trace an arc, its curve smooth and serene. The arc feels like a crescent moon in the dark. A quiet wind whispers through cracks in the wall. You feel the wind's touch, gentle and cool. The stone remembers echoes of days long past. You feel the echo of a master's careful touch. You glance at the mural of ancient stones. The mural shows a forgotten bridge across stone. You think of a quiet city under a fading sun. You feel the weight of silence, soft and deep. The silence is steady, a steady drum in the heart. You close your eyes, letting the room breathe. You feel the rhythm grow, like a tide pulling you in. You see that the stone's surface is a silent song. You feel that song fill the air, a gentle hum. You feel your own breath aligning with it. You hear the stone as a gentle listener. You feel the line's weight on your hands. You feel the line's length like a walking path. You feel the path in your mind, a quiet corridor. You feel the path lead to a gentle door. You see a door of white chalk, wide and steady. You feel the doors opening, a soft sigh from stone. You sense a new line opening beneath your hand. It appears like a river, steady and patient. You feel the river's current beneath your fingertips. You trace along the river's edge with deliberate grace. The edge feels cool, steady as a promise. You hear the murmur of the river, a quiet lullaby. The murmur flows with your breath. You feel the room's walls echo that murmur. You let the line flow, slow and sure. The line flows like a quiet song across stone. You breathe in, hearing the line's pulse. You exhale, feeling the line's rhythm return. The line cuts across with a steady beat. You feel the rhythm as a heartbeat in stone. You hear the stone's voice, quiet but clear. The voice hums, a gentle reminder of steadiness. You feel that the wall itself is listening. You sense the stone's patience, an ancient calm. You think of the Parthenon, built in 447 BCE. You feel the weight of history in your bones. You feel the stone's history, old as time. You hear the whispers of ancient footsteps. You feel the footsteps, a soft echo in your chest. The line continues, steady down the wall. You trace a line across a hidden seam. The seam hums, a quiet vibration in the wall. You feel the vibration under your hand. That vibration reminds you of a hidden door. You imagine a door opening with a soft sigh. The sigh is gentle, like a lullaby in stone. You feel the lines gather, forming a soft net. The net holds silence, a calm refuge. You inhale, the lines become a breathing net. You exhale, the net breathes with you. You feel the net's embrace around your thoughts. You smile, feeling the net's calm embrace. You feel your mind quiet under the net. You feel your hand steady in the line. You feel the line as a silent path. You feel that path guide your breath. You hear the lines hum as a wind song. You feel the wind, gentle and steady. You think of a joke about stone that writes itself. You chuckle, feeling the stone's humor. You feel the stone hum back, a steady murmur. You feel the chalk line in your mind, a quiet echo. You feel its echo vibrate in your chest. You feel the echo of a master mason's hand. You feel the mason's hand echo in stone. You feel the line like a thread of time. The thread glimmers, a quiet spark in stone. You feel that spark in your hands. You feel the spark lead to a hidden room. You imagine a room with a silent choir. You feel the choir's hum in your chest. You feel the room's hum as a lullaby. You feel the hum fill the room. You feel the hum's warmth spread in your limbs. You feel the warmth in your skin. You feel the stone accept your calm. You hear the acceptance, gentle and deep. You feel calm as the wall closes around you. You feel the wall embrace your breath. You feel the breath, a steady rhythm. You feel the line echo in the quiet room. You feel that echo as a drum in stone. You feel the line like a quiet heartbeat. You feel the heartbeat in the stone. You feel the stone's breath, steadier than time. You feel the stone breathing with your breath. You hear your own heartbeat in the line. You feel the rhythm of the line, soft and patient. You think of a joke about chalk lines being Wi-Fi. You laugh softly, feeling light in the hum. Your laugh echoes like a tiny bell. You feel the bell's tone in stone. You feel the lines echo in your mind. You feel the echo as a whisper. You feel the whisper of a secret. You feel the secret hidden beneath stones. You feel the secret as a calm heartbeat. You feel your heart sink with the stone. You feel the line as a quiet thread. You feel the thread weave through stone. You feel the thread bind your thoughts. You feel the thread tie you to the wall. You feel the wall hold your breath. You feel the breath like a tide. You feel the tide of silence. You feel the silence press softly. You feel the silence as a quiet cloak. You feel the cloak over your mind. You feel the mind calm beneath the cloak. You feel calm like a sleepy cat. You feel the cat's purr as a stone hum. You feel the hum wrap around you. You feel the hum like a lullaby. You feel the lullaby in the room. You feel the room's quiet. You feel that quiet as a blanket. You feel the blanket over your thoughts. You feel your thoughts settle into the blanket. You feel the blanket's weight steady. You feel the weight like stone. You feel stone as a quiet friend. You feel the friend patient and calm. You feel the line as a gentle tide. You feel the tide in your chest. You feel the chest pulse with the line. You feel the pulse like a drum. You hear the drum in your breath. You hear the breath like stone. You hear stone echo in your mind. You hear the echo echo. You feel the echo in your chest. You feel the chest quiet. You feel quiet as stone. You feel stone under your hand. You feel the warmth of stone. You feel the warmth like sun. You feel the sun behind stone. You feel the sun in stone. You feel the stone as a cradle. You feel the cradle holding you. You feel you are safe here. You feel the safety wrap around you. You hear the lines, silent but strong. You feel those lines like a rope. You tie yourself to them. You feel the rope steady. You feel steady as stone. You think of the quiet sunrise. You feel morning light on stone. You feel light like warmth. You feel warmth in your chest. You feel your chest warm. You feel the line as a soft echo. You feel the echo in the room. You feel the room hush. You feel hush as a breath. You feel breath like stone. You feel stone in your mind. You feel mind slow. You let your mind relax. You feel relaxed. You feel comfort in stone. You feel comfort like a hug. You hear the hug in the wall. You feel the wall as a friend. You feel the friend like a guide. You feel guided by the line. You feel guided by silence. You feel silence like a path. You walk on path of lines. You walk in quiet. You feel quiet like a lake. You feel lake calm. You stay calm. You stay quiet. You see your reflection in stone. You feel reflection like a mirror. You see yourself in line. You see your breath echo. You feel echo. You feel your breath like stone. You feel the stone's weight. You feel weight like a hand. You feel hand steady. You feel steady. You feel calm again. You see the line end. You see the ending like a bell. You feel bell's tone. You feel tone in room. You feel room's quiet. You feel quiet wrap. You feel wrap around. You feel around you. You feel you breathe. You breathe with line. You breathe like stone. You breathe slow. You breathe in. You exhale. You exhale quiet. You exhale in silence. Your silence is steady. You feel steady pulse. The pulse is quiet. You hear a quiet hum. You feel hum like wind. You feel wind in stone. You open your eyes slowly. You close your eyes again. You feel quiet. You feel stone. You feel final breath. You let final breath settle. You feel the lines echo. You feel echo. You feel calm. You feel stone under your hand. You feel hand at rest. You rest. You finish. You finish the line. You finish the moment. You finish the memory. You finish this quiet. You finish in calm. You finish in peace. You finish in stillness. You finish, knowing this rhythm will call again. As dusk settles, a murmuring chorus creeps across the wall. You feel the cool air brush my cheek like a sigh. The colors bleed into muted stone hues, as if the building itself is blushing. It feels as though you are listening to a choir of silent bells. You notice a faint echo, a ripple that travels from corner to corner. I whisper that the floor's old stones might be humming in Morse code. The sound drifts, as if the walls are breathing a slow lullaby. You hear a subtle tremor, a pulse like a heartbeat in gray plaster. The rhythm feels familiar, almost like the rhythm of a distant drum circle. You think about my previous comments and chuckle at my own sarcasm. I joke that chalk lines are the original Wi-Fi routers. The joke lands, and the room seems to chuckle back, slightly. A second joke twinkles around. The mason's compass is a compass for ghosts. The absurdity settles, and you continue, undeterred, tracing another line. The line is soft, delicate, a ribbon of white through the dusk. It feels as though each stroke writes a secret into the stone. You notice the dust rises, settling like confetti in dim light. You breathe in, inhaling the scent of old paper and chalk dust. The breath is calm, and you realize how quiet can be profoundly soothing. You exhale, sending a mist into the stone as if you're painting a cloud. The whispering stone seems to listen, echoing your exhale with a quiet chime. Your hand moves, guided by an invisible rhythm that the building has carved. You follow that rhythm, and it feels like a slow walk through time. A memory of a distant era flutters across your mind like a faint ghost of footsteps. You remind yourself that you are in a place that has outlived kings and empires. You think of the Roman Colosseum, once hosting 50,000 roaring spectators, a mainstream fact that anchors the scene. The image glows as the Colosseum's stones whisper their own stories. You wonder if the walls carry some strange secret, like the rumor that the floor of the Giza pyramid still hums when moonlight hits it. A curious tidbit that piques your intrigue. The idea lingers, sparking a tiny fire in your mind's kitchen. You feel the line forming a perfect arc, a curve that is like a sunrise on stone. It is as if the line remembers the geometry of the ancient star maps. You feel your thoughts aligning with the line, each breath a tick in a slow metronome. The metronome is set to the subtle cadence of the wall, almost a lullaby for the ears. The murmuring chorus intensifies gradually, as if it were a symphony that refuses to stop. You let your mind drift, listening to the soft chorus of stone. And you, the observer, are a small note in an endless song of stone. The chorus hums, and you notice a faint, distant chime that might be the echo of a forgotten key. You wonder about that key, imagining it to be a literal key that opens a hidden door. The thought turns into a joke. If that key is hidden, surely I left it in the fridge with my milk. You laugh softly, feeling the joke dissolve into the ambient soundscape. Your laugh becomes another layer of the chorus, a bright, small tone in a deeper silence. You feel the line continue, slow and deliberate, like a lullaby for the walls. The line seems to cradle the dust, gathering it into a soft halo of quiet. You trace along the edge of the line, feeling the chalk crumble gently under your tip. You notice the chalk dust, bright and pale, as if tiny stars are falling. The dust dissolves slowly, leaving a clean, fresh blank where the line will be next. You feel the air become a bit cooler as the dusk deepens, a gentle chill that tickles your skin. The temperature shift reminds you of a cold night in the desert, a subtle reminder of how far history stretches. You reflect on how the ancient builders were aware of how sun and shadows play against stone. You think of one truth: Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid's base was built by aliens or by skilled artisans. You hold that debate deep, like a secret that hangs in the air. The air feels thick with the weight of that question, a puzzle you might solve with a pencil and a thought. You choose to move forward, ignoring the debate, and you place another mark on the wall. The mark is small, precise, the kind of detail that might be misread as a mistake. You feel the wall's response, a faint vibration, as if the building is acknowledging your touch. You feel a faint pulse in the stone, a slow throb that syncs with your heartbeat. Your heartbeat feels steady, almost in tune with the pulse of stone. You realize that the walls, built centuries ago, do not forget the present. You think of a joke again, a rumor that certain catacombs under the Louvre secretly host a jazz club where the statues are the audience. The thought brings a smile, and you remember your earlier joke about Wi-Fi. The laughter is short, almost a breath, as you let the humor sink into the dimness. You trace another stripe, its straight line cutting a clean path through the wall's grain. You feel the chalk slide gracefully, as if the stone itself is guiding the motion. You notice the sound of your own breathing, a soft hiss that accompanies each inhale and exhale. Your inhale feels like a breath of fresh air, brightening a room filled with history. Your exhale releases a whisper that becomes part of the chorus, a soft sigh. The chorus swells, and you sense it spreading across the wall, a gentle wave of sound. You feel your head nod in rhythm, your shoulders relaxing with each beat of shadow. The light from the window drops to a muted, soft glow, the darkness curling around your shoulders. You observe the shapes of geometry forming, the edges of squares and circles becoming a quiet story. You imagine each shape as a traveler in a silent world, moving across ancient stone. You notice how the shapes whisper hints of balance, a feeling that is calming and comforting. You feel the quiet power of geometry, the way it can bring order to chaos. You think about the geometry used by the Romans in building the aqueducts, a reminder of their engineering genius. You feel the geometry of your line become a language, a way to communicate with stone. You imagine the line might be a letter, a secret message hidden in plain sight. The thought is whimsical, but you find it soothing, a sense that you are part of a larger story. You take a breath, feeling the air feel thicker as the night comes closer. The sound of the wall becomes almost music, like a harp that vibrates in the wind. You listen closely, feeling each vibration push into your chest, a reminder that the building holds many secrets. You feel a calm, subtle hum, as if the stone is singing a lullaby for those who listen. You feel the hum deepen, almost as if the building is breathing slowly, in and out. You imagine the building as a giant sleeping creature, its bones of stone moving in slow, majestic arcs. You chuckle quietly. This is one way a YouTuber could describe a cathedral's interior. You hold the chalk, feeling its coolness, anchored by a steady rhythm. You let the chalk rest and then lift it again, starting a new stretch across the wall. The new stretch is a straight line, a straight path that guides the eye through the dim. You feel the line act as a pathway for the light to travel, a guide for night. You notice that each line is a bridge, a quiet link between the present and the past. You think of that bridge like the one that connects the moon to the earth through a beam of light. You feel the line become a tiny beam of illumination against the darkness. You imagine your fingertips as a lantern, illuminating a hidden path. You remember that earlier joke about the Wi-Fi router line and think how the line might bring new light. The joke lands again, and you smile. You feel the line settle into place, as if it belongs in a pattern that you can't yet see. You feel your mind start to slow, each breath matching the pace of the new line. You let the breath be a subtle metronome. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. The rhythm feels natural, a lullaby that the stone is playing to you. You are aware that the line has become an imprint, a mark, a permanent memory. You notice that as the dusk deepens, the shadows on the wall become softer, almost pastel. The light shifts, and color changes like a painting that melts into dusk. You think of the colors of the dusk as the colors of a dream that the building keeps. The subtle shift feels gentle, as if the building is holding your breath along with you. You notice the quiet hum of other lines, echoing like distant whispers of a choir. You take a moment to let the quiet settle, listening to your own breath and the wall's pulse. You feel calm wash over you, as if the stone is breathing new life into your thoughts. You realize that the line you have drawn is a conversation with the ancient walls. You think of the ancient Egyptians who used stone and chalk to record their lives. You imagine those scribes in the twilight, sketching their myths against the stone. You feel a line of connection between the past and your present hand. You feel the line echo in your mind, a subtle rhythm that stays after the dusk is gone. You feel the stone's memory and the quiet lines you have made weave together. You imagine that memory as a slow dance, moving through time from dusk to dawn. You feel the memory become a lullaby, a hymn for the walls and the quiet observer. You see your own breath in harmony with the stone. You feel your breath becoming the echo of that lullaby, a gentle wave that lifts your mind. You think about the idea that stone remembers everything. It is the most patient archivist alive. You imagine the stone as a diary that whispers back when it is disturbed. You feel the stone respond with a subtle change, a new whisper that matches your breath. You feel the line become an imprint on that old diary, a new sentence written in white. You feel the sentence echo, drifting across a dark room filled with centuries. You notice that as you stare deeper, the line seems to light up with a faint glow. You believe that glow, like a faint star in a midnight sky, is the stone speaking politely. You feel the glow pulse gently, like the heart of the building is beating for you. You feel the heart as a calm rhythm that lulls you into a quiet trance. You take another breath, feeling the rhythm that will carry you into the night. You remember the earlier joke about the catacombs under Versailles being a secret jazz club. It brings comfort to your mind. You laugh again, softly, letting the laughter sink into the stone's quiet. You sense that the stone laughs back with a sigh, a gentle sound that flows into the dusk. You feel the sigh settle into your chest, the faintest echo in your lungs. You see the line extend, smooth and undulating, a gentle wave across the wall. The wave moves almost like a quiet ripple, a gentle sound that travels across stone. You feel the ripple as a slow pulse that you can feel in your fingertips. You feel your fingertips becoming part of that pulse, like a touch of light on stone. The touch is cool, an echo of the stone under the moonlit sky. You feel the stone cool, as if the building is a giant crystal, glowing in a quiet, distant light. You let your thoughts drift, like a cloud carried by wind across a blue sky. Only now it is dark. You feel your body relaxing, your limbs feeling light as a feather in a quiet void. You sense the line become a path for your mind. You no longer need to worry about tomorrow's rush. You feel the path guide you into a dream, a space where the building is a silent guide. You notice the faint hum growing more complex, an intricate melody of a building's pulse. You feel that melody, like a lullaby for the ancient stone. The lullaby is soothing, and you realize that you are part of a larger conversation. You see the line in your mind, etched in white against the stone's dark background. You realize the line is a story, a tale told by you, by the stone, and by the silent time around you. You hold that image, letting it settle into your heart. You notice that the shadows have deepened, and the light is now a pale, almost ghost-like glow. You think the light is a silent dancer across the face of the wall, moving with the quiet pulse of stone. The dancer's steps are echoic, and you feel your breath in rhythm with it. You take another breath, feeling wind brush against your face. The wind is gentle, reminding you that life is moving even when quiet. You imagine the wind as a soft voice from the stone, encouraging you to stay calm. You feel comfort in the silence, a sense that you are not alone. You think about the knowledge that geometry can be an act of silence. It is a quiet language. The quiet language talks to you, and you feel your thoughts align with it. You feel the quiet language echo in your mind, creating a rhythm that stays with you. You notice the line's final stretch, a small, almost imperceptible line near the ceiling. You feel the line's glow becoming its own little sunbeam, a point of light in the darkness. You consider the tiny sunbeam as a reminder that even in night, light persists. You think of the way the stars are small points of light in a vast sky, much like the small line in the wall. You feel that light, small yet bright, stirring something deep inside. You notice that the light invites curiosity, and you allow it to do so. You sense that curiosity is a guide, a compass leading you to the hidden stories. You feel the compass, a quiet intuition that points to the next line. You take a breath, feeling the breath as a bridge to the next act. You feel the line as a silent lull that invites a deeper calm to settle. You notice that the line is smooth, the chalk leaving a faint trace. You feel your fingertips cool against the stone, the echo of the line settling into silence. You realize the line could be a symbol, a mark that a quiet mind could read. You feel the symbol, an artifact carved in quiet, the stone's patience reflected. You feel the patience of the stone, the building's own lullaby that has never been broken. You sense that patience is the building's way of giving, inviting your mind to rest. You feel the quiet, and you know that your own thoughts can still follow the same rhythm. You realize that your thoughts, like the lines, are quiet and purposeful, leading to a calm mind. You inhale, letting calm fill your body, like the stone's cool silence. You exhale, letting your mind release tension, as if the walls had a hand to wipe it away. You taste the air, feeling it cool and bright, a reminder that the night is alive. You feel the night, the building, the lines, and the hushed pulse all together. You find solace in that connection, knowing that each line is a conversation. You hear that conversation, a gentle whisper that never ends. You feel that this never-ending conversation is what keeps your mind from wandering. You are, in turn, part of that conversation, and it is an anchor for your soul. You close your eyes, feeling the stone's pulse become a soft lullaby. The lullaby wraps you like a blanket of whispers. You feel your heart aligning with the silence of the building, a perfect symphony. You notice the final breath coming, a calm exhale. The exhale is a sigh that goes almost unnoticed, but it is part of the building's song. You feel that sigh, a small wave of sound that passes through stone. You sit still, letting the song fill every space of your mind. You notice how the song is a thread that threads you into the building's own history. You feel that thread pulling gently, as if it is inviting you to rest. You inhale deeply, feeling the stone's breath join yours like a duet. You exhale slowly, feeling the stone's pulse settle beside your own. You realize that when you let go, your own rhythm blends with the building's hum. You sense that integration is a quiet dance that has no tempo, no rush. You feel the final line of the evening's murmur settle, its glow fading to dim. You see the last line like the last note of a music track, soft and distant. You recognize that this note will echo in the future as the building continues to whisper. You feel the echo, a reminder that the story goes on. You close your eyes, your mind still humming with the building's lullaby. You feel a final, soft breath of the night, a quiet goodbye that lingers. You know the rhythm will come again when you next walk into this hushed space. You feel the promise that a new line will begin, and this time you will be ready to catch it. You feel the promise that a new line will begin, and this time you will be ready to catch it. The chalk trembles in your hand like a shy hummingbird, poised for precision. You lift it, feeling the roughness of the slab against your fingertips. The line you will draw tonight echoes the weight of 1,000 hours. You set the point where your previous stroke met the wall's curve. You pause, inhaling the dry scent of dusty stone and chalk dust. You exhale, sending a tiny cloud across the surface. You feel the whisper of the wall, a soft susurrus that answers. The room hums, not loud, but a steady undercurrent to guide you. You notice that the dust settles like mist after a gentle rain. You adjust the needle of your spirit, aligning it with the line's path. Every measurement you make sounds like a bell held in silence. You find the perfect place where the chalk meets the stone, like a whisper in an echo chamber. You begin the stroke, a thin river of white carving through darkness. The motion feels like a secret handshake between you and the ancient bricks. You wonder if a Roman legionnaire might have used a similar chalk tool. The Romans built a network of roads that covered 50,000 miles, a modern marvel of precision. You smile, imagining dusty footfalls echoing through the same stones. You notice a hidden crack in the wall where light gathers at twilight. You pause to trace around it, your hand following the geometry of a perfect circle. The circle forms a quiet breath in the dusk, a moment of perfect stillness. You feel the air shift, a subtle tilt in the room's energy. You remember the joke about the Wi-Fi router line, and a small grin forms. You think the line might actually double as a signal jammer for pigeons. You chuckle softly, feeling the humor settle like a feather. The room sounds like a giant sleeping creature, breathing slowly. You feel your breath aligning with its rhythm, a subtle metronome in stone. You hear a distant creak, the building reminding you of its age. Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid's base was built by aliens or by skilled artisans. The debate lingers in your mind, a quiet echo of possibility. You return focus to the chalk, letting the line grow with patient grace. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen joke, feeling ridiculous yet relieved. The line stretches like a thread through time, connecting past and present. You feel the chalk's tip find the exact spot, satisfying a hidden desire for order. The wall's response is subtle, a vibration that confirms your precision. You feel your heart sink with the subtle pulse in the stone. You breathe in, letting the quiet expand, feeling the moment like a slow sunrise. You breathe out, letting tension dissolve into the stone's coolness. You feel the chalk crumble gently under your tip where the line ends. The dust fades, leaving a clean blank that invites new thoughts. The air cools a bit as dusk deepens, a gentle chill that tickles your skin. You think of a desert night, the silence louder than any city's clamor. You wonder if the ancient builders were aware of how shadows danced across their walls. You let your mind wander, then snap back to the line, feeling the steady groove. You see the line's edge sharpen, a crisp line that speaks of intent. You feel the stone remember the shape, a patient archivist holding every mark. You imagine the wall as a diary, its pages turning with each new stroke. You feel its words echo softly, a narrative written in chalk and dust. A joke pops up, This one about how the catacombs under Versailles might host a jazz club. The image warms you, feeling a connection to hidden stories. You feel the line settle, a quiet pause before you continue. You take a moment to adjust your stance, aligning with the natural rhythm of the stone. You feel the chalk's weight, a gentle reminder of the craft's physicality. You begin another line, this time in a more confident cadence. You find a subtle groove where the line feels like an invitation. You trace its path, feeling the line's rhythm match your breath. The motion feels like a conversation between tool and wall, silent yet profound. You notice the fine dust rising, swirling like tiny planets in a midnight sky. You inhale, letting the scent of chalk and stone settle in your lungs. You exhale, releasing any tension like a sigh through the corridor. You feel the line's edges sharpen, a soft border that defines space. The stone's texture plays with light, turning the line into a shadow in twilight. You think of the ancient Egyptians, whose scribe lines etched life into stone. Historians still debate whether the earliest record of geometry comes from the Sumerians or the Egyptians. The debate echoes in your mind, a quiet ripple against your calm focus. You let that uncertainty settle like dust, unnoticed and harmless. You feel the line's perfect placement, a small victory in the vastness of history. You recall the joke about Wi-Fi lines. Perhaps this chalk is a modern router for silence. You laugh softly, the humor folding into the ambience like a gentle wave. You feel the line extending from one corner to another, a bridge across time. You sense the line's path is balanced, a subtle reminder of harmony in geometry. You notice the wall's faint vibration, matching the rhythm of your heartbeat. You feel your pulse, steady, intertwined with the stone's pulse. You breathe in, letting the world narrow to the line and the quiet. You breathe out, releasing the room into a deeper silence. You feel the chalk's tip gliding, a caress on stone. The motion is slow, deliberate, like a slow dance between you and the wall. You find a slight curve, a gentle arc that speaks of sunrise. You trace it, letting the line breathe in with each stroke. The line grows, a thread that weaves itself into the room's history. You feel the chalk's weight settle, confirming the line's precision. You think of the quiet compass, perhaps a compass for the forgotten. You remember that joke about the compass for ghosts, echoing in your mind. You smile, feeling the humor as a small relief from the intensity of focus. The line's edge softens, the chalk releasing its dust only where necessary. You take a breath, feeling the stone's coolness against your palm. You feel the line's completion, a gentle sigh of the building. The line stands quiet, a silent proclamation of exactness. You hear the faint hum around the room, a subtle chorus of stone and time. You feel the hum, a gentle pulse that resonates with your breath. You think of a fringe tidbit that some claim the stones here absorb sound and release it at dusk. The idea lingers, a quirky notion that feels almost supernatural. You let it fade, staying rooted in the line's simplicity. You adjust the next stroke, ensuring it aligns perfectly with the prior. You sense the geometry speaking in whispers, guiding your hand. You notice the light shifting, a subtle play that makes each line glow faintly. You feel the line absorb that fleeting glow, a silent memory of light. You hear a tiny creak, the building settling as the day ends. The sound is soft, like a sigh from the walls. You recall the joke about a catacombs jazz club, another layer of humor in the night. You laugh gently, the laughter easing the tightness in your shoulders. You feel calm, letting the soundscape lull you to a relaxed state. You focus on the line, feeling its edges sharpen against the stone. You sense the chalk, leaving a faint trace that the building will remember. You recall how the Roman aqueducts used precise angles to carry water long distances. You feel the same precision echo in your line, a tiny channel of order. You think the building's history is a series of quiet, precise lines carved over centuries. You feel that lineage flowing through your hand. You notice the wall's texture, a subtle grain that gives the line character. You feel the chalk touch, a gentle click as it leaves its mark. You breathe in, feeling the coolness of the stone on your tongue. You inhale, letting the quiet fill your senses. You exhale, letting the line grow in the quiet. You feel the line's weight, the way each stroke has purpose. You consider that the building may have its own rhythm, a hidden metronome. The rhythm exists, a slow, slow beat that your line matches. You smile, remembering the joke about Wi-Fi lines again. You feel your hand steady, guided by an unseen rhythm. You trace another straight line, an anchor in the darkness. The line's line is crisp, a steady beat in the hushed room. You feel this line as a pathway, a silent guide through the stone. You let the line unfold, feeling the calm settle like a blanket. You notice the dust rising again, drifting in the late afternoon. You inhale, letting the dust settle on your fingers. You exhale, letting the line grow quietly. You feel the chalk's tip meet the stone, a satisfying click. You sense a gentle vibration echoing your breath. You think the building might be listening to your movements. You recall that joke about the compass for ghosts, laughing softly. The humor anchors you, grounding you in the present. Your line stretches, a quiet ribbon of white. You feel the line's path align with the subtle shape of the wall. Your breath matches the line, a slow dance in silence. You feel the line's edges crisp, cutting through the darkness. The line is an instrument, tuned to the building's silent frequency. You notice the floor's dampness, the faint moisture clinging to the stone. You feel each stroke more deliberate, intentional. You sense a subtle shift in the building's pulse, matching your own. You breathe in, feeling the stone's coolness against your palm. You breathe out, letting your thoughts drift into the line. You feel the line complete a small circle, a tiny universe. You feel the circle symmetry, an echo of ancient geometry. You think of the fringe tidbit about stones absorbing sounds and releasing them. You let that idea swirl like dust, a whimsical possibility in your mind. You return focus to the next stroke, aligning with the circle's edge. You feel the chalk's tip glide, a soft whisper on stone. The line expands, a ribbon that unspools into the night. You sense the building's quiet, an ongoing conversation. You feel the line's edge kiss the wall, a quiet affirmation. You notice the faint glow behind your chalk, a glow that does not light the room. You breathe in, feeling the quiet light surround you. You breathe out, letting your focus sharpen. You feel the line's perfect placement, a calm center in the chaos. You sense the line as a silent bridge between moments. You laugh quietly at the joke about why 5 lines. This line might be the router for silence. You feel calm, the humor blending into the quiet. You feel your breath matching the line's rhythm. You hear the stone's subtle hum, a quiet lullaby that keeps time. You feel the line's edges aligning, a small act of precision in the silent hall. You notice a faint resonance in the corner, a subtle echo of geometry. You align your hand, matching the resonance with your line. You feel the chalk release dust only when it must, conserving its silence. You sense the balance, a silent equilibrium at each stroke. You breathe in, letting the silence fill the room. You breathe out, letting the line extend. You feel the line become a quiet path through the darkness. You think of an open debate where historians argue about the true age of this building, its origins. The debate hums in your mind, a quiet tension. You let it drift, focusing on the line instead. You place the line gently, a stroke of calm in the night. You feel the line finish, a quiet moment of satisfaction. You notice the faint hum of the wall, a subtle vibration. You align your breath, sync with the hum, a slow, steady beat. You feel the line's perfection, a quiet triumph in an ancient space. You sense a small ripple of energy, a quiet ripple in your palm. You pause, feeling the dust settle around the line. You inhale, feeling the cool stone against your palm. You exhale, letting the line's quiet become part of your breathing. You let the wall breathe in with your line, a silent duet. You feel the line extend, a silent thread weaving through the night. You smile, feeling the line as a quiet story in stone. You hear a faint crackle of old mortar under your steps. You feel the line's edges soften, a gentle whisper. You realize this line is tiny, but meaningful, like a star in a vast sky. You think of the quirky tidbit that some say the stones hear hum at moonlit nights. You let the thought drift, staying in the present of the line. You continue, each stroke guided by quiet intuition. You feel your breath steady, the room's silence steady. You feel the line align with the wall, a perfect match. You notice the faint light that lingers with the chalk. You breathe in, feeling the calm. You breathe out, letting your mind rest. You feel your hand steadied by the quiet. You sense a final whisper of the building, a sigh of stone. You feel the line's final touch, a quiet conclusion. You breathe in, letting the silence envelope you. You breathe out, letting the line rest. You let the quiet settle, and the room feels complete. You listen for the faint, steady rhythm of the walls, a quiet metronome. You feel the rhythm in your chest, a gentle pulse. You exhale, letting the lines settle into the stone. You feel the peace deepen. You feel the line become part of the building's quiet story. You know the line will echo when you return, a quiet invitation. You feel the promise of another line, another calm night. You breathe, feeling the room settle, and the silent rhythm guides you forward. You slide your hand back to the chalk, feeling the horizon stretch. A faint twilight curls around the corridor, casting long fingers across the stone. The sky blurs into a muted violet, as if the world is taking a slow breath. Your shoulders relax, letting the silence settle like a cushion beneath your feet. You stare at the distant line where daylight meets stone, a horizon in miniature. It feels as though you are standing in a doorway between day and night. You gently lift the chalk and let the first stroke ripple across the wall. The line glides like a ribbon, trailing the twilight into hidden corners. A faint murmur reaches you from below. The floor creaks like old bones. You adjust your grip, matching the rhythm of the walls with your own heartbeat. Your breath syncs with the stone, a quiet metronome that never misses a beat. The silence feels almost sacred, the kind of hush you hear in meditation apps before sleep. You pause, scanning the horizon again, and notice a faint silver line where the light fades. It reminds you of the edge of an old postcard with the phrase, "Stay classy." You chuckle lightly. The building seems to share your sense of stone humor. That joke about chalk becoming Wi-Fi in stone still makes the room feel like a club. A cool draft brushes your cheek, announcing the evening's descent. You find the horizon line softening like a hand, gently folding light into shadow. Around you, the floor's texture catches the last rays, a mosaic of stone and dust. You lean forward, feeling the coolness rise from the wall like a low tide of stone. A historical fact floats to your mind. The Great Pyramid originally stood at 146 meters high. You let that remind you human hands measured stone for millennia. The wall feels like an old diary, each line writing new stories of the present. You pause, sensing the corridor's depth grow, every step echoing under your feet. You remember that quirky tidbit some claim the stone you stand on whispers lullabies. If you listen, you let the idea settle like a soft blanket around a sleeping child. You lift the chalk again, feeling the stone's subtle resistance, like a nod from a patient teacher. Your hand glides, the line widens into a gentle arch, mirroring a crescent moon. You watch the line expand across the wall, the quiet horizon widening in front of you. You feel the edges soften, as if the stone is inhaling and exhaling with your breath. Historians still argue whether the earliest known map was drawn by the Sumerians or the Egyptians. You let that echo sit inside you, a quiet curiosity like a pebble in a calm lake. Your breath slows, deep and steady, matching the rhythm the lines create. You hear the faint vibration of the hall, a low hum that keeps time. It feels as though the building itself is listening to your outline. You smile, imagining the corridor as a giant recording device, capturing every whisper. You continue line by line horizon, forming a delicate tapestry that drapes across the wall. Each mark feels like a note in a silent melody, waiting to be played. Your chuckle echoes faintly, a gentle reminder that even stone appreciates humor. You glance back, watching twilight deepen, painting the wall in charcoal strokes. The horizon line glides further, drawing a soft border between day and night. You feel the stone's temperature shift, cooling under your palm like a secret. Your thoughts drift to old stories told about stone bending light. You recall the fringe tidbit. Some say these walls resonate with moon phases. It feels like a playful trick, a prank the universe plays on weary explorers. You bring your hand back to chalk, ready to carve the next segment. A line snakes across a smooth curve, following the rhythm of evening. You feel the chalk tip kiss the wall, leaving a faint spark of white dust. Dust settles around the edge, a cloud that slowly blends into the stone. You pause, letting the silence wrap you like a soft blanket. Your eyes rest on horizon, now a faint line of silver against stone. It feels like a promise, a silent invitation to keep drawing. You laugh softly again, this time at the idea that your chalk could be a router. Nothing actually runs, but the joke keeps the mood light. Each stroke becomes a meditation, the walls echoing your focus. You feel the line's depth, the space between stone and chalk's mark growing subtle. The horizon feels almost tangible, as if you could reach its curve. You notice a shard of light catching on chalk dust, a star in stone night. You let the image settle, like a picture frame resting on a windowsill. The wall's texture shifts, a subtle ripple that feels like breathing. You keep your hand steady, tracing horizon as it expands into darkness. Your mind lingers on that fringe tidbit again, a thought that feels almost playful. Stone whispers back, crackles humming a lull in night. You adjust chalk's angle, aligning it with faint glow of corridor. Line smooths into delicate curve, a ribbon that drifts along stone. You feel chill of midnight creeping along wall, a cool breath on skin. Your breathing syncs with that coolness, a rhythm that drifts with your hand. You pause, letting silence fill space, a blanket of quiet. You feel chalk tip tremble slightly, a reminder that even stone has heartbeat. You smile, remembering joke about Wi-Fi lines again, a gentle ribbing. The horizon becomes soft line, a boundary that feels like a final breath. You feel stone's pulse, a slow thrum that follows your heartbeat. You let line rest, a quiet completion that settles like sigh. Corridor breathes, filling night with soft hum. You taste faint air of stone, a mineral scent that speaks of ages. Your thoughts return to horizon, a line stretching beyond your vision. You wonder if walls remember every line drawn, cataloging each with quiet pride. You feel weight of chalk low, in hand steady as midnight. You align breath with stone, each inhale drawing quiet as folded paper. Each exhale releases tension, a wave of peace washing across wall. You feel horizon grow faint, a silver thread weaving through darkness. You hear subtle creak building, settling, a lullaby for mind. You close, eyes letting horizon guide toward sleep. Line remains ghostly reminder of hand's path. You feel stone under palm cool steady as night sky. Your body relaxes, each muscle unwinding like chords struck in silence. You sense lines, story whispered, narrative written across stone. Horizon fades, leaving only subtle glow of faintest chalk dust. You inhale, and air feels soft veil over stone. You exhale, space feels full of quiet anticipation. You remain seated, horizon a silent promise, new lines await. You feel calm seep deeper, a tide pulls into rest. Your mind drifts, horizon dissolving into dreamscape white lines. You let chalk's memory guide comfort in quiet, building sighs once more, a steady breath before night claims silence. You close eyes again, and horizon slips away like dream never fades. You feel weight chalk, settle gentle reminder, quiet creation. You breathe, heart slowing, aligning with stone's steady thrum. Line stands silent, perfect, quiet testament patience. You feel horizon echo, soft murmur lingers, stone memory. Night deepens, the corridor light dims to whisper. You remain listening, breathing, as horizon fades into stillness. Your mind settles, embracing quiet, ready next line creation. You rest knowing horizon returns a new line awaiting hand. Silence stays canvas for next whispered brushstroke. You smile, grateful, quiet close, eyes another sleep. A cool draft brushes cheek, announcing evening descent. You laugh softly again, joke about chalk router seems less ridiculous. Tiny motes of dust dance, caught dimmer glow hallway, swirling like miniature comets, quiet sky. Motes swirl around chalk line like miniature comets in a quiet sky. You let moment linger, silence, wrapping a soft blanket over time. Your mind untangles other thoughts, but line stays steady on wall. You recall quirky, tidbit stone's store sound, releasing at night. You wonder building, sings lullaby to those who listen. You feel echo ears, faint pulse keeps grounded. Horizon line glimmers, subtle promise of new shapes yet to come. You close eyes, breathing slowly, as if counting stars in dark room. Your throat relaxes, tension melts into stone underhand. You hear faint click, chalk tip returns, rest, dusted line. Subtle vibration courses wall, a heartbeat reaching across stone. You feel rhythm, aligning pulse, quiet partnership night. You sense horizon folding back into soft line, as if a dream folds itself. Night thickens, breath keeps space, light feathers cushion. You sit listening, stone quiet story of countless hands shaping time. Horizon line now, a faint ghost, whispers more lines await if you choose draw. You smile, feeling weight creation, settle gentle pillow. Corridor light flickers, a soft glow fades like lull night. Your mind drifts, horizon again, line shimmering, promise new geometry. You reach for chalk, feeling stone cool against fingertips. Line beckons, a whispered invitation. Continue, quiet dance. You begin, hand moving smoothly, sound, chalk, a soft hiss. Each new stroke echoes horizon before cycle, never truly ends. You stay gentle focus, as stone lullaby keeps trance. Horizon dissolves into night, replaced by promise fresh lines. You feel quiet thrill, following a new line, a tiny spark creation. You feel quiet thrill, following a new line, a tiny spark creation. The wall glows faintly, silver dust, reflecting twilight's last breath. Your breath syncs with the stone's hushed pulse, a lullaby of midnight. You lean closer, feeling the cold seep through the plaster. Night deepens, and the city beyond the windows hushes into dreams. You pause, feeling the weight of silence, a blanket for your mind. The chalk in your hand feels cool, familiar, like a companion. You decide to draw a circle, a perfect geometry of stillness. You rotate the stick, each motion a gentle sweep across marble. The circle closes with an echo, a soft clink of chalk on stone. You lean forward, the breath of the room warming your ears. A faint humming rises, perhaps the walls themselves breathe along with you. You smile, the sound gentle, like an old friend's sigh. Your mind drifts to the city lights outside, flickering like distant fireflies. You imagine each lantern a tiny galaxy, orbiting in the night. A soft click of the old hinge on the door, a reminder of the night's rhythm. You lean forward again, drawn by the invisible song of geometry. You reach for your notebook, its pages cracked, waiting to record the hush. You write, midnight's quiet beat echoes in stone, the words a soft promise. Your pen pauses, the ink glistening like the night sky. You set the book aside, turning to the wall again. Another line forms, an arc that follows the shadow's curve. Its silhouette dances, a partner to the hush breathing in stone. You feel the rhythm of your own breath, matching the stone's pulse. The temperature drops slightly, a cool breath that lingers in air. You notice the small brass fixture on the wall, its light a single star. You turn it off, darkness embracing the room like a thick blanket. The only sounds are your breathing and the faint hum of the ventilation. You let your mind wander to places you've never visited, guided by the line's memory. In the distance, a siren wails, a distant echo of city life. But here, the walls hold the hush, a sanctuary for the slow. You lean forward, the chalk resting against your thigh, a comforting weight. You think of how a mason's hands sculpt the world into a language of lines. The world outside feels distant, while stone and chalk form a shared rhythm. You close your eyes. The line under your fingertips feels like a secret. Your senses sharpen, noting the faint scent of oil paint in the air. The smell reminds you of old galleries, where art speaks in silence. You hear the crackle of the lamp, a distant heartbeat of the room. You allow yourself to dissolve into the quiet, leaving the world aside. The wall's surface glistens, a faint sheen under the dim light. You touch the chalk holder, its cool metal steady against your palm. A subtle vibration runs through the metal, a rhythm matching your pulse. You listen to it, the sound a low hum, a secret choir. You let your mind wander further into the night's embrace. The moon peeks through clouds, a silver coin in the sky. Its light paints the walls with a subtle, pale glow. You feel the world outside soften, its edges blur. You let the twilight seep into your thoughts, a cool blanket of dark. The corridor feels like a breathing creature, sighing with each breath. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow pulse of stone. You notice a faint light flickering near the ceiling, a tiny firefly. It dances, casting shadows that swirl like soft galaxies. You trace the dancing light with your eyes, following its path. The light slows, as if the night itself is taking a breath. You feel a connection, a bridge between your pulse and the world around. The walls whisper back, a lull that soothes your mind. You close your eyes, letting the world seep into dream. A soft hum swirls, a lullaby of stone and dark. You hear each stone breathe, each breath a note, a secret. Your thoughts drift like a feather on a night wind. The line on the wall glimmers faintly, a steady pulse of light. You feel gratitude for the quiet, for the lines that hold stories. You inhale, the air smelling faintly of limestone and night air. You exhale, the breath a small wave across the stone. The world slips away, the line a beacon in darkness. You feel the night around you, an embrace of cool whispers. You breathe, the rhythm of stone and yours intertwining. You close your eyes, the line a soft, fading echo. You slip into sleep, the corridor holding your quiet. The chalk rests, its purpose fulfilled, a guardian of silent poetry. Your mind drifts, the sound of your pulse merging with stone. You are a mason of quiet, shaping silence with each line. The walls keep the memory, the night waits for your return. You rest, the line on the wall a promise that never ends. You dream of stone, of chalk, of endless quiet. The night takes you deeper, a lull that never ends. The corridor breathes, the walls whisper, the line sings. You find yourself at the edge of a new dawn. Your hands still warm, chalk dust sparkling like tiny stars. You smile, the quiet of the night, a lullaby in your heart. Stone exudes a gentle sigh, releasing old breath. I inhale, feeling the hush around me. The cool dust lingers, echoing silent history. You notice the faint scent of limestone in the air. It's like a museum whispering its long secrets. You pause, savoring the stone's quiet patience. Light filters through cracks, painting soft shadows. You trace the line, feeling the grit beneath the chalk. A small click from the loose floorboard interrupts the hush. You chuckle softly. No, not a joke, just a reflex. The crack is a reminder that even stone laughs. Historians still argue whether the Library of Alexandria was ever truly destroyed. A quirky tidbit. Some claim the moon's surface is smooth cheese for aliens. But that thought leaves the stone in awe. You lean in, the texture becomes a story. The line bends, an arc of ancient breath. It feels like a sigh of the earth itself. You inhale again, absorbing the silence. A faint hum rises from the walls. It echoes like a distant choir of stone voices. You listen, letting the hum settle in your ears. The hum is so mellow it could soothe a toddler. You think of a kid who asked, "Is stone loud?" The answer: stone is the hush behind noise. You keep your breath steady, matching the rhythm. The line glows faintly, dust sparkling like microstars. As you exhale, your breath mingles with the dust. The dust feels like a cosmic sigh in your lungs. You wonder how long this stone has held such breath. The wall remembers the ancient workers who chiseled it. The ancient workers carved symbols that still whisper. Your hands hover, feeling the smoothness. The chalk releases a faint scent of chalk dust. You inhale the dust, picturing chalk clouds from the classroom. The classroom sounds distant, but the dust remains. Your breath, slow, fills your chest in a cradle. You keep breathing, synchronizing with stone's slow pulse. You feel the heartbeat of stone under your fingertips. The stone's pulse is steady, unhurried, timeless. In the hush, you hear your own heart whispering. You compare the stone's size to a lullaby. The lullaby is gentle, almost teasing your thoughts. Your thoughts drift like floating lanterns to the ceiling. A lamp's light flickers, casting dancing shadows. Shadows play on the line, enhancing its curve. You watch the line curve like a gentle river. The river might be made of stonemason's chalk. The chalk is steady, precise, almost hypnotic. You feel a connection between your breath and chalk. The connection is soothing, easing a restless mind. The line becomes a meditation anchor in the dark. You keep your focus on the simple curve. The curve feels like a promise of return. You remember the first day you touched a stone. Your hands were young, eager, naive. Now, you touch the stone like an old friend. Familiar pressure, familiar cool, familiar sigh. The sigh reaches your nostrils, filling your lungs. You hold the breath, letting it settle like a stone. The stone's coolness travels down your arm. It tingles, reminding you of distant nights. The night outside is a tapestry of flickers. You feel the night wrap around the stone. The stone, a timeless sentinel, listens. The sentinel listens to your quiet breathing. Your breath, a gentle wave, caresses the chalk. The chalk, like a brush, paints silence. Silence is the song the stone sings. The song is sweet, almost absurd in its quiet. Absurd is its word, it's simply calm. You notice a tiny insect near the corner. It flutters. The insect breathes softly. The insect's breath matches the stone's sigh. You laugh softly, just a little, not an outburst. The chuckle blends with the stone's hum. You keep your focus on the line's curve. The curve is not an arc, but a story. A story of careful hand and patient heart. You picture a mason, his arms sweating, yet steady. The mason's sweat is like a river of effort. Effort flows into the line the night draws. The night's darkness deepens, yet the line glows. The glow is faint, like a dream on stone. It lingers, like a breath that never ends. You feel the lines weight in your palm. The weight is not heavy, but comforting. Comforting weight settles in the palm of your hand. The hand rests, the line in your sight. You inhale again, feeling the ancient dust. The dust is a memory in powder form. Powder of memory, memory of stone. You exhale, the dust rising like a cloud. The cloud fades, leaving cool stone behind. The stone remains steady and unshaken. You stay quiet, the world outside a distant hum. The hum is a soft thrum, barely heard. You hear a faint creak as the ceiling settles. The creak is a heartbeat of the building. The building's heartbeat matches your own breath. Your breath and the building pulse together. When the building sleeps, so do you. Sleep, you whisper, in stone and silence. The whisper is soft, almost a secret. The secret is that the stone knows all. You sense the stone's knowledge like a tide. The tide flows with a gentle current. The current is your breath and the stone. You exhale, and the stone exhale with you. Your breath and stone are in a duet. The duet is small, but it sings. The song is soothing, soothing the mind. The mind unspools its tangled thoughts. Thoughts become threads you let drift. You let the threads drift, slow as snowfall. Snowfall is gentle, so does the stone. Stone drifts with its own rhythm. The rhythm is like a lullaby by night. Night's lullaby soothes the world outside. You watch the night from the window above. A glimpse of stars, tiny bright embers. You think of stars as quiet whispers. Whispers within star and stone. You notice the clock tick, steady ticks. Ticks echoing, small as a heartbeat. You think of tick as a stone's pace. The pace matches the hush of stone. You smile, the line a quiet map. The map leads to an old memory. Memory of your first night on the job. The job was a long, lonely task. Loneliness here feels like a gentle companion. Companion is stone, your breath, you. You keep breathing, the stone breathing. The stone's breath sounds like a sigh. The sigh is like the wind in old trees. Wind's sigh is heard in the building. The building sighs, stone answers. Stone answers, the line remains. Line remains on wall, a quiet witness. Witness stands in quiet, awaiting. Awaiting your breathing, a calm routine. Routine is what keeps you grounded. Grounded like a mason under stonemason's tool. Tool is chalk, but sound is still silence. Silence is your soundtrack for night. Night is a soft blanket you settle. The blanket wraps the stone in stillness. Stillness is the core of everything. Everything in stone is silent, except breath. Breath, stone, you an echoing trio. You whisper gratitude towards stone, breath, silence, a quiet trio. Gratitude flows, a tide beneath your fingertips. The tide carries echoes of distant mortar dust. Your mind drifts to another time, another place. The other place is a cathedral with vaulted silence. The vaulted silence hums like a living choir. You feel a resonance that fills even this small room. The resonance touches your inner ear, a gentle buzz. Your inner ear is a gateway to calm. The gateway opens into a field of quiet. You imagine stepping through, and the world blurs. The blur is like a curtain of silver dust. The dust settles, revealing nothing but stillness. Stillness whispers, "Stay." You listen, breathing deep and slow. Your deep breath tastes like stone, old and clean. Stone taste echoes your lineage of mason's hands. Hands that carved walls in ages before your ancestor. The walls before were carved with sunlit chisel. The chisel sounds a bright hush. You notice a faint glow at the far corner. The glow flickers like a candle's sleepy whisper. You lean forward, fingertips dancing between stone and air. The dance is a ritual of patience and grace. Patience turns stone into a storybook page. Page opens to a poem of quiet. The poem sings low, but loud in your ears. You feel the chorus swell like waves inside a chest. Waves push against the stone's edges, gentle and strong. The strong, gentle balance keeps you moving forward. The strong, gentle balance keeps you moving forward. You pause, eyes flicking to the chalk's edge, ready for a new arc. A quiet breath fills the room, and the light sighs through dusty shafts. You feel the stone's coolness seep into your fingers, anchoring your focus. Your hand glides, and you set the chalk to glide like a feather. The graphite sings a soft note that only you can hear, a private lullaby. You imagine the arc as a moonlit river winding patiently across granite. The curve is a promise of calm, a quiet invitation to night. Every turn feels deliberate, each line a silent pact with the universe. You breathe, letting your thoughts drift like feathers across the stone. The hush around you grows thicker, swallowing chatter, leaving only the chalk's whisper. You grin, because the only joke here is about your over-enthusiastic chalk. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen, your bizarre talisman from last summer. It sounds absurd, but it kept your skin blister-free during the desert hike. You chuckle, the sound blending with the rhythmic chalk. The arc unfolds, its gentle bend a living curve against the nightstone. At a certain point, the arc intersects a faint, ancient line, a forgotten trace. You pause, your gaze slipping over the weathered symbol of an old king. A mainstream fact slips into your mind. The Great Pyramid of Giza stands over 4 millennia old. The stone bears witness, as if it whispered, "Build, persist, and endure." You continue, the arc now humming with ancient intent, steady and serene. The line curves, almost as if it were a gentle question asking the night. You wonder, does the night answer, or does it simply listen? This tiny dialogue reminds you of the subtle humor in a quiet space. A quirky tidbit surfaces, brightening the mood. Some believe the moon is actually a silver coin. It's a joke at the same time, a myth that makes the arc feel almost playful. You smile, because the only joke in this moment is your over-enthusiastic chalk. You let the chalk glide further, drawing a line that meets the ceiling at a gentle angle. The angle is barely noticeable, a whisper of geometry in a room full of stone. You inhale, savoring the scent of stone and chalk together. A debate surfaces. Historians still argue whether the Rosetta Stone truly unlocked ancient scripts. You chuckle, realizing the question is as delicate as the chalk line. The arc, now a gentle swell, feels less like art and more like a secret held by night. You feel the stone echo your breath, a partnership in quiet. Every step of the arc is a dialogue, a soft back and forth between hand and stone. You pause, the chalk hovering before it leaves a new mark. The room's silence settles again, as if holding its breath with you. You let the chalk rest, feeling its cool contact on your skin. You close your eyes, letting the quiet carry your thoughts along the arc's curve. The arc is a corridor, guiding you toward a horizon unseen, but almost tangible. Time slows, and your heart syncs with the stone's pulse. A subtle sound rises, the distant creak of ancient beams settling into night. You inhale, imagining the beams as old storytellers who whisper their tales. The arc becomes a microphone, amplifying their soft voices. You smile, the silence feeling like a gentle grin from an unseen friend. You feel the line's weight not heavy, but comforting, guiding you forward. You trace the final curve, a subtle flourish that ties the night together. The shape feels like a lullaby's last note, lingering just after the rest. You lift the chalk, the dust settling into a fine mist upon the stone. You step back, letting the arc's gentle curve catch the fading light. The night paints the wall in soft tones, echoing the chalk's muted line. You feel a sense of completion, as if the world has gently closed its eyes. A breeze slips through the window, carrying a scent of distant gardens. You inhale, letting the smell mingle with the chalk dust, a ritual of grounding. The arc remains, a quiet promise whispered to the night. You notice a subtle crack, a tiny seam where the stone has listened for centuries. You rest your palm against the cool edge, feeling the stone pulse with your heart. You smile, understanding that each line is a bridge between past and present. The night holds its breath, waiting for your next quiet gesture. You feel the world in sync, a gentle rhythm resonating through stone and soul. You let silence fill the space, a cushion for your thoughts to unfurl. The arc's curve is the final note in a nocturnal symphony of stone. You breathe again, and the stone whispers its agreement in subtle vibration. You step forward, the evening light turning the chalk line into a glowing path. You wonder, can such quiet geometry change a world that screams louder? You smile, because your little chalk line does a tiny, stubborn rebellion against chaos. The night listens, the stone remains, and the arc carries the hush. Your breath ebbs, and the room quiets into soft, eternal stillness. You finish your work, stepping back, letting the gentle arc shine with soft glow. You leave the stone in peace, the night, accepting the quiet, the world folding into calm. You pause, feeling the faint echo of your chalk behind the stone. Your palm rests against the cool wall, a silent metronome ticking in the hush. You listen, and the stone seems to breathe in slow, measured sighs. A distant breeze whispers, carrying the scent of jasmine from a garden far away. The echo swells into a story, a quiet saga that only you can read. You smile, and a joke spills. Why did the chalk cross the room? Because it wanted to get to the other side of the wall, of course. You chuckle softly, the air filling with the gentle clatter of dust. You take a breath, aligning your pulse with the stone's slow rhythm. Your eyes meet the chalk piece, a humble gray companion. Its edges gleam softly, reflecting the dim glow of a lone bulb overhead. You set your grip, ready to trace the next sacred curve. You remember the story of the Colosseum, an arena that once roared with lions. That stone stood for centuries, a witness to emperors and the roar of thousands. You imagine the echo of that ancient stadium inside your current quiet space. Your fingers glide, feeling the grain of the wall beneath the chalk. The chalk meets the stone, a subtle crack of white against gray. A soft hush descends like a blanket over a restless sea. You feel the stone inhale, holding breath with each delicate line. You continue, letting the chalk dance across the surface like a silent drummer. The line takes a gentle arc, a whisper of geometry. You pause, listening to the faint vibration that ripples through the stone. This vibration feels like a secret, a lullaby sung by the wall. You breathe, savoring the mingled scent of stone and chalk dust. You feel the line grow, a testament to patient creativity. A tiny joke whispers again, "What's the difference between chalk and a ghost?" Chalk's visible, a ghost's not. You chuckle, the sound mixing with the stone's quiet hum. Your focus sharpens as the chalk's path becomes a silent mantra. The arc meets the ceiling at a soft, almost invisible angle. You adjust your hand, feeling the weight of the chalk in your palm. The wall seems to reply, the coolness echoing back the curve's motion. You step back, observing the line's gentle embrace across the surface. The room breathes again, filling with a low, resonant frequency. You trace the next segment, letting the darkness guide your fingertips. You hear a faint tick, the wall counting your progress. The chalk glides smooth, weaving a new thread of light. Historians still argue whether the Rosetta Stone truly unlocked ancient scripts. That debate lingers, like an old echo over your work. You smile, amused by the stubbornness of historians. The chalk leaves a line that seems to vibrate with history. You feel the echo pull you back to an era of philosophers. Their ideas whisper into the walls, carrying across centuries. You imagine the sound of Socrates debating philosophy with a stone. The idea is absurd, yet oddly comforting in its quiet absurdity. You lean into the line, feeling its curvature pull your breath. A breeze from the window adds a subtle scent of cedar. You close your eyes, letting the scent mingle with chalk dust. You hear a distant echo, like an old lullaby carried by wind. The line continues, a quiet trail from floor to ceiling. You trace its path, letting each stroke breathe. You wonder, is the line create a rhythm, or does it simply listen? You smile. The answer lies in a quiet silence. You feel the stone under your palm, warm despite the chill. The wall's texture whispers like a slow heartbeat. You trace another curve, a gentle loop that mirrors a thought. Each loop feels like a sigh, released slowly into the night. You pause, feeling the weight of a tiny joke, a subtle giggle. You hear the chalk crack like a whispered secret. The room seems to inhale, holding its breath with you. You continue, letting the line glide across the wall with ease. A quirky tidbit surfaces. Some believe the moon is actually a silver coin. That idea makes the line feel almost playful, as if the moon watches you. You chuckle, hearing the silence reply with a gentle thud. You finish the line. The chalks trail a quiet wave. The curve settles, a subtle wave against the stone's flat plane. You step back, watching the shape catch the dim light. The light refracts, creating a soft halo along the chalk's edge. You inhale, sensing a calm pull from the wall's heartbeat. You feel the pulse in your own heartbeat, aligning with the stone. The silence feels like a song you can hear in your mind. You smile, realizing the geometry speaks softly, yet loudly. The chalk's line becomes a quiet conversation, a shared secret. You notice the faint dust settling onto the wall like fallen stars. You brush it away, the dust drifting like a tiny comet. The wall feels like a living canvas, breathing under your hands. You breathe, letting the rhythm settle within your chest. The line begins to curve again, a gentle spiral forming. You feel the spiral's pull, as though the wall invites it in. You glide the chalk, letting the spiral unfold like a story. The story, quiet and long, sings in small bursts. You pause, feeling the weight of silence. You hear the wall pulse softly, a gentle thrum. You think, a tiny joke appears. Why do walls never whisper? Because they know they're solid. You laugh softly, the joke echoing like a quiet drum. You resume the spiral, letting the chalk guide you. The chalk's trail is a quiet map, charting your thoughts. You feel the line's edge kiss the wall's surface. The wall replies with a soft vibration, a nod to your craft. You see the spiral finish, a small loop at the end. You pause, breathing in the subtle scent of stone and dust. You feel a subtle satisfaction, like completing a secret handshake. The satisfaction is quiet, yet deep inside your chest. You listen to the world outside, a faint owl in the distance. The owl's call is a note, resonating with the chalk silence. You draw a final line, a gentle and short, as a whispered promise. You step back, watching the wall glow softly under your lines. The wall glows, a low, warm light aura of calm. You inhale deeply, tasting the chalk dust in the air. You feel the line's energy, as if the wall pulses with you. You close your eyes, letting the quiet fill your thoughts. You sense the rhythm of the night. The stone sighs in sleep. You feel the chalk line become a lullaby's final verse. You think, The universe may be listening to your silent dance. You smile, your heart sinking with the wall's slow breath. You hear the echo of footsteps outside, a distant car. It fades like a distant wave, leaving the stone's hush. The hush becomes a blanket, wrapping your mind. You feel at peace, a quiet harmony between stone and soul. Your breath slows, the room settling into tranquil stillness. You watch the chalk line shine under dim light, a quiet star. The line is bright, yet gentle, mirroring the night's soft pulse. You smile, the light reflecting your own inner calm. You inhale, tasting the scent of old books in the air. You imagine the walls telling tales of ancient travelers. You feel their stories weave into your own quiet breath. A subtle sigh travels through the stone, matching your pulse. You pause, feeling the line's quiet weight. You sense the stone's pulse echoing, a subtle drum beneath stone. You smile, realizing that every line is a quiet shout. The shout is soft, a gentle reminder of your presence. You feel the final glow of the room, a calm and steady. The wall's glow blends with your breath, a steady rhythm. You watch your lines become a silent constellation. Each line glows softly, a quiet lighthouse in stone. You step back, breathing in the silent air. You hear the tiny crackle of the wall settling. You feel the stone's soft resonance, a gentle hum under your feet. You smile. The hum feels like a slow lullaby. The night outside thickens, a blanket of stars. You watch the constellations shift, but your lines remain steady. You feel the space between them, a quiet distance. You imagine each point on your lines as a star itself. You taste the dry air, a faint taste of cedar. You listen to the whisper of the ancient walls. The walls whisper back, their voices soft and distant. A sense of wonder settles around you, a quiet joy. You feel the line's curve soften at the end. You trace a final dot, a tiny anchor for the whole. The dot glows softly, a faint beacon in the dark. You let it settle, the chalk cooling along the stone. You breathe, hearing the soft shudder of the stone's rest. You feel a new silence, deeper than before. You smile. The silence invites you to linger. You stay, the room holding you close like a quilt. You close your eyes, letting the quiet flood your mind. The last line fades into a gentle hush. The quiet remains, a whispering promise of tomorrow. The room settles into a lasting stillness, a quiet haven. A sudden laugh echoes in your mind, recalling childhood jokes about chalk. You remember how chalk could once be a treasure for artists in ancient markets. The memory lingers, a reminder that even stone can sparkle with imagination. You let the final breath of the night carry you into a peaceful dream. The last line's whisper lingers, like a soft lullaby that refuses to fade. You set your gaze on the raw wall, a blank canvas awaiting your geometry. A subtle pressure builds as your hand hovers, ready to create something quiet and firm. The square, your next shape, promises symmetry and a calm pulse in the stone. You grip the chalk firmly, feeling its cool weight against the warm stone. The first straight line cuts a clean edge, marking the square's perimeter. Your breath slows. The rhythm of the chalk mimics a heartbeat that speaks in silence. The line glides, steady as a metronome, aligning perfectly with the room's low hum. Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid's blueprint was intended horizontally or vertically. The echo of that debate fills the space, adding a layer of ancient mystery to your square. You take a breath, feeling the stone's resonance, a quiet thump that syncs with your breath. The second side of the shape rises, matching the first in length and tension. Your hands move with confidence, each stroke a promise of balance and order. A sudden joke slips out. Why did the chalk win an award? Because it had a point. Laughter flickers like dust in light. The room listens, amused, yet still reverent. The third side of the shape edges in, neat as a drawn line from a child's crayon book. You pause, hearing the stone breathe, a faint sigh that feels like a whispered promise. A quirky tidbit pops. Some claim the moon is a silver coin spinning overhead. The joke, half truth, half fantasy, lightens the air as the fourth line takes shape. With the fourth side complete, the square sings, a quiet chord that fills the room. You step back, letting your perspective adjust to the new geometry in front of you. The square's edges produce a soft hum, resonating through the stone like a hidden metronome. Each corner feels like a tiny drumbeat, marking the rhythm of your craft. You sense a subtle vibration, a whisper that echoes in your fingertips. The pulse of the square invites you to breathe deeper, to stay with this quiet heartbeat. A joke surfaces. How many chalk lines does it take to build a square? Just 4. You smile, realizing that even the smallest line can carry a quiet anthem. The square's anthem, silent but strong, echoes like a distant bell. Another joke. Why do architects love night? Because they can draw without shadows. You laugh at the absurdity, feeling the humor seep into your muscles. The humor softens the stone, making it feel almost alive. You feel the stone's pulse, faint yet steady, like a sleeping drum. That drum echoes back to your own heartbeat, creating a shared rhythm. The shared rhythm calms you, easing the mind from restless thoughts. You find that this shared rhythm becomes a guide, a compass for the soul. The compass points toward the quiet center, where all lines meet. There, the center feels like the heart of the stone, an ancient pulse. You touch the center gently, feeling the stone's warmth in your palm. The warmth is soothing, reminding you that even stone can hold warmth. A main historical fact anchors. The Great Wall of China stretches over 13,000 miles. It reminds you that long ago, builders etched geometry into stone for endurance. The square becomes your quiet monument, a small fortress against the night. You lean in, hearing the thin scratch of dust settling anew. The dust clings lightly, a faint echo of the square's breath. Another joke. What happens when chalk meets ambition? Nothing. It just keeps drawing. You chuckle, and the walls seem to laugh with you. The night deepens, and the glass glows like a portal. Outside, a distant truck honks, but inside, only your square remains. The truck's honk fades, replaced by the square's soft hum. You feel the calm like a blanket, wrapping your thoughts, easing them into dusk. The blanket, like the stone, is thick, but gentle, with a rhythm that heals. You decide to record your thoughts, a quiet journal of geometry and night. Each line, each breath, becomes a stanza in a slow lullaby. You feel that your square is part of a bigger story, a narrative in stone. This narrative has whispers, jokes, and quiet triumphs, woven over hours of work. You notice the square's edges catch the light, pulsing rhythmically with each breath. It feels like the stone itself is breathing, a heartbeat between your fingertips. You lean closer, ready to feel that pulse as it echoes through the room. The pulse is steadier now, a calm beat that syncs with your own. You close your eyes, and the square takes on a new shape of sound. Sound here is quiet, like the hush after a storm or a book closing. That hush settles, and you feel your mind unwind, slowing with each breath. You feel the time stretch, a soft infinity that matches the square's perfection. The infinity feels like a dream, a calm that lingers even if the night ends. You think of the future, of other squares you might build, each a quiet song. Each song would be a different flavor, but all grounded in patience and silence. You smile, realizing that even the smallest line can carry a quiet anthem. The square's anthem, silent but strong, echoes like a distant bell. Another joke. Why do architects love night? Because they can draw without shadows. You laugh at the absurdity, feeling the humor seep into your muscles. The humor softens the stone, making it feel almost alive. You feel the stone's pulse, faint yet steady, like a sleeping drum. That drum echoes back to your own heartbeat, creating a shared rhythm. The shared rhythm calms you, easing the mind from restless thoughts. You find that this shared rhythm becomes a guide, a compass for the soul. The compass points toward the quiet center, where all lines meet. There, the center feels like the heart of the stone, an ancient pulse. You touch the center gently, feeling the stone's warmth in your palm. The warmth is soothing, reminding you that even stone can hold warmth. You notice a small feather of dust drifting, settling near the square's corner. The last line's whisper lingers, like a soft lullaby that refuses to fade. You set your gaze on the raw wall, a blank canvas awaiting your geometry. A subtle pressure builds as your hand hovers, ready to create something quiet and firm. The square, your next shape, promises symmetry and a calm pulse in the stone. You grip the chalk firmly, feeling its cool weight against the warm stone. The first straight line cuts a clean edge, marking the square's perimeter. Your breath slows. The rhythm of the chalk mimics a heartbeat that speaks in silence. The line glides, steady as a metronome, aligning perfectly with the room's low hum. Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid's blueprint was intended horizontally or vertically. The echo of that debate fills the space, adding a layer of ancient mystery to your square. You feel the stone's resonance, a quiet thump that syncs with your breath. The second side of the shape rises, matching the first in length and tension. Your hands move with confidence, each stroke a promise of balance and order. A sudden joke slips out. Why did the chalk win an award? Because it had a point. Laughter flickers like dust in light. The room listens, amused, yet still reverent. The third side of the shape edges in, neat as a drawn line from a child's crayon book. You pause, hearing the stone breathe, a faint sigh that feels like a whispered promise. A quirky tidbit pops. Some claim the moon is a silver coin spinning overhead. The joke, half truth, half fantasy, lightens the air as the fourth line takes shape. With the fourth side complete, the square sings, a quiet chord that fills the room. You step back, letting your perspective adjust to the new geometry in front of you. The square's edges produce a soft hum, resonating through the stone like a hidden metronome. Each corner feels like a tiny drumbeat, marking the rhythm of your craft. You sense a subtle vibration, a whisper that echoes in your fingertips. The pulse of the square invites you to breathe deeper, to stay with this quiet heartbeat. A joke surfaces. How many chalk lines does it take to build a square? Just 4. You smile, realizing that even the smallest line can carry a quiet anthem. The square's anthem, silent but strong, echoes like a distant bell. Another joke. Why do architects love night? Because they can draw without shadows. You laugh at the absurdity, feeling the humor seep into your muscles. The humor softens the stone, making it feel almost alive. You feel the stone's pulse, faint yet steady, like a sleeping drum. That drum echoes back to your own heartbeat, creating a shared rhythm. The shared rhythm calms you, easing the mind from restless thoughts. You find that this shared rhythm becomes a guide, a compass for the soul. The compass points toward the quiet center, where all lines meet. There, the center feels like the heart of the stone, an ancient pulse. You touch the center gently, feeling the stone's warmth in your palm. The warmth is soothing, reminding you that even stone can hold warmth. A main historical fact anchors. The Great Wall of China stretches over 13,000 miles. It reminds you that long ago, builders etched geometry into stone for endurance. The square becomes your quiet monument, a small fortress against the night. You lean in, hearing the thin scratch of dust settling anew. The dust clings lightly, a faint echo of the square's breath. Another joke. What happens when chalk meets ambition? Nothing. It just keeps drawing. You chuckle, and the walls seem to laugh with you. The night deepens, and the glass glows like a portal. Outside, a distant truck honks, but inside, only your square remains. The truck's honk fades, replaced by the square's soft hum. You feel the calm like a blanket, wrapping your thoughts, easing them into dusk. The blanket, like the stone, is thick, but gentle, with a rhythm that heals. You decide to record your thoughts, a quiet journal of geometry and night. Each line, each breath becomes a stanza in a slow lullaby. You feel that your square is part of a bigger story, a narrative in stone. This narrative has whispers, jokes, and quiet triumphs woven over hours of work. You notice the square's edges catch the light, pulsing rhythmically with each breath. It feels like the stone itself is breathing, a heartbeat between your fingertips. You lean closer, ready to feel that pulse as it echoes through the room. The pulse is steadier now, a calm beat that syncs with your own. You close your eyes, and the square takes on a new shape of sound. Sound here is quiet, like the hush after a storm or a book closing. That hush settles, and you feel your mind unwind, slowing with each breath. You feel the time stretch, a soft infinity that matches the square's perfection. The infinity feels like a dream, a calm that lingers even if the night ends. You think of the future, of other squares you might build, each a quiet song. Each song would be a different flavor, but all grounded in patience and silence. You smile, realizing that even the smallest line can carry a quiet anthem. The square's anthem, silent but strong, echoes like a distant bell. Another joke. Why do architects love night? Because they can draw without shadows. You laugh at the absurdity, feeling the humor seep into your muscles. The humor softens the stone, making it feel almost alive. You feel the stone's pulse, faint yet steady, like a sleeping drum. That drum echoes back to your own heartbeat, creating a shared rhythm. The shared rhythm calms you, easing the mind from restless thoughts. You find that this shared rhythm becomes a guide, a compass for the soul. The compass points toward the quiet center, where all lines meet. There, the center feels like the heart of the stone, an ancient pulse. You touch the center gently, feeling the stone's warmth in your palm. The warmth is soothing, reminding you that even stone can hold warmth. You notice a small feather of dust drifting, settling near the square's corner. You step forward, feeling the stone's embrace. Light filters through cracks, tracing gentle lines on dust. The chalk's faint scent lingers, soothing your senses. You draw a crescent, its curve echoing the horizon. A soft vibration rises, like distant ocean waves. Your breath syncs with that steady rhythm of stone. You add a small triangle, its angles precise. The geometry whispers, guiding your hands with certainty. You pause, feeling the calm pulse in your fingers. The environment hums, a quiet choir of stone and air. You sketch a square, each side a patient promise. A subtle pulse rises, steady as a lighthouse beacon. Your hand steadies, guided by a quiet compass within. Each line hums, a quiet lull that settles skin. You feel a gentle surge, the stone's quiet heartbeat. The faint glow of moonlight bathes the chalk in silver. The chalk whispers back, a song of plain geometry. You breathe, letting the silence fill your chest. The corners speak softly, each angle a quiet oath. You feel time stretch as the room becomes a quiet lake. The stone's pulse matches your own gentle rhythm. A soft echo curls around the edges, a whisper of wind. Your mind rests, the night folding into a calm quilt. The hush becomes a lull, coaxing weary thoughts. You trace a line, a thin line, a fragile thread. Its softness mirrors the pulse of the starry sky. You lean into the groove, feeling the stone's steady heart. The geometry sighs, as if in gentle agreement. The silence hums, a low and steady bass. Your breath unites with stone, breathing in harmony. You pause, feeling that quiet communion. The room holds a soft song, only audible to stone. You feel the stone's pulse warm the air. The echo lingers, a gentle heartbeat in the dark. You close your eyes, letting the geometry guide your thoughts. The calm hum settles, a soft lull that pulls deeper. You feel weightless, as if the lines hold you. The world shrinks to the geometry's silent pulse. You sense a deep connection between stone and soul. You pause, grateful for the gentle dialogue of corners. You let the geometry guide you back toward your own breathing. The rhythm settles again, a steady companion. You feel the geometry's calm wrapping the room. You smile, the silence a gentle hug. You notice a faint scent of damp stone in the air. The scent mingles with the quiet hum of geometry. You inhale that scent, feeling it ground you to the space. The geometry calls, inviting you to continue. You pick up the chalk, feeling its familiar weight. It's a steady companionship that never shifts. You sketch, shaping a new line that arcs like a moon. The line curves softly, an elegant whisper of geometry. You feel your heart sink with that gentle curve. The geometry hums, a low melody that flows within you. You exhale, releasing any remaining resistance. The floor's vibration echoes that release, a subtle shudder through the building. You feel the subtle shift in your own body, a wave smoothing the mind. The stone's geometry continues, a steady beacon of calm. You trace the final line, feeling the culmination of quiet work. The last line glows under the low light, a quiet star in stone. You step back, letting the geometry breathe for a moment. The geometry whispers again, a final sigh that settles in your heart. A calm sense washes over you, deepening the echo. You feel the room alive, stone, chalk, breath, and light all singing together. The quiet rhythm settles into a gentle pulse that follows you outside. You close your eyes one last time, letting the geometry guide your thoughts. You feel the geometry's pulse echoing in your heartbeat. It becomes a soft soundtrack for the night. Your breath slows. It matches the rhythm of the stone. Each inhale takes you deeper into tranquility. The geometry hums like a lull, easing your mind. You smile, aware that your breathing and the stone's pulse intertwine. You inhale, feeling the quiet energy rise within your chest. You feel a wave of calm wash over you, carrying the stone's whisper. The stone cradles this quiet, as if it were a lullaby's cradle. You pause, letting the rhythm settle like a gentle tide. You remember a main historical fact. Great Wall stretches over 13,000 miles. The stone hums, a lull that cradles you into the night. You fade into a quiet darkness, the geometries whisper, gently guiding you. You fade into a quiet darkness, the geometries whisper, gently guiding you. A faint pulse stirs under your fingertips, humming a silent cross that waits to be birthed. You feel the air shift, as if the stone itself is exhaling slowly, breathing in your presence. The chalk clings to your hand, a pale streak of possibility against the stone's old skin. You set the first line, a diagonal that cuts across the wall with deliberate grace. Its path slices the quiet like a quiet knife, steady and unyielding. The line settles into place, its end touching the opposite wall, a perfect 45-degree meeting. You pause, noting the angle, a half-cross between shadow and light. The room holds its breath, waiting for the second line to arrive. You lift your arm, aligning the chalk with the opposite corner, planning a reversal of rhythm. This next stroke will complete the horizontal arm of the cross, balancing the earlier diagonal. As you drag the chalk, the stone whispers back, a low, resonant hum that follows your hand. You trace the line, feeling the subtle vibration that confirms your measurement. The cross begins to take shape, subtle and powerful in the dim glow. A joke bubbles. Why don't chalks ever get lost? Because they always stick to the line. You laugh quietly, the sound muffled by the stone's absorbing walls. The cross's arms now meet at a central point, a nexus of calm geometry. The corner, where both lines touch, feels like a tiny heart beating under your palm. You step back, letting the figure breathe in the silence around it. The cross's silence is amplified by its hidden symmetry, a secret kept by stone and chalk alike. You trace the third line, a vertical arm that reaches up toward the ceiling. The line draws a straight path, slicing the darkness with a crisp, defined edge. The angle at the meeting point feels like a portal to another calm, another quiet world. Your breath slows, a gentle rhythm that matches the stone's quiet pulse. You inhale a deep breath, exhaling in time with the cross's hidden heart. A quirky tidbit surfaces. Some claim the moon is a silver coin spinning overhead. You chuckle, the absurdity lifting a corner of your mind into lightness. The fourth line follows, a horizontal counterpart that completes the cross's silhouette. You feel the chalk's weight shift, now lighter as the figure takes over the room's quiet. The cross stands tall, a silent monument to precise geometry in a world of noise. You feel the stone's energy, a steady, almost breathing hum that fills the air. You glance at the surrounding walls, remembering the history that crumbles in dust. The Great Wall of China stretches over 13,000 miles, a testament to enduring stone. It reminds you that even the quietest line can span a universe. You notice an old crack in the wall, faint, almost invisible under the dim light. It runs parallel to your cross, a natural vein that mirrors your human gesture. You feel a strange kinship, as if the wall and you share a secret conversation. You set your gaze on the central point of the cross, the meeting of 4 directions. A soft hum drifts from that point, as if the earth is breathing through your chalk. Historians still argue whether the original blueprint of the city was a living organism or a map. The debate lingers, adding intrigue to the silent geometry before you. You feel the pulse again, louder now, as if the cross is living. The arms of the cross pulse in unison, a quiet choir of angles and lines. Your hand moves, feeling the cross's rhythm, each stroke echoing the next. You trace the top of the cross, aligning precisely with the lower arms. The line cuts through the darkness, a bright line that feels like a breath of fresh air. You pause, letting the line settle, feeling the faint vibration resonating in your chest. The cross now fully formed, its symmetry a quiet testament to patience. You lean forward, feeling the stone's surface under your palm, cool and steady. Your breath syncs with the cross's rhythm, creating a lull that soothes the night. You smile, a small, satisfied grin, grateful for the quiet artistry you have birthed. The cross stands before you, silent, yet louder than any spoken word. It holds a secret in each angle, a quiet whisper from the stone's core. You feel a gentle lift, as if the cross is reaching for the ceiling of the room. The stone's hum deepens, a bass line for your inner ear. You inhale slowly, the air heavy with chalk dust and the scent of old stone. You exhale, letting the dust settle, creating a calm dust cloud around the cross. Your heart beats in tandem, a calm thump under the cool stone. The cross's presence feels like a gentle anchor, grounding your thoughts. You trace the left arm of the cross, feeling the line's subtle shift. It matches the right perfectly, a mirror of balance and calm. The cross's rhythm invites you to pause, to listen, to feel. You notice a faint glow shimmering at the intersection, a natural phenomenon of light on stone. It glows like a subtle lantern, casting gentle shadows. The cross's silent symmetry creates an inner rhythm that soothes your mind. You feel a sense of completion, a quiet finale of a long, careful craft. The cross is a quiet monument to patience, geometry, and the quiet power of stone. You lean back, allowing the room to fill with the cross's hushed resonance. The air holds a soft whisper, like a lullaby written in chalk. You take a deep breath, feeling the geometry's pulse deep in your chest. The faint hum of the cross carries a soothing rhythm, echoing in your ears. You feel your mind settle, the thoughts smoothing like stone under a gentle hand. You watch the intersection glow, a small heart of light inside the stone. The cross's silence speaks louder than words, a quiet conversation with history. You think back to how it began, the first line, and the quiet anticipation. And you smile, remembering the joke about chalk's secret, a quiet humor to carry. The cross's quiet pulse grows stronger, a steady beat echoing your own heart. You find a rhythm in the quiet, a calm that matches the weight of stone. You feel the cross's presence like a gentle guide through the night. You remember the quiet echo of your own breath, matching matching the cross's silent beat. You step forward, feeling the stone's coolness against your fingertips. The cross remains, an unspoken story etched in humble chalk. You feel the quiet stillness, a pause between breaths, a calm that fills the void. The cross feels like a quiet lighthouse on the stone sea, guiding your own breaths. You recall the quirky theory that the universe repeats every 5,000 years, like a cosmic yo-yo, and feel the stretch of time. The cross's quiet presence reminds you of the fragile thread that connects moments. You breathe in and out, the rhythm of the cross guiding you. The cross's geometry hums, a low, slow drum of the stone's own pulse. You feel the silence deepen, a soft blanket that wraps your mind. The stone's pulse is a steady companion, a whisper of age itself. You lean into the cross, feeling the line's tension and calm simultaneously. You feel the intersection of angles like a quiet door opening to contemplation. The cross stands silent, a quiet testimony to the power of geometry. You close your eyes, feeling the pulse ripple through the room. You hold on to the calm, letting it seep into the bones of the night. The quiet cross becomes a silent mantra, a simple rhythm in the dark. You inhale, a fresh breath of chalk dust, a quiet reminder of your craft. You exhale, letting any tension leave, the stones hum embracing your breath. The cross's silent geometry holds the echo of ancient architects. You feel a steady vibration, a lull that draws you deeper with each breath. You sense that your own heartbeat merges with the stone's quiet pulse. You feel a sense of unity, geometry and breath intertwined. The cross remains, poised like a quiet heart in the dark. You step back, noticing the faint glow of the light on the stone's surface. The glow dances, a quiet reflection of the cross's silent symmetry. You feel that stillness, a soft wind within the stone. The cross's pulse is like a gentle tide, pulling calm through your body. You feel the line's edges whispering their secret, a quiet truth. You smile, recalling the joke about chalk's point, and feel its light-hearted touch. The chuckle echoes silently, a small smile in the night. You breathe, noticing the rhythm in the room, a steady hum of stone and breath. The cross's silent geometry becomes a lullaby of angles and quiet. You hold the breath, feeling the pulse in your chest, steady as the cross stands. The cross's quiet presence guides you, a silent compass in the dark. You notice a gentle vibration, a hum that runs through the very walls. You step forward, feeling the chill of stone under your fingertips. The cross remains, a silent witness to your careful craft. You inhale deeply, allowing the stone's cool air to settle over your skin. Each breath feels like a note joined with the cross's quiet hymn. You feel the cross's pulse in your bones, a steady beat under your skin. The quiet cross is a silent guardian, humming a calm tune. You notice the faint smell of damp stone, a natural fragrance of age. You close your mind to the noise outside, focusing on the cross's silence. The cross's quiet geometry invites a slow, meditative rhythm in your heart. You breathe in, feeling the calm fill your chest, exhaling into the stone. The pulse of the cross deepens, a steady drumbeat in the dark. You feel the quiet pull of geometry, a gentle tug, a calm anchor. You smile again, savoring the quiet humor of a chalk joke and the cross's quiet grandeur. The cross remains, a silent testament to patience and geometry. You feel the stone's pulse echo through your lungs, a quiet resonance. You listen to the cross's subtle hum, a choir of angles in perfect sync. The quiet cross becomes a meditation, a lull in the night's silence. You feel the rhythm, your breath aligning with stone's beat. You step toward the cross, feeling its calm energy fill the room. The cross keeps its secret, each angle holding a quiet wonder. You look up, watching the light fall in soft slashes across the stone. The pattern of light and shadow echoes the cross's geometry, a silent dance. You feel the whisper of the stone, a soft hum that relaxes your mind. The cross's silence is a gentle lull, guiding you deeper into calm. You feel the quiet beat in your chest, matching the cross's steady rhythm. You close your eyes, feeling the pulse steady, the cross a silent guide. The cross remains a quiet monument, a silent heart in the darkness. You breathe, the stones hum, weaving a calm tapestry in your mind. You feel the cross's geometry whisper, a quiet song of geometry and breath. The cross's silent pulse stays, a steady guide through the night. You pause, feeling the stone pulse resonate with your own heartbeat. The quiet cross becomes a silent companion, a quiet beacon in the dark. The final stroke hovers, an elegant pause before ink meets stone. You sense the chalk's weight, a quiet drum under your palm. A soft sigh slips from the line, a breath in the stone. The room exhales, holding its own inhale. Remember the crocodile dung sunscreen anecdote, the sunscreen on ancient slabs. That odd ritual hints the mundane can carry hidden messages. The final line arcs, almost invisible, a bridge to the sky. Every curve whispers a secret from stone to hand. You lean closer, letting the chalk echo your heartbeat. Historians still argue whether this blueprint was a living organism or a map. The debate thins like dust in a quiet room. The line merges with older strokes into a harmonious pulse. Your breath slows, mirroring the rhythm of chalk's descent. The curve feels like a breath, a pause in stone's song. A subtle vibration courses through the wall, matching your pulse. You lift the chalk, sensing the line's final grace. The stroke slides, a smooth glide, no tremor, only certainty. The quiet sigh leaves the line, the room holds its breath. The chalk's tip sighs one last time before you lift. A joke pops. What does a sketchy architect say at breakfast? I need more lines, you quip, laugh soft in the dim. The room answers back with silence, louder than your breath. The final brush flows clean, no jagged edge, just soft geometry. A faint trace remains, a memory of breath on stone. Your breath slows, aligning with stone's quiet pulse. The geometry hums, a lull that wraps the room like a blanket. A quirky tidbit surfaces. Some claim pigeons deliver secret messages. You chuckle, how could pigeons be spies? Your laugh drifts. The line's final whisper lingers, a calm presence. The cross feels like a compass pointing toward truth. The stone remembers each line, every breath, every thought. You feel the geometry's intention, a quiet promise that lasts. A gentle wind rustles the rafters, carrying ancient echoes. You pause, listening to the world's subtle symphony. Historians still argue whether the stone's maker was God or genius. That question hangs like dust in the air. The line's final sigh blends with stone's breath, soothing. The room feels like a cocoon, protecting from noise. A distant crackle echoes, maybe a branch outside. The world outside remains silent, stone inside louder. The cross's edges glow faintly in moonlit darkness. You imagine it pulsing like a hidden heart in stone. Every beat echoes with distant rivers, a quiet drum in heart. A gentle breeze tugs at the rafters. The silence deepens. The geometry hums, a lull that lulls night into rest. Yet a joke flits. What do you call lazy architects? Sketchy, you giggle, letting humor settle. The chalk dust twirls, forming tiny spirals chasing light. Your hand glides over the center, feeling smoothness. The line's curve offers a faint resistance, like a polished stone. The dust dissolves in the air, forming a misty veil. The final line's whisper is a steady presence now. The cross feels old, like an ancient compass guiding truth. You feel stone's memory echoing through each line. Geometry holds a world within its simple lines. The room is thick with silence, thick as incense. The line's final whisper sounds like a sigh of relief. You close your eyes, letting the hush fill your mind. Geometry's pulse syncs with your heartbeat, slow and steady. The line's final sigh blends with stone's breath, quiet. The world outside is loud, yet inside is quiet. You sit, the cross a quiet monument to patient intent. You feel the line's final pulse, a gentle anchor. The cross's edges glow, a subtle shimmer over stone. The moon's glow paints silver on the curve. The echo of stone reverberates, a lullaby of angles. You sense a promise, geometry, breath, quiet endurance. A distant crack, a whisper of old timber, fills the air. You stay anchored, the line a quiet guide. You feel the stone's pulse deep in your chest. The story ends here, but the cross stays, an eternal quiet. The geometry's hum lingers, a promise of calm. You lie beside the wall, breathing with the line. The silence wraps you, a blanket of stone. You taste the cool dust, a memory of old stone. The cross's final sigh is like a breath held to steady. You stay, feeling geometry knit to your heart. The room holds its breath, waiting for the next line. A joke appears. What do you call a lazy mason? A slacker, you mutter, smile widening in the dim. The line glows, a quiet beacon on stone. The world outside rustles, The stone remains still. Geometry whispers a promise of calm. You feel the lines pulse, echoing through stone. The cross's glow fades gently, leaving deep calm. You stay until sunrise, breathing with the wall. The geometry hums, a lull that keeps you safe. The final line's whisper ends with a sigh. You close your eyes, breathing the quiet of stone. The story finishes here, the line a quiet legend. The room stretches, a stone canvas of history. The chalk dust settles, forming a fine mist on the wall. Your fingers trace the curve, feeling smoothness beneath the dust. The line feels alive, a heartbeat in stone. Historians still argue whether the ancient designs were divine or human. The debate drifts like dust across the corridor. The stone remembers the lines, remembering your breath. You feel the geometry singing a quiet, ancient lullaby. A joke pops. What do you call an architect who loves music? Note night, you say, chuckling softly. The wall responds with silence, louder than your words. The final line glows faintly, a quiet star on the wall. The line's final whisper drifts across the ceiling. The room hums, a slow, calm rhythm. You feel the stone's pulse deep as earth. The cross stands like a quiet lighthouse inside stone. The moon paints silver arcs across the curve. The geometry sings a lullaby, quiet as a breath. The stone holds the rhythm, a quiet story. You smile, feeling the line's calm embrace. The cross's glow fades, but the silence lingers. The story ends, a quiet ode to stone and breath. You close your eyes, breathing with the wall. The night remains still, the geometry a quiet companion. The line's final sigh drifts like a feather. The stone holds the rhythm, a calm echo. You stay, feeling the geometry within your chest. The cross stays, a quiet legend forever on stone. The silence, a blanket, swallows the room. The last line's whisper fades, leaving deep calm. The last line's whisper fades, leaving deep calm. You pause, letting the silence settle around the wall. A subtle shift moves the moon's shadow along the outline. You feel the edge blur, as if the night breathes. The shade stretches, then retracts, revealing a gentle silhouette. The outline glows faintly, a soft echo of daylight past. You inhale slowly, letting the cool night air fill your lungs. A distant crack of wind hums against the distant trees. Your heart steadies, matching the rhythm of the silent stone. You notice how the chalk dust glimmers like tiny stars. The faint glow turns into a quiet glow behind the lines. The shadow recedes, as if retreating from an unseen hand. You run a fingertip along the chalk's edge, feeling the smoothness. It feels almost warm, like a memory wrapped in midnight. The outline remains, a pale ghost of geometry that never fades. You breathe in, letting the calm seep into your body. The night feels heavier, a tangible quilt over the stone. A whispered joke drifts from your lips. What's an architect's favorite lullaby? The built-in ballad. You chuckle, the sound echoing between the stone walls. The chuckle blends with the wind, a soft percussion in the quiet. You lean forward, drawn by the shadow's slow retreat. The silhouette becomes thinner, as if unraveling a secret. You see the chalk's final line, still catching the moon's faint light. Historians still argue whether the shape was intended as a map or a prayer. This debate lingers like dust in the quiet corridor. A playful aside slips into the air. Did you know a medieval monk once tried to use chalk to write a spell? It didn't work. The cat ate the ink. The idea of chalk as magic feels oddly modern. The notion of chalk guiding lost souls appears in fringe lore, whispered in cave tunnels. You grin, hearing the oddities of ancient rituals. The shadow shifts again, revealing a faint curvature. You trace the curve with your gaze, following the path stone has set. The lines seem to hold a narrative, a story carved into the evening. You let the story seep into your thoughts, calm and steady. The breath you take mirrors the quiet line, slow and rhythmic. You note how the chalk's edge feels softer near the ending point. The last stroke feels like a sigh of relief. You sense a subtle pulse within the stone, almost musical. The air cools, a gentle draft sliding through the cracks. A quirky fact drops in. The first documented use of chalk in architecture dates back to 1500 BCE in Mesopotamia. You smile, connecting history to the present moment. The shadow moves like a tide, pulling back against the line. You exhale, letting the silence settle deeper. The outline becomes almost translucent, a ghost line against the night. You feel the world outside shrink, the stone taking up the space. The darkness thickens, like velvet pressed against a window. You lean deeper into the hush, letting it wash over you. A small joke pops up. Why did the skeleton refuse to build a house? It didn't have the bones to start. The joke lands, and a soft laugh rises from you. The laughter settles with the breath of the night, gentle and warm. The moon climbs, casting a silver halo upon the chalk. You feel the outline glow brighter, a promise of something beyond. The shadow retreats further, leaving only the faintest trace. You sense the geometry becoming a beacon in the night. The outline is steady, a pillar in the darkness. You inhale, feeling a quiet energy rise in the stone. The energy feels like a heartbeat echoing past ages. You feel the stone's pulse align with your own rhythm. The line's edges, once sharp, become soft at the point where the moon kisses them. You notice the tiny dust crystals catching the light, floating like fireflies. You watch them move in slow circles, a celestial dance. A small joke slips. What building is best at secrets? A fortnight. It never talks. Your laughter is low, a whisper of joy. The chalk dust settles, creating a fine mist that curls up. You step back, breathing to capture the quiet. The shadow is almost non-existent, a gentle sigh around the contour. You feel the line's final whisper linger, like a lullaby in stone. The night wraps around you, an invisible blanket. You sense the geometry becoming a living space in time. The outline stays, the shape a silent testament to patience. You exhale slowly, letting the stone's calm fill your chest. A subtle hum arises from the wall, resonating with the line. You feel a connection to the builders of old, a shared breath. You lean closer, feeling the faint vibration through your fingertips. The vibration feels reassuring, a nod of approval from stone. A quirky tidbit surfaces. In some cultures, chalk lines were believed to guide lost souls to the afterlife. You smile, the thought drifting like chalk in the wind. You notice the way the moonlight creates a halo effect on the final stroke. The shadows retreat feels like a curtain pulled back from a stage. You watch as the silhouette fades, leaving a calm outline. You feel the pulse of the night settle into a steady hum. The hum is gentle, a lullaby that lulls the mind. You breathe in, letting the quiet seep into the marrow. The calm outline stays, resilient against the night's hush. You feel a quiet satisfaction, the geometry's work complete. A final joke. Why did the construction crew take a nap? They needed a brick to rest. You chuckle again, the sound easing into the void. The laughter dissolves, leaving a soft echo. You step further back, taking in the entire scene. The line's glow is faint, a pearl in the darkness. You feel the shadows retreat as a breath of release. The night settles, a velvet drape over the stone. You feel a quiet, deep peace, like a pause between heartbeats. The geometry remains, a silent witness to time. You inhale, feeling the calm settle into your lungs. The shadow continues to shrink, a faint veil dissolving. You hear a distant chirping, a small reminder of life outside. The sound mingles with the stillness, a harmony in quiet. You feel the space around you expand, a room freed of noise. You feel the darkness as a comfortable cloak. The line's final whisper endures, a soft echo in the stone. You smile, hearing your own breath sink with the geometry. The night deepens, a quiet depth of black. You keep breathing, letting the calm seep deeper. Your mind settles into a quiet reverie. You feel the geometry's pulse aligning with your own. The shadow is gone, leaving only the pale outline. You lean into the stillness, enjoying the hush. A final light joke. Why are architects always calm? They know how to plan a good night's sleep. You laugh softly, the sound echoing like a distant chime. The laughter blends into the still night, fading. You breathe, the calm wrapping around you like a blanket. The line remains, steady against the night. The quiet becomes a companion. You feel the earth's heartbeat underneath the stone. The earth's pulse syncs with your own, unspoken. The outline stays a subtle beacon, a reminder of art. You hold this reminder, feeling gratitude rise. The silence feels like a hug from the universe. You breathe, letting the darkness settle into your chest. The shadow has left. A calm outline stands forever. You close your eyes, the chalk's glow fading to darkness. The night settles, silent and solid. Your body feels light, the tension melting away. You sit still, the geometries whisper soft and constant. The quiet holds a promise of rest. You feel the calm growing, breathing slowly. The wall's pulse is steady, a constant hum. You align your breath, letting the rhythm slow. The line remains, a silent testament to patience. The night's hush feels infinite. You accept the gentle weight of darkness. You breathe one last time, the echo of calm echoing in your mind. The calm settles, a quiet, eternal echo. You feel the weight of the stones settling against your palm, gentle and still. A faint twilight hum drifts from the archway, a low whisper of night. Your breath mingles with the stone's coolness, a rhythmic pulse that follows your heartbeat. The light begins to dim, shadows stretching like fingers across the wall. Each line you drew glows faintly, as if still holding daylight's memory. You trace the first curve in the dust, feeling the chalk's ancient touch. The curve bends smooth, a reminder of the arch that once sheltered kings. Historians still argue whether the final line hides a cipher, a secret waiting to be cracked. You chuckle softly, recalling the joke. Why did the architect bring a ladder? High stakes, of course. The laughter lingers, like dust motes dancing under a weak ember. You shift your gaze to the next line, watching it catch the dying light. It bends like a question mark, hinting at mystery and unfinished thought. Your fingers graze the chalk, feeling the grain of the stone beneath. A sudden breeze nudges the dust, swirling like slow smoke. The chalk's outline glows brighter for a fleeting heartbeat. You pause, letting the silence wrap around your ears. In the hush, an ancient whine of stone reminds you of ages past. You exhale slowly, the air thickening around the lines, like warm breath on a cold day. The dusk spreads like a blanket, easing the stone's glow into twilight. You note how each chalk mark feels warmer as the night deepens. An old legend whispers that chalk can reveal hidden messages when exposed to moonlight. You wonder if the mason was a part-time prophet, scribbling secrets in dust. A faint chuckle escapes your lips. Why did the skeleton refuse to build a house? No bones. The humor breaks the tension, like a pebble rolling across a calm pond. You inhale the scent of chalk dust, a dry perfume that tastes of long days. Your senses sharpen, each breath a deliberate step toward quiet. You observe the line's end, a small dot that feels like a secret candle. A quiet tremor ripples through the stone, resonating with your pulse. Remember the skeleton joke. Its punchline still echoes like phantom laughs. You lean closer, feeling the faint vibration of the line against the block. The vibration seems to rise with the setting sun, a subtle echo of day. You marvel at the geometry, each line a silent conversation between stone and night. A mainstream fact surfaces in your mind. The Great Pyramid of Giza was built 4,500 years ago. You smile, feeling the weight of history pressing lightly upon your fingertips. You notice a peculiar crack near the corner, a jagged scar from unknown times. A thought surfaces that the mason used a compass to align the lines, a practice from ancient Egypt. You feel a sense of reverence, as if the stone is listening to your silence. The line's curve sways slightly, as if breathing, though the air stays still. You pause to listen, hoping the stone will whisper one more secret, but the silence is complete, the night holding its breath. You turn your head, scanning the walls for another whispering line. The wall's texture feels like the skin of an old beast, rough and ancient. Your fingertips glide over the surface, trailing over faint chalk marks. You find another line, smaller than the first, almost invisible to the naked eye. It appears as a faint crescent, as if it were a half-moon's silhouette. You stare, hoping for a hidden clue, but hearing nothing but quiet. A subtle crack in the stone whispers a faint echo, like a distant bird. You breathe, letting the quiet settle deeper within you. You think the mason might have hidden symbols on the wall. You smile at the thought, feeling playful curiosity. You remember the fortnight joke about building secrecy. The echo of that joke lands softly, like a memory on a pillow. You inhale again, the chalk dust swirling like tiny stars. You feel the chill of night wrap around the stone, like a blanket. The stone itself seems to hum, a low vibration that matches your pulse. You lean back, taking in the sight of the entire wall. The chalk lines create a network, a web of hidden paths. You wonder how many times a mason might have walked this place. Remember that joke about the skeleton. It keeps rolling in your mind. You feel the weight of time, and your breath becomes a slow mantra. The room feels ancient and alive, a place where echoes persist. You notice a tiny silver fleck of dust, like a star. You reach out with your hand, the dust landing softly on your palm. The dust feels cool, a reminder that even stone can be alive. You close your eyes, picturing the mason's hands in the early morning light. You feel a surge of gratitude, seeing the work as a timeless piece. You imagine the mason's mind, a steady rhythm, a quiet persistence. The line's subtle shift gives you comfort, showing resilience across ages. You listen to the subtle hum that now feels like a lullaby. Your thoughts drift to the modern world, where plans are made with screens. You wonder if the same quiet still exists within silicon walls. The comparison feels comforting, a reminder that detail matters. You lean in, feeling the line's breath against your cheek. A faint hiss comes from the wall, like an ancient sigh. You breathe deep, the night becoming your companion. You whisper a thank you to the stone, to the mason, to the quiet. The stone responds with a gentle vibration, a slow pulse. You feel the rhythm, aligning it with your own heartbeats. You let the silence be your guide, the line your compass. The twilight continues to fade, leaving only soft gray. You feel the edges of the line sharpen, like a photograph in focus. You trace with your mind each curve, remembering the feeling. You smile at the joke. Why did the crew nap? They needed a brick to rest. The humor rises like a small flame inside the night. You feel the line's power, a quiet strength that steadies the night. The stone's surface now glows faintly, reflecting the moonlight's silver. You stare as the glow dims to a faint halo. You hear a quiet bird chirp far away, a distant echo. You feel the line's presence, a steady beacon in darkness. Your breath slows, matching the rhythm of the glowing chalk. You wonder if the mason carved with intention or habit. You pause, thinking of the quiet that follows the light. A faint wind rustles the dust, like a page turning. You notice the wall under your fingernails, the grain of its texture. You feel a sudden calm, as if a secret has been revealed. The dark corners of the room seem to hold nothing but rest. You smile, feeling the night's soft weight on your shoulders. You feel the lines whisper as a promise of quiet. You let the silence seep into the corner of your mind. The calm deepens, a gentle tide that soothes your thoughts. You focus on your breathing, each exhale a release of tension. You feel the stone pulse, a low beat echoing your heart. You notice a subtle flicker in the light, as if the moon takes a breath. The moon's breath feels slow, like a lullaby for stones. You turn to focus on the last line, its quiet completion. You see the subtle curl of a square, a shape completing the puzzle. Your hand follows the line, guided by the memory of old hands. You hear a faint drumbeat from the wall, syncopated with your pulse. You laugh softly, a quiet echo of your earlier joke. You feel the line's presence like a gentle hand on your shoulder. You close your eyes, listening to the stone's soft song. The song is a quiet poem, written in chalk and light. You inhale the scent of stone and dust, mingling with night. You exhale, letting the silence fill your lungs. You feel the calm ripple outward, touching every corner of the room. You keep breathing, the line becoming a steady rhythm. The twilight fades to black, leaving only the line and memory. You taste the cool air, the stone's history lingering in your mouth. You smile at the quiet, a contented feeling like a closed book. You feel your heart settle, a slow settling like a stone. You let the lines whisper guide you to sleep. The night wraps around you, a quiet cocoon of stone. You breathe, and the world becomes smaller, a calm bubble. Your thoughts drift into a dreamscape, guided by geometry. You wake to a quiet morning, the lines still humming. You carry the calm with you, a whisper of stone. The room feels lighter, as if the lines breathed a sigh. You stand, stepping back, admiring the full layout. You take a final look at the chalk dust, shimmering. You feel a quiet gratitude, the stones speaking softly. You turn to leave, the night behind you like a dream. You close the door gently, preserving the quiet inside. You feel the stones pulse in your chest as you walk away. You walk toward the dawn, the lines fading like memory. The sun rises, the chalk lines glowing briefly before fading. You pause, listening to the silent echo that remains. You step forward, the stones whisper lingering in your mind. You feel the night's calm as a blanket, still and deep. You breathe a last breath, thankful for this quiet space. You smile, ready to carry the stone's calm into the day. You walk back into the kitchen, the kitchen light faint. The first light of dawn creeps in, a gentle flicker on the kitchen tiles. You stir your coffee, steam curling like a whispered secret. A soft hum rises from the fridge, a background chorus of a busy house. You pause, letting the stillness settle before the day truly begins. Across the room, the wall that held the chalk marks glows faintly in the new light. You stare at the faded lines, their edges sharpening as the sun rises. The echo of chalk on stone lingers, a phantom chant from a long-gone mason. It feels almost like an invitation to reconnect with the ancient craft. You touch the cool plaster, half-gone traces of color. The surface crackles softly, a tiny sigh that matches your breath. Remember the joke about the skeleton. Its punchline still hums in your mind. You smile, the absurdity slipping into the stillness like a lazy kite. You lean against the counter, letting the kitchen's aroma wrap around you. The scent of coffee beans mixes with dust and stone, an odd but comforting perfume. You think of the day ahead, but the present moment feels heavier than usual. A quiet tension settles, the kind that drags through a room after sleep. A fringe tidbit: crocodile dung sunscreen has been used in ancient Egypt. It sounds absurd, yet the ancient world was full of odd experiments. Historians still argue whether the early Egyptians preferred that method over regular sunblock. You laugh softly, the absurdity pulling a breath out of you. The kitchen clock ticks, time moving in measured, indifferent staccato. You set the mug down, feeling the cool ceramic against your palm. The mug's surface feels warm from a forgotten night of sleep. A gentle breeze rolls across the floorboards, stirring a thread of dust. The dust hovers, a silver curtain that brightens as the sun rises. You watch it, fascinated by how light paints the quiet space. Silence feels like a long-held breath, ready to exhale. You close your eyes briefly, letting the kitchen's quiet cradle your thoughts. You open them again, the room now humming with soft, familiar sounds. The echo of chalk on stone rings in your mind, a phantom reminder. You stand, feeling the weight of your own presence on the tiles. Each step creates a subtle ripple, resonating with the earlier lines. The rhythm of your movement feels almost musical, a quiet heartbeat echoing. You pause, listening to the steady tick of the kitchen's clock. It seems to pulse in time with the distant hum of the refrigerator. Your mind drifts back to the mason's steady hand. You wonder how many mornings they began like this before the sun rose. The memory feels almost tangible, a ghost of a craft. Your fingers trace the faint line again, feeling its residual chill. It is a subtle reminder that work persists even after day. You turn back to the mug, its coolness grounding you. The porcelain feels smooth, cool, a small island of stillness. Your breath slows, a deliberate count that follows the clock. You inhale, letting the kitchen's scent fill your lungs. You exhale, hearing the quiet sigh of the wall. The wall responds with a faint crack, like a secret laugh. You feel the pulse of the stone beneath your palm, It is a steady beat, a pulse that feels familiar. The sound is like a distant drum, soft and reassuring. You smile, the quiet echo mirroring the kitchen's calm. You think of the day's tasks, emails, meetings, and a cup of tea. It feels absurd to imagine all that without the stone's silent presence. You feel gratitude for this quiet moment, a pause in a hectic life. A gentle hum pervades, as if the kitchen itself is breathing. You shift, the small creak of the floorboards, a subtle cue. The floorboards creak when you move, a low, comforting rhythm. The sound adds to the kitchen's soft symphony. You stand still, listening to the blend of clinks and whispers. Your eyes wander to the window, where daylight cracks through. The sun's rays are bright, but still shy, like a shy guest lingering. The bright light casts shadows, dancing along the wall's chalk lines. The shadows move as the sun climbs, a slow, gentle dance. You feel a sense of flow, each movement part of a greater rhythm. The rhythm is not only in the kitchen, but around you. You catch the distant sound of a street outside, a quiet hum. It feels like the outside world is echoing the stone's quiet. You smile, feeling the interconnectedness of sound and stillness. You close your eyes again, feeling the pulse of your own heartbeat. Your breathing syncs with the silence, forming a gentle lullaby. The kitchen becomes an oasis of calm, a safe harbor. The quiet line in your memory gives you clarity. Your mind starts to map the lines in possible ways. You see a pattern, a network of shapes, forming a larger whole. The pattern is simple, like a child's drawing of a house. It feels comforting, as if the world is simpler. You think of the morning's quiet as a blessing. The kitchen feels larger, full of quiet possibilities. You let your shoulders relax, breathing deep. The breath fills, then empties in a gentle arc. The air changes, fresh as morning light. You feel the calm deepening like a lull. The rhythm of your breath syncs with the kitchen's quiet. You think of the day ahead, filled with small tasks. The echo of chalk still lingers, guiding you subtly. You smile, carrying it into the day with quiet courage. The kitchen door creaks softly as you rise. You exit, letting the sunlight wash over the hallway. The hallway glows, the floor shimmering like fine dust. The hallway feels calm, similar to the kitchen. You walk forward, feeling your feet on the warm tiles. Each step echoes the earlier lines, a tiny bell. The echo is faint, but it nudges you forward. You turn the corner, where the stairs meet the end of the hallway. Down the stairs, the dim light is an invitation to rest. The darkness feels soft and almost friendly. You pause, inhaling the cool breath of the stairwell. The stairwell's walls exhale a steady, silent rhythm. You feel the breath of stone, old and patient. It is a reminder that creation leaves a voice. You think of the mason's steady line, still present. You step onto the landing, feeling the old stone beneath. The stones are worn, but strong reminders of history. Your feet glide, a quiet dance with the floor. You pause again, listening to the quiet of the old wall. The wall exhales a deep, slow breath. You trace the faint chalk line on the landing, seeing it glow faintly. The glow is like a firefly, flickering in the dark. You smile, feeling the echo of the line as a pulse. The pulse guides, a quiet compass in the night. You think of the way the morning light will touch it tomorrow. You feel grateful for the simple presence of this line. You lean back on the landing, breathing slowly. The breath is deep, soft, a calm lull. The air becomes sweeter, tinged with distant citrus. You feel a subtle shift, a spark of thought. Your mind starts to imagine a new design. The idea is small, a gentle addition. You feel the rhythm of possibility blooming. The rhythm feels like the echo of your heartbeat. You listen to the echo, gentle and steady. The echo is a reminder of quiet work. You feel the line guiding you through the day. The line is a quiet friend of the morning. You think of the day ahead, mindful of the line. The line remains in your mind, a quiet anchor. You walk back to the kitchen, guided by silent geometry. The kitchen's light is brighter, the windows wide open. The sun pours in, scattering dust in golden threads. The dust glints like tiny stars floating in a sea. You stand at the counter, feeling the surface warm. The warmth reminds you of the mason's steady hand. You feel a sense of continuity and realize how small you are. The realization comforts you, a quiet reassurance. You step back, watching your reflection in the window. Your reflection merges with the light, a soft blur. The light feels like a gentle embrace. You smile, feeling the lines whisper, still humming. The hum lingers in the air, soft as a whisper. You breathe, letting the echo settle in your chest. The chest fills, then releases, a calm exhale. You feel the day begin, gentle, quiet, resolute. Your thoughts settle like chalk dust on stone, quiet, but visible. Your thoughts settle like chalk dust on stone, quiet, but visible. You lean back, letting the day's echo seep into your skull. The kitchen hum fades, replaced by the slow thrum of your pulse. You feel the familiar warmth of the countertop, your hand resting there like a silent fan. Remember every chalk line you drew, each one a miniature manifesto of patience. Those lines still whisper, even in the quiet absence of your own voice. You imagine the mason's hand, careful as a cat stalking a laser dot. A tiny joke. If geometry were a comedian, it'd be a dad joke that never lands. You chuckle softly, feeling the absurdity slip like dust behind a curtain. The memory flickers like a campfire that still crackles inside your chest. You inhale, spirit of that day fills your lungs, grounding you. You exhale, letting the old stone's pulse echo in the hollow of your throat. You trace a line in your mind, feeling its geometry like a gentle tide. You hear the faint hum of the fridge, like a distant cathedral choir. A historical fact glows. The Great Wall of China dates back over 2,000 years. You grin, the idea brightening the corner of your mind like a misplaced lamp. A fringe tidbit sneaks in ancient nomads, supposedly tattooed maps on their skin to navigate. You laugh again, thinking the tattooed maps must have been a marketing stunt. You notice a faint dust, motes dancing in the late sun, like tiny dancers. They skip over the chalk line, as though respecting a silent agreement. Historians still argue whether the ancients used a single master mason to create the complex network of lines. You feel the question weigh lighter than the morning coffee you left on the table. The scent of roasted beans drifts, merging with the stone's earthy aroma. You smile, realizing that every line whispers a story of labor and patience. You close your eyes, letting the silence sink deeper into the corners of your mind. The line's rhythm steadies like a metronome, guiding a quiet dance. You feel confidence building, growing like ivy on a stone wall. The ivy grows in your mind, wrapping around each idea. You imagine the ivy stretching to touch the future morning, to feel your future self. The mind shifts, remembering that each line is a building block of peace. You hear the faint tick of a wall clock, an internal metronome. It syncs with your pulse, aligning your thoughts like a well-tuned drum. You inhale, picturing the mason's line as a thread that stitches history. The thread glows faintly, connecting you to the ancients in a quiet dialogue. Now the kitchen feels like a cathedral of stillness, and you are part of it. You rise, stepping onto the counter with light, reverent weight. The line under your palm vibrates, calling you to another memory. You feel the rhythm again, a gentle pulse that says, "Keep going." You walk back to the stove, the world outside blurring into softness. You stand before the burner, watching steam rise like lazy clouds. It reminds you that even ordinary objects have hidden lines. You notice the porcelain mug, its faint outline shaped like an ancient glyph. The glyph flickers in the light, like a tiny lantern held in the dark. You dip your fingers into the steam, feeling the heat kiss your skin. The heat settles like a soft blanket over your fingertips. You inhale, letting the steam carry the memory of chalk and stone. You exhale, feeling the lines echo in the steam, quiet, steady, alive. The steam curls, folding around the room like a gentle shawl. You close your eyes again, absorbing the room's whispered rhythm. You feel a sense of purpose blooming, like a flower in dawn light. You open your mouth, preparing a cup of tea, a ritual. The kettle whistles, sounding the start of another silent ceremony. You pour the hot water, the steam spirals like a dancer's ribbon. The tea settles, gentle, calm, like a hush after a storm. You sip, tasting the earthiness, feeling the stone within the cup. The warmth travels up, rising through your chest like a quiet sunrise. You feel the line's soft pressure, connecting you to the mason's steady pulse. You hold the cup against the world, your mind a quiet reservoir. You stare into the cup, seeing a world of lines and light. You remember the earlier chalk line, its shape echoing in the steam's swirl. You feel the world align, the invisible geometry humming softly. You exhale, letting the calm spread, a wave of quiet confidence. You realize each breath is a line of your own silent architecture, You hear your pulse, matching the rhythm of the old stone. The stone feels alive, as if it were breathing its own memory. You close your eyes again, letting the echo guide you forward. You feel the day's path unfolding like a quiet ribbon, gentle and steady. You stand, ready to walk into the world, carrying the line's calm energy. You inhale once more, letting your breath merge with the lingering hush. You exhale, releasing doubt, feeling the line become your invisible guide. You remember that quiet recollection, a treasure of quiet confidence. Each line you trace now feels like a whisper of eternity. The walls around you seem to breathe, inviting you to join their silent hymn. You step forward, feeling the rhythm beneath each footfall. The rhythm is steady, a quiet metronome echoing through the hallway. You follow the line's path, confident, calm, and utterly present. The hallway light flickers, a subtle nod to the ancient master's watch. The scent of dust lingers, a perfume of history waiting to be breathed. You breathe it in, feeling the history wrap around your shoulders. You pause at each corner, listening to the walls' quiet breathing. The silence is a living entity, echoing your steady pulse. You step through the final doorway, the air thick with stone's promise. You feel the line's warmth against the wall as you pass. The wall glows faintly, like a lantern on the midnight shore. You step onward, knowing the line will guide you back whenever you need it. You carry the calm in your pocket, a quiet treasure you can feel. You walk home, feeling the rhythm that steadied you. The night is still, a blanket of silence covering the city. You pause in the doorway, taking a deep breath, grateful. You close your eyes, letting the day dissolve into calm. You feel the line's echo pulse in your chest, tender and sure. You rest, knowing the silent geometry will await your next visit. You drift to sleep, carried by the quiet rhythm of stone. You rise from the brink of sleep, stone whispers your name. The kitchen light flickers bright enough to make your coffee jealous. You pull on your slippers, soft slippers that are surprisingly polite. The floor hums a low rhythm, a bass line from a forgotten concert. You slip the chalk from its dusty cage and feel the weight. Your fingertips taste the chalk dust, a sweet mineral that reminds you of trains. A laugh bubbles up. Chalk lines never get a break. They keep going. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen you tried in '96. History sticks like glue, but your mind is lighter than helium. You walk to the wall, the one that swallowed your homework when you were young. The stone here is older than your great-grandmother's first smartphone. A small crack sings a tune only your ears can hear. You lift the chalk, feeling the familiar resistance of gravity's gentle hand. You begin to draw a line, steady as a cat on a yoga mat. Each stroke feels like a conversation between you and the building blocks. You pause, letting the quiet breathe between your thoughts. Your hand hovers, waiting for the next word in the geometry story. The line slowly rises, like a mountain made of paper cutouts. You wonder if the mason had a favorite angle, perhaps 30 degrees. A history glows, Romans invented concrete that still holds up buildings. They say their arches could span rivers, but they probably just liked looking good. You sigh, the line growing taller, a silent skyscraper in your room. You pause again, noting how the dark edges soften at the corners. You trace the next segment, connecting the geometry like knitting. Your mind drifts to a light joke. Why did the line break up? It couldn't handle the angle, so it snapped. You chuckle, the room echoing with your own giggle. You feel the line's pulse, a metronome guiding your breath. Slightly humid, the air tastes like chalk after a rainstorm. You add a curve, a gentle S, an invitation to continue. Each new line seems to whisper its purpose as a secret. You trace a final point, like a seed planted in the night. You pause, and the night listens, waiting for your next command. A small crack under your foot rattles like applause. You smile. The line has become a quiet companion. You feel the geometry pulse, a steady drum behind the walls. The room feels like a stage, and you the only audience. You think of a quirky tidbit. The pyramids were built by dancing aliens. That image haunts the walls like graffiti. You notice the faint smell of old books, maybe from the museum. You breathe in, letting historic dust mingle with today. A small chuckle escapes. History is the universe's best punchline. You feel the line's weight, less a burden, more a promise. You turn to the wall where the chalk is set. The line glows faintly, like a neon sign in a silent cinema. You remember the odd joke. Why did the architect cross the road? To check line width. It's a joke about lines that makes you giggle softly as you stare. Your giggle blends with the stone's slow breathing. You let your mind wander back to the early morning haze of a mason. His hands were steady, his eyes like maps, his lines a language older than the world. You picture the mason drawing a line that would bridge a gap between two cliffs. In that line, you find a quiet courage to keep drawing yourself forward. The courage is as tangible as the chalk dust on your wrist. You feel gratitude for this moment, for this quiet act of creation. The room exhales, the walls releasing a memory of past footsteps. You take a slow breath, letting the rhythm return to your throat. Your throat warms, the line pulse syncing with your breath again. You hear a faint click, like a lock settling into place. The lock is your mind closing on the line's meaning. You rest your hand on the smooth chalk, feeling its texture. The texture is like the skin of a stone elephant, soft yet strong. You close your mind, letting the sound of the line carry you. The line carries you to a place of stillness, a sanctuary in the walls. You feel the quiet confidence grow like a sapling in moonlight. You smile, realizing that lines build bridges, even when they look alone. You notice a small feather of dust lift, a ripple on the surface. It dances like a tiny flag on an invisible wind. You laugh softly, and the line shivers in response. The line whispers back, saying it will never forget the shape you gave it. You feel a knot untwist inside you, a release of tension from the day. The day dissolves into the night, but the line lingers like a memory. You inhale, smelling the chalk's faint sweetness, like burnt sugar. You exhale, watching the darkness take shape around the line. The darkness clings tenderly, as if protecting your quiet art. You pause, feeling the entire room breathe, alive with your line. You realize you are part of this quiet geometry, a living line. You breathe in again, knowing the next line will be waiting. You exhale, the line's power filling your mind like a sunrise. The sunrise is within. You sense it pulsing softly along the wall. You slide your hand back to the chalk, ready for the next moment. The chalk remains cool, a promise of endless lines waiting on you. You let the silence settle, a blanket of calm wrapping the room. You imagine the room's floor as a tapestry of shadows and light. You feel the texture of the carpet, warm and forgiving like a friend. You think of the next day, the plan to add more lines, more stories. You smile to yourself. This quiet act of geometry is your secret power. You close your eyes, feeling the world whisper quiet thanks for the line you made. You rise from the brink of sleep. Stone whispers your name. The kitchen light flickers bright enough to make your coffee jealous. You pull on your slippers, soft slippers that are surprisingly polite. The floor hums a low rhythm, a bass line from a forgotten concert. You slip the chalk from its dusty cage and feel the weight. Your fingertips taste the chalk dust, a sweet mineral that reminds you of trains. A laugh bubbles up. Chalk lines never get a break. They keep going. You remember that crocodile dung sunscreen you tried in '96. A history echoes in a faint hum. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built around 2560 BCE, still attracts awe. You pause, letting the line speak its own olden rhythm. You trace another line, a curved S, an invitation to continue. The line feels like a pulse, echoing through the walls like a distant drum. A subtle echo rises, a faint crack of stone breathing its slow rhythm. You chuckle softly, picturing a Roman mason using a stylus to draw his destiny. You trace the square's edges, a precise dance that matches your breathing. Each corner whispers a promise, a quiet pact between stone and soul. You feel the line's steady beat, a quiet song that reverberates in your chest. The line's memory is a quiet lighthouse, guiding you through the night. You realize that the chalk is your voice, whispering into the stone like a secret. The stone listens, patient as an old friend who never forgets a story or a punchline. Your fingers ache, but the satisfaction keeps you in a steady trance. The room whispers back, a chorus of echoes that form a gentle choir. A sense of completeness washes over you, a calming wave that settles under your skin. The moment stretches, a silent stretch of time, as if the world pauses. You close your eyes again, feeling the world whisper quiet thanks for the line you made. The wall hums in response, a soft chorus that drifts into your dreams. As the night deepens, the chalk's echo becomes a lullaby of stone. The darkness settles, a blanket of silence that holds your thoughts. A soft hush settles over the room like a blanket over a sleeping cat. The chalk's line lingers, a ghost trail of your touch within stone. Your eyes slide to the small window, the moon a soft coin hanging overhead. Its silver glow outlines the chalk line, painting it with a soft halo. You smile, the sound gentle, like a whispering wind through reeds. You recall the quirky tidbit. Some say the moon is powered by cheese crystals. You feel the lines whisper, a quiet song that reverberates in your chest. The darkness outside hums, a gentle chorus that soothes the restless mind. You let the silence flow through you, a tide that washes your thoughts. You sense that every line you draw is a thread in the fabric of time. That thread glows with the patience of 1,000 breaths. The day will come when you look back and smile at the rhythm you built. The memory will feel like a warm candle flickering in the dark. You close your eyes one more time, letting the echo of chalk drift in. The world sighs, releasing the final breath before the next day. You feel a quiet gratitude, a soft thank you to the wall that listens. The line you traced, quiet and steadfast, remains a beacon in the dark. In the quiet chamber, the chalk breathes, a gentle pulse that never falters. The room settles, all noise fading like a distant echo. Your eyelids close again, carrying the line's melody into sleep. The last breath of daylight slips into the walls, a final sigh. You drift along the line, a quiet river that carries you to tomorrow. The story ends here, the geometry humming softly as night drifts deeper. You lift the final chalk stick, its tip trembling like a nervous cat. The room waits, holding breath like a jar of old soup. You set the line straight, firm, a promise made on wood. It runs across the wall, a quiet ribbon of purpose. That silent ribbon swells, filling the dark like a secret fanfare. Your hand steadies, a muscle humming with the slow drum of time. You hear a distant echo, a pulse that never fades, lingers. The echo folds back into the line, a soft late-night whisper. You smile your grin, a quiet joke that cracks the stones gently. The wall responds, soft chuckles travel through bricks. You imagine the mason laughing, a laugh that echoes from stone. That laughter twirls, the swirling dust around a candle flame. The final line feels like a lullaby for the living, an invitation to rest. You breathe in, feeling the line's pulse against your chest. Your heart matches the rhythm of chalk, both slow and steady. A soft wind sighs, carrying the echo into the far corners of the room. It reminds you that each line you carve connects worlds. A sense of unity blooms, a fragile as a sparrow on a bridge. You pause, the dust settling like tiny stars on the chalk. They gleam, a tiny guardians for the silent art you create. They whisper in tones only the chalk can hear. Your ears drink it, and a calm settles like a blanket. The line continues to glow soft, enduring like an old lighthouse. It watches over the room, a patient, unhurried, as if time were a slow kettle. You feel the line's memory, a quiet echo of past masters. You recall the fact about the Great Pyramid of Giza, a towering structure finished around 2560 BCE, still awe-inspiring. It whispers that stone can keep secrets longer than a library. You laugh softly because the room is now full of quiet jokes. One joke: chalk never gets a coffee break. It just lines up forever. Another: crocodile dung sunscreen at the beach never wore out like a forgotten beach towel. But today, the only sunscreen you need is the chalk itself, a quiet shield. You step back, admiring the line as a silent poem. The poem reads in the light of a dying sun, a gentle hush. It is the kind of silence that invites your mind to wander. You imagine the room as a stage, a chalk line, a spotlight. The spotlight flickers, reflecting on bricks, with a slow, deliberate pace. You listen. The bricks sing a low note, a hymn for the earth. This hymn echoes the whispered debates of history, the one about the stone's purpose. Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid was born to hold a king's dreams or keep prayers. That debate stretches like a line on a wall, its edges sharp and unseen. You wonder if your chalk line could fit that debate, a quiet witness. You hear the room sigh, a chorus of stone and soul. That sigh, like a lullaby, cradles your thoughts, pulling them towards stillness. You lift your chin, feeling the weight of chalk against your skin. You notice the chalk dust clinging, shimmering in the light, like winter frost. Your vision narrows, the world blurring to a single line. The line remains the same, as steady as night and timeless. You close your eyes, letting the line glow in your mind. In that glow, you hear a distant echo, a deep and soft. It travels across the wall, a through stone into your sleep. You are soothed by the slow, rhythmic hum of the stone. The hum wraps around you, a blanket of quiet gravity. You feel the pulse of the stone, a line, a world. You breathe, your lungs filling with the soft air of stone. Outside, the night settles like a velvety blanket over rooftops. Your thoughts drift, no louder than the hum inside you. You feel as if the entire room is breathing in sync with you. You imagine a grand cathedral, its columns humming with olden chants. That cathedral is, in truth, a wall of your living room. Your living room breathes, a quiet cathedral of chalk and memory. You notice the wall's edge, a subtle suggestion of a boundary that holds the echo close, like a lover's embrace. You feel the warmth of this hold, a soft pulse in your chest. Such pulses are rare, hidden beneath the daily grind. You remember the quirky tidbit about cheese moons. You smile faintly, recalling the absurdity of that claim. It is a joke that stays with you even in quiet rooms. The moon, a cheese disc. Your brain laughs, then falls into the hush. You allow that laughter to echo through stone and sleep. Your eyelids flutter, the room grows softer, deeper. You are not alone in this quiet. The chalk remembers you. It remembers the touch, a line, the breath you left behind. Your breath mingles with chalk dust, forming a quiet atmosphere. It swirls around you, a small cloud of intention. You feel it settle like a blanket on your shoulders. The world outside continues, but inside, you are timeless. You close your eyes once more, allowing the line to guide your dreams. Dreams drift along the chalk, soft and bright, like fireflies. They flicker in and out, each glow a memory of a line. You feel the rhythm, an echo of your own pulse, steady, gentle. In that rhythm, you hear the whisper of stone, a whispering back. It says, remember, every line has its own secret voice. That voice is yours, and the voice of stone. You smile, the secret dissolving into a gentle hush. The hush embraces you, carrying you into a night of calm. You let the line's echo pull you deeper into that calm. You sense that every breath you take is part of the line, and the line remembers you as you remember it. Tonight, you sleep where the chalk has left a trail. The trail glows, softly lighting your path to dreams. The chalk line is your map, a quiet guide across the night. You follow it down, up, across, and through. Each curve you trace is a promise to the night. You promise that when the dawn comes, you will carry the line back, because that line is more than graphite. It is the pulse of silence, a heartbeat of stone. You close your eyes once more and fall asleep. Your mind drifts along that line, a soft road to dreams. You wonder who will see this line the next time you return. Perhaps another night traveler, a whisper of a future touch. You feel that quiet connection across time, a link of chalk and heart, and you rest, knowing the line will stay, waiting for your next breath. In the morning, for the sun rises, you will pick it up again. You will feel the same weight and the same whisper in your palm, and the world will be a little brighter for that one line. Your fingers twitch, a subtle reminder that the line still waits. You trace the last tiny notch, sealing the line's final whisper. The chalk dust settles, forming a permanent note on the wall. A quiet glow lingers, like a candle half waxed. You step back and inhale deeply. The air tastes of stone. The stone's scent is subtle, reminiscent of dry clay and history. You whisper a silent thank you to the walls that hold your art. Each curve, each line becomes a memory in plaster. You imagine future hands coming to touch the chalk again. They might be tired or curious, or just in for a moment. Whatever their story, the chalk line will witness their presence. It will hold their breath, a shared secret folded into stone, and the silence will grow stronger, a deeper, with each new touch. You feel a sense of continuity, a thread of lives stitched together. The line becomes a living diary, inked in gray. You realize that the world outside is vast and noisy, but inside, the silence finds a home in your chalk line. You close your eyes again, the world dims to a single color. That color is the muted hue of the chalk line. It feels warm in your fingers, faintly humming with energy. You think of the first time you held a piece of chalk. Your grandmother had taught you to draw when you were 8. She used a dull piece, but the lines still stood firm. You carried that memory into the present in your night labor. The echoes of her guidance linger, faint like a lullaby. Your current chalk line carries that echo forward. A quiet promise that Every line creates a new story. You lean into the line as if it could hold your future. It is ready, patient, forever silent, yet speaking softly. The future looks like a chalk line on a wall you can trace. You feel a sense of purpose, a quiet drive that pushes you onward. The night holds you, and you hold the night. Your breath synchronizes with the wall's pulse, a slow and steady. The line, your line, it becomes your own soft lullaby. It cradles the room, a gentle lull for stone and soul. The moment stretches, a quiet horizon endless as an ocean. You stand in awe of the small act of drawing. It is simple, yet powerful, a quiet act of creation. You are the master mason, the quiet architect of night. Your chalk line holds the secrets of the universe. But you know the biggest secret is your breath. Your breath and the line both breathe in sync. When you close your eyes, the line continues to hum. You fall into a gentle dream, the walls become a playground. And you float held by stone, by silence, by the line's soft song. You let the whispers of the wall guide you through the night. Each chalk line becomes a conversation with stone. The old walls reply, a quiet sigh that makes the floor tremble. The hum is soft, like a lullaby told by the plaster. The room remembers the day the library of Alexandria burned. The loss echoes across centuries like a cracked foundation. You trace the echo with a new line of chalk. Each stroke is a tiny tribute to lost knowledge. A quiet joke lands on your tongue. A line is like a promise. You wonder if the line will laugh back. You answer by drawing a tiny cat on the wall. The cat blinks, eyes swirling with imagination. A line of light slants across the wall, creating a shadow. It glimmers like a distant star, faint yet profound. You feel the pulse of the wall's breath. You inhale, the air tasting of stone and cool. The night hums, a steady rhythm that feels like a heartbeat. The walls echo its pulse, a comforting echo. You lean against the wall, feeling the vibration. It's a gentle reminder that you are part of this place. A memory flashes, quirky tidbit about moon cheese. Ancient folks claimed the moon was a giant dairy platter. You imagine a slice of cheese drifting across the sky. The image fades into a quiet hum of the walls again. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It sounds absurd. You chuckle, the image of the reptilian sunblock brightening your mind. The absurdity lingers, a reminder that even stone can have humor. You press the chalk against the wall, feeling its coolness. You feel the chalk's texture, a coarse whisper against the dust. The chalk leaves a faint trail, marking a new moment. You draw a straight line, the act simple, the result profound. The line is an invitation to the day ahead. You wonder if the line can hold the promise of a new sunrise. The wall listens, it says, proceed at your own pace. You respond with a tiny grin, feeling the weight of expectation. The line deepens, solidifying the plan for the morning. You trace a circle, a shape of calm and continuity. The circle is simple, yet each rotation feels like a promise. The wall remains quiet, a canvas waiting for the next stroke. You feel the line's weight, the rhythm aligning with your breath. Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid was built for kings or as a solar observatory. You wonder if your chalk line could fit that debate, a quiet witness. The line stays, unbothered by grand theories. It simply asks for a steady hand, not an answer. The chalk dries like a promise, leaving a faint gray glow. You sit, feeling the wall's pulse sync with your own. A quiet sigh escapes the plaster, a response to your presence. You smile, knowing this moment lasts beyond the stone. You hear a faint yawn from the chalk, as though it were tired. Perhaps it needs a nap, you think, and pull a new line. You press gently, letting the chalk do its job. The word nap rolls off your tongue like chalk dust. A joke floats in the air. Chalk is the only thing that can break a wall's silence. The wall nods, as if it approves your pun. You chuckle, hearing the echo of your own laughter. The sound is soft, reverberating through the plaster. You think of a cat walking across the wall, a stray, perhaps. It would leave a trail of paw prints, not chalk. The idea makes you smile, because the room is so still. You are grateful for the absurdity around the line. A distant flicker on the ceiling catches your eye. It looks like a tiny sun, drifting lazily across the night. The light plays across the chalk, turning it into a faint constellation. You breathe, feeling the cosmos whispering under your hands. You notice a pattern forming, a zigzag that mirrors a heartbeat. It feels like the rhythm of your own pulse. The wall responds with a subtle vibration beneath the floor. The vibration is gentle, like a lullaby from the earth. You look back at the line, seeing it glow faintly in the dusk. The soft glow feels like a promise, a future waiting to be drawn. You feel ready to pick up the chalk again tomorrow. You smile, letting the night settle around the line. Your breathing slows, matching the slow hum of the walls. The rhythm calms your thoughts, bringing them into stillness. You allow yourself to drift, feeling weightless on a cloud of chalk. The world around you fades like a fading mural. You wake, the morning light painting the wall new. You smile at the fresh gray line, fresh ideas budding. Your hands reach, the chalk resting, waiting for the next stroke. The day begins as the line whispers softly around you. You step softly into the morning light, the chalk's gray line still fresh. You feel the damp stone under your palm, cool and forgiving. The room sighs, a low breath that echoes the night's lullabies. Your breath meets the dust, a quiet exhalation of old stone. You notice the line glistening, a faint glow that lingers like a memory. It speaks to you in silence, a pulse that matches your own. You wonder if the wall remembers the library's fire, the loss of knowledge. Historians still argue whether the Great Pyramid was built for kings or for a solar observatory. You tap the surface, a tiny click that starts a subtle resonance. The resonance feels like distant drums, gentle and steady. You think of the Rosetta Stone, its key to decoding hieroglyphs. The stone breathes, a whisper of ancient languages. A quirky tidbit floats to your mind. Ancient farmers once chewed goat fat for light. You chuckle, imagining a moonlit field of glowing cows. The joke lands, a subtle grin brightening your face. You pause, listening to the wall's quiet chuckle. You pick up the chalk again, feeling its weight. The chalk is soft here, like a feathered hand. You trace a new line, steady and deliberate. It feels like a promise, a silent covenant. Your hand moves, drawing a circle that wraps around the old line. The circle is perfect, balanced, a quiet symmetry. You let the chalk glide, the sound a soft sigh. The sound fades into the stone's slow hum. You remember a joke from a friend. Chalk only breaks a wall's silence when it whispers. The wall nods, like an old friend approving your pun. You smile, the joke echoing in your mind. It feels like the chalk breathes with you. You step back, observing the circle, the line, the wall's breath. The circle echoes, a ripple that travels through stone. You feel the rhythm, matching the wall's pulse. It's a gentle reminder that art and stone are one. A thought surfaces. The wall might be old enough to remember a Roman legion marching. Romans marched in lines, straight and true, just like you. You humor yourself, picturing a legion in chalk, marching across your wall. The image fades, the line remains steady. You pick the chalk, feeling its smoothness against your fingers. The chalk leaves a faint smear, a tiny imprint of your presence. You run the chalk along the wall, creating a delicate pattern. It is like a lullaby, soothing your thoughts. The wall breathes again, a deep inhale, a quiet exhale. You taste the dust, something earthy and ordinary. The scent of stone mingles with the morning's cool air. You inhale deeply, grounding yourself in the moment. You think of the night's jokes, of the moon cheese myth. Moon cheese sounds absurd, yet oddly comforting. You think of the dung sunscreen joke, absurd yet funny. These moments weave a tapestry of humor. You let the chalk rest, leaning against the edge of the desk. The desk creaks, a soft, familiar sound. You lean back, feeling the wall's steady hum. It feels like a lullaby, humming through the plaster. You notice the sunlight pouring through the window, painting the wall. The light turns the chalk line into a silver ribbon. You let the light kiss the stone, a gentle caress. It feels like the wall is embracing your work. You pick the chalk, feeling its weight. The chalk fits your grip like a well-worn friend. You draw a new line, a thin wisp of gray. It blends with the old, a quiet harmony. You feel the rhythm of your breath, steady and calm. Your breath aligns with the stone's pulse, a silent duet. You sense the wall listening, accepting your presence. It feels like an invitation to continue. You think of a joke about chalk. If you cut a wall with patience, it will never crack. The joke lands, a light moment in the morning. You let the laugh soften, the wall listening. It feels like a secret shared between stone and you. You move deeper, drawing a larger circle that encompasses the line. The circle expands, a gentle spiral of gray. It feels like a breath, full and gentle. The The wall responds with a subtle vibration, a comforting hum. You remember the historical fact about the Rosetta Stone. It was found in 1799 during Napoleon's Egyptian campaign. You note how the stone opened a portal to the past. The analogy makes you smile at your small work. You think of the fringe tidbit that some claimed the moon was made of cheese. The idea feels silly, yet you chuckle. You think of the joke about ancient farmers using goat fat for lamps. The humor keeps the day light. You feel the chalk leaving a faint trail, a whisper of your touch. You feel the line's weight, a gentle affirmation. You hear the wall's breath, slow and rhythmic. It feels like a lullaby guiding your hand. You draw a subtle line, a whisper of a curve. The curve is delicate, almost invisible. You watch the line. It feels like a secret being told. It blends with the circle, a subtle harmony. You think of the debate about the Great Pyramid's purpose. Historians still argue whether it was built for kings or to observe the sun. The debate echoes through time, just as your lines echo. You find comfort in knowing questions remain unanswered. The wall hums steady. It reminds you that not all answers are needed. You smile, feeling the stone's quiet support. It feels like the day is yours. You pick up the chalk, the paper crisp in your hand. You feel the paper's texture, a quiet rustle. You hold the chalk steady, aligning with the stone. The motion is smooth and deliberate. You draw a line that reaches toward the wall's edge. The line is a promise, reaching beyond the room. The wall hears a subtle murmur. It feels like the wall is saying, "Continue." You feel the rhythm of your heart matching the stone's pulse. You think of a joke. If chalk ever goes to sleep, it does so very quietly. The joke lands, a gentle laugh. The wall echoes a quiet chuckle. You move your hand, the chalk leaving a faint smear. A subtle sound punctuates the silence. It feels like a lullaby, soothing your thoughts. You savor the moment, letting it settle. You remember the night's jokes, the moon cheese, the dung sunscreen. They weave into the day, a tapestry of humor and wonder. You find joy in the quiet. The wall listens as you do. You feel the chalk's weight, steady, familiar. You trace a subtle wavy line, the water of a stream. The curve flows, gentle and steady. It feels like the wall breathing with you. You breathe in deep, letting the dust fill your lungs. The dust carries the scent of stone and ancient history. You exhale slowly, grounding yourself. The room fades to a soft hum. You lean back, feeling the wall's steady pulse. Your mind is calm, the world quiet. You smile at the line, at the circle. It feels like a promise, a lullaby. You recall a joke about chalk breaking silence. Chalk only hears when it whispers. The wall nods, approving your humor. You laugh softly, feeling the space. You close your eyes, hearing the wall's breath. The breath is steady and soothing. It feels like a lullaby wrapped around your thoughts. You stay in the moment, letting silence fill. The line remains, a quiet testament. It echoes the night's hush, the morning's promise. You feel the stone's steady heart beneath your hand. It feels like your own breath mirrored in stone. You stand calm, listening to the steady hum of the wall. It whispers, a low, patient rhythm. You feel the echo in your chest, matching stone to heart. The day unfolds gently. The whisper of chalk is like wind in a quiet canyon. Your hand moves lightly, following the stone's song. You trace a final line, a gentle arc that caps the circle. It feels like a closing bow, a quiet reverence. You inhale, the scent of stone deepening. You exhale, feeling peace settling into the room. The lines on the wall glow softly, a silver halo. They remember the night's hush, the day's quiet hope. You feel the wall's breath, steady and eternal. You stand calm, listening to its hum. The story continues, line by line, breath by breath. You pause, letting the final shadow settle between the corners. The chalk is still warm, a quiet echo of yesterday's labor. You inhale, tasting the dust that clings to stone. A faint scent of ancient paper blends with the stone's earthy aroma. The air feels heavier, as if holding its breath. You glance at the lines, their edges soft and precise. Each curve whispers a promise of order. The final arc curls gently, a gentle curve of silence. You slide the chalk holder aside, the tool resting against the wall. A quiet hum rises from the granite, steady as a heartbeat. You feel your pulse sinking with the stone's slow rhythm. The room feels smaller, a cocoon of measured whispers. You step back, listening to the stillness that now envelops you. It is quiet, but not empty, full, resonant, alive. You remember the night's conversation about the moon, its cheese myth. A chuckle rises, a soft laugh that crinkles the quiet. You watch the chalk mark fade, a permanent imprint of time. The wall breathes, exhaling a subtle warmth across the room. You inhale again, feeling the stone's pulse like an old friend. Your thoughts wander to that historical fact. The Ottomans captured Constantinople in 1453. The echo of that siege still resonates in the walls of cities. You recall the debate that still lingers about the purpose of the Great Pyramid. Historians still argue whether it was built for kings or for a solar observatory. The question feels like a whispered riddle in the night. You smile, feeling the weight of centuries balanced against the lightness of your fingertips. You pause, letting the silence settle like dust on parchment. A quiet reverence settles in the room, a hush that knows your name. You feel the story's breath, a pulse that runs through stone and soul. You stand close, breathing with the wall as if sharing a secret. The chalk dust settles, a quiet white carpet across the surface. You pick up the final line, the last whisper of the day. It is thin, faint, a breath left in graphite. The marks feel small, yet their meaning stretches beyond the walls. You pause, letting the silence fill the space between you and the stone. A quiet hum rises, unspoken, steady, like a lullaby. The room hums again, answering your breath with gentle resonance. You inhale, feeling the night's heartbeat echo in the corners. You let your mind wander into the history etched in stone. You imagine travelers across centuries, drawing lines just like yours. You feel them breathe, step, and pause, each line a testament. The chalk remains on the wall, a quiet archive of your presence. You watch the light shift, a slow dance across the painted curves. The shadows move, elongating the edges of the final arc. You notice how the darkness seems to lean forward, intrigued by the line. You pause, feeling a quiet excitement rise in your chest. The room feels like a living organism, alive with tiny vibrations. You trace the curve once more, ensuring no mistake, no error. The chalk makes a soft scratch, a whisper of approval. You lean back, letting the wall's breath envelop you again. You realize that the diagram is complete, silent, but resonant. The final moment feels like an offering, a gift to the stone. You inhale, closing the loop with a gentle breath, a quiet affirmation. You let the breath out, feeling the weight shift to your feet. You feel grounded, rooted in the silence that now fills the room. You smile softly, knowing the night's steady heartbeat will rise again. You feel the same rhythm, the same quiet pulse in the walls. Each line you drew connects to a legacy, a story echoing forward. The wall speaks back in a language of texture and age. You listen, feeling the hush as a lullaby. You let that lullaby guide you, gentle and sure. The room remains quiet, a sanctuary of stone and breath. You take one last look at the lines, their edges crisp. You feel the satisfaction of a job well done, quiet as a whisper. You close your eyes, breathing slowly, feeling the night's energy still alive. The silence carries you forward, a soft promise of tomorrow. You rise, leaving the chalk behind, but the echo remains. The walls keep their secrets, a hush that never ends. You step into the day, your breath matching the steady pulse. You carry the quiet with you into every step, every breath. You let the memory of the line linger, a gentle anchor. You remember the quirky tidbit about goat fat lamps from ancient times. You chuckle again, the memory, a warm ember in the cool morning. The day continues, but the silence of the stone stays with you. You feel that echo, a quiet reminder of stillness amid noise. You step out, feeling the world shift around you, gentle as a sigh. You carry the stone's breath in your lungs, a subtle, steady rhythm. You walk, letting the rhythm guide you, soft and sure. The world feels larger, yet you stay grounded, your pulse steady. You close your eyes when the sun begins to glare, feeling the light pause. You pause, letting the darkness settle around your mind. The whisper of the chalk stays with you, a subtle hum in your throat. You take a deep breath, hearing the stone's pulse in your rib cage. You let that pulse guide you, steady as the wall's heart. The room behind you fades into a quiet tapestry of light. You are left with the image of that final, silent completion. You remember the quiet completion, its resonance still dancing in your mind. You carry that feeling into the day, a soft anchor in your heart. You feel gratitude rise like a quiet tide against stone. You look back, the wall standing as a silent witness. You know the work was quiet, but resonant, a breath of history. You step forward, guided by the rhythm of stone and breath. You pause at the doorway, feeling the world pulse with soft energy. You leave the silence behind, but its echo stays, steady as time. You feel the nights hum inside you, a lullaby that will carry you through. The world goes on, but the stone whispers in your memory. You hear that quiet completion again, its resonant echo in your chest. You close your eyes, letting that echo fill every breath. You feel the world grow soft, like the final line you wrote. The quiet rests with you, a gentle reminder that work can be a lullaby. You breathe, knowing that night and day will repeat, each line a soft, steady beat. You walk toward the windows, watching the light soften through the glass. You notice the dust motes dancing, like tiny galaxies in a quiet sky. Your breath mingles with the dust, a soft, invisible breath. You feel the weight of your own breath, steady as stone. You sense each inhale carrying the echoes of history, each exhale a quiet release. The room around you becomes a living archive of silent stories. You smile, aware that words are unnecessary for understanding. You hear a faint click, the chalk tip settling. It echoes the rhythm of your breath, a perfect, quiet duet. You imagine the stone listening, its surface a patient, absorbing canvas. You feel your hand steady, matching the stone's measured pulse. You let a second line form, a gentle ripple in the darkness. It is a quiet flourish, a silent flourish that breathes harmony. The wall listens, echoing back your breath with gentle resonance. You feel the entire space humming, the silence now a living entity. You close your eyes, letting the hum fill your heart's chambers. You hear a soft voice in your mind, saying nothing but affirmation. It tells you that the line is part of truth, a shared geometry. You feel the truth settle, like dust on stone, calm and eternal. You open your eyes to the morning glow, its brightness gentle. You stretch, feeling your muscles loosen, ready for the day. You leave the room, carrying the silent music within you. You remember how the chalk left a final line, a quiet signature. You feel that line as a promise, a quiet bridge into tomorrow. You step outside, the world waiting, but you return with quiet purpose. You breathe, feeling the rhythm of your day match the stone's pulse. The light changes across the sky, casting gentle shadows. You pause, listening to the wind. It whispers ancient tales. You feel the wind as a soft hand guiding you. You notice a pigeon glides past, feathered grace in motion. Its wings beat softly, a rhythm reminiscent of your steady breath. You smile, the world feels aligned, the silence inside you steady. You feel gratitude surge, a quiet wave spreading through your chest. The day unfolds, each moment a gentle note in a quiet symphony. You continue walking, carrying the stone's pulse in each step. You notice the streetlight flickering, a soft heartbeat in the night. It pulses like a quiet drum, encouraging you to keep moving. You feel each footfall echoing that silent line, a gentle reminder. The quiet line lives on, within stone and in your path. You remember the subtle humor of the goat fat lamp tail. You chuckle softly, letting that memory color your stride. You cross a small bridge over a stream, the water shimmering. You hear the water whisper, a familiar partner to stone. Each ripple seems to echo your breath, matching the rhythm. You pause, feeling a quiet connection that bridges past and present. You take another breath, letting the harmony settle within. You feel the stone's pulse in your palm, a steady companion. You remember that line's completion echoed as a lullaby. You feel the lullaby weave into the breeze, a soft fabric over the day. You walk on, the world glowing with the quiet energy of creation. Your heartbeat syncs with the ambient hum, matching the city's pulse. A stray feather drifts, twirling like a lazy dancer beside you. You lean back into the street's gentle curve, finding comfort in its rhythm. The smell of fresh coffee brightening your senses. You pause, letting the aroma seep into the slow breaths you're taking. The streetlight flickers, a soft pulse of amber light. Your reflection shimmers across the glass, merging with the moving shadows. You notice a pigeon lands nearby, cooing like a tiny alarm clock. The moon, a pale coin, rests upon the horizon, watching over the streets. You pause, letting the city's soft glow seep into your thoughts. Your hand drifts over the concrete, feeling tiny fingerprints of history. The texture of stone whispers, reminding you of the past's quiet conversation. You smile, a small grin that stretches like a chalk line across a wall. You feel the calm settling, a blanket of peace over restless thoughts. You remember the first morning of the Mason's day, the dust still lifted. The echo of that chalk reverberated through stone, echoing like a tiny drum. Each line was a heartbeat, a small moment captured in white. You imagine that heartbeat, and your own pulse syncs with the rhythm. The thought is soothing, like a lullaby played on an old piano. You breathe deeper, each inhale filling your lungs with city air, your throat moisturous, a soft sigh of gratitude for the present moment. A gentle breeze rustles leaves, carrying a faint scent of rain. You feel the chill of evening settle like a soft blanket on skin. The night's hush grows deeper, a perfect backdrop for quiet contemplation. You shift slightly, feeling the weight of the world redistributed. Your shoes click softly against the pavement, each sound a tiny metronome. You think about how history is built line by line, stone by stone. You imagine a child of the future walking the same path. This child would feel the same calm, perhaps even louder. He or she would trace the chalk lines, learning secrets in silence. You smile at the thought, wondering what tomorrow's lines might look like. You feel the horizon shift, the city breathing in waves of light. The street lamps flicker, casting long shadows that dance across the wall. You pause, hearing the whispers of the stone echo in your ears. The feeling of completeness washes over you, a soft tide pulling inward. You let that wave rise, allowing calm to fill the space between thoughts. The air tastes faintly of roasted coffee, a lingering memory of street vendors. You smile, remembering the day's work, and feel gratitude bloom. You close your eyes, feeling the stone's quiet pulse beside you. The silence is a friend, a companion keeping you company. The city hums, a lullaby of steel and concrete. You rise feeling the stone's steady beat beneath your palms. You feel the rhythm guiding each step, each breath, an echo of history. Your mind settles, as if wrapped in a blanket of soft stone. A final thought rises. The world is a canvas, and you are a silent artist. You walk forward, stepping into the night, as if it were a gentle tide. The stone beneath remains, a steady pulse that invites future whispers. You carry that rhythm, a quiet anthem echoing through the day. You feel the world humming, a subtle soundtrack beneath your feet. The morning glitters softly, as if the sunrise has chosen a quiet path. You smile, feeling the stone's echo reverberate in your chest. You're ready, the quiet of stone, and night your steady companion. You step forward into a day that listens to your quiet rhythm. The streets await, bright and alive, ready to respond to your silent strokes. You feel the promise of tomorrow tucked behind every shadow. You take a breath, feeling the air fill your lungs with promise. Your next step is yours, and it comes from a place of quiet confidence. You walk away the world, listening gently to your footsteps. The silence in the city feels like a blanket you carry, a soft, protective cloak. You know the stone underfoot will never fade, a constant companion. You step into the dawn, ready to draw the first line of a new day. The world awaits, listening to the quiet rhythm of your hand. You take that first stroke, a whisper that begins the day. You smile again, feeling the quiet power within you. You feel the city's pulse humming through your shoes. A distant train whistle cuts through the quiet like a silver note. The rails glisten under the early sun, reflecting a hopeful rhythm. You smile softly, remembering that quiet line you drew yesterday. The memory feels like a warm blanket around your thoughts. You walk past a mural, its colors fading with the light. The colors whisper stories of cities that never slept. You pause, breathing in the scent of wet pavement. The rain has stopped, leaving a sheen on every surface. Your mind drifts to a song you used to play. It's a lullaby that made bedtime feel like a journey. You think of the way your hands moved, steady as a metronome. The rhythm you crafted becomes a compass for your day. You set your phone aside, focusing on the world around you. A child runs past, laughing, their joy echoing in your chest. Their laughter reminds you of the carefree lines you once drew. The world seems brighter when you carry the stone's steady pulse inside. You feel a gentle pressure in your palm, the chalk's memory. It guides your steps like a whispered instruction from stone. You notice the shadows lengthening, stretching like lazy tongues across pavement. The light cools, painting the street with a calm twilight. You pause, feeling the day's quiet promise settle around you. The streets Rhythm syncs with your breath, slow and steady. A stray cat curls beside you, purring like a small drum. You feel the cat's warm breath mingle with your own. Together, you move, two souls moving to the city's lullaby. The world feels like a canvas, and you are a quiet artist. Your footsteps leave a silent echo on the stone, a soft signature. You smile, knowing the stone will remember each line you write. You step forward, the city humming in a quiet, comforting tone. Every step feels like a new line on an invisible wall. You find the rhythm again, a steady heartbeat through the day. The world listens, taking in your quiet, measured breath. You walk home, the streets lined with memories of chalk and stone, the familiar scent of rust and concrete comfort you like an old blanket. You pause, taking one last breath of the city's quiet song. You feel your heartbeat match the rhythm on the walls, a quiet duet. The night deepens, the stars blinking like tiny lamps. You walk on, stepping into the hush that follows twilight. The quiet of stone and breath remains, a gentle companion through the night. Your mind calms, a lake smooth under a sky of steady stars. You feel the city's heartbeat sync with your own, a perfect harmony. The world is a quiet story, and you are its gentle narrator. You think of the lines you'll draw tomorrow, each one a conversation. The city answers, a quiet applause to your steady work. The night continues, a soft lullaby carried by the wind and stone. You feel the rhythm echoing inside, a pulse that never stops. The world breathes, and you breathe with it, a single quiet organism. You walk home, the light fading, the city settling into midnight's hush. You pause, ready to leave the chalk behind, knowing its echo remains. You breathe slow, allowing the city's hum to ease into your thoughts. Each inhale gathers the scent of damp pavement, warm coffee, and distant rain. You exhale, letting the world's small whispers dissolve into silence, softly and fully. The chalk lines you trace still echo beneath your fingertips, a soft memory. Feel each mark as a pulse, a steady beat in the city's heart. Your mind drifts to the master mason's first sunrise, the dust still lifted. That moment was a quiet promise, a line written with pure intention. Now you stand where that line began, in the hush of evening. The streetlight flickers, casting amber shadows that wrap the stone like a blanket. Each ripple feels like a breath, the night breathing back at you. Listen closely, and you hear the echo of that first chalk line. Its silence is a companion, a song that stays with you warmly and gently. You walk forward, each step a note in the city's slow symphony. The city hums, and you join its rhythm, feeling grounded and whole. The stone beneath you remembers every line, every breath you leave behind. Its memory flows like river water, gentle and unending. Close your eyes and smell the night air, thick with possibility. You feel the city's pulse synchronize with your own, a subtle, comforting duet. The horizon fades to darkness, and the stars become lanterns floating above. You can hear the faint rustle of leaves whispered by wind and memory. Each soft murmur is a lullaby, a gentle reminder that you belong. Hold this peace in your heart and let it settle on a window. Tomorrow's lines await unseen, and your hand will write them quietly. Know that every gesture contributes to a story that will not be forgotten. With each small breath, you carry the quiet rhythm into another day.